The main character opened his eyes. He realized that he was in the body of a child who made cute sounds. He confessed to himself in his thoughts, he seems to be born again. At first, he asked to wait a little for him, and then decided that in this world he would become a Lex, a boy who was born in a regular rural family. People probably wondered how a child could speak with such boldness. But this is because it is degenerate. That is, he was born for the second time. In his last world, Lex was a real hero. Thanks to the most powerful sword, he defeated all enemies and demons. He was immortal because, like this time, he was born again. He repeated these words again because it is his second rebirth. In his past life, he was a sage and had any magic. He still does not understand why people began to call him a sage. Although he often had compliments when he was both a sage and a hero, in his life there were always enough worries and troubles. Now he will simply live an ordinary life in this world at rest. All the honorary titles, such as a sage or hero, have long remained in the past. All is well. All this has already happened, and this is not his fault. Now he will be able to enjoy life. This is how people call freedom. From now on, he will live calmly and will go on a journey as a real adventure seeker. 15 years have passed, and the protagonist became a teenager, a sweet, smiling guy. He always carried a sword with him. In this world, when young people are 15, they are already considered adults. Children leave their parents' home and go looking for a job. The protagonist told his parents that he wanted to become an adventure seeker. They heard him and decided not to interfere with his decision. Dad addressed him by his name and said that he was his life, so he could decide what to do. Mom asked to take care of herself, and if you suddenly happen something bad, they will always be glad to see him at home. The protagonist was embarrassed through their words. At first he was genuinely happy, and then confidently clenched his fists and stated that he was going. His family shouted to him that he was the best Paco and asked to be careful. Warm smiles shone on their faces. The Lex turned, waved his hand, thanked them, and said he was going. The protagonist thought he would now be able to live freely. He clenched his right hand into his fist, lifted her up, and said that it was time to become an adventure seeker. Walking in the forest, he thought that even the nearest town, Tugai, was far enough. On foot, could only get there in half a day. He spent the morning at the age of majority. Now it seems to him that a little late. The young man eagerly wants to complete registration as an adventurer as soon as possible. At that moment, he lifted his leg and, saying that he had to hurry, decided to use magic on his feet to move faster. He flew into the air, feeling that he could fly without any restrictions. He climbed high into the sky. After that, he began to look around to understand which direction to fly. Then he saw this city with his own eyes. At that moment, the main character decided to use the magic of teleportation, but something was embarrassed. Suddenly, he decided to try himself in hunting. This is what make real adventure seekers. They hunt monsters. He then noticed the dragon that he flew over him. It was a regular green dragon. He realized that if he wanted to live quietly, then that is what we need to become. He decided to use the sword and knowledge from his past life. This sword was endowed with great power of eternal magic. That is why the green dragon did not pose a serious threat to him. The protagonist confidently lifted his sword and with a smile on his face said that he should kill this dragon rather. The Lex decided to fly even faster and, having scored speed, rushed directly to the dragon, hoping to defeat him with one powerful blow. Coming closer, he felt something is wrong here. Looking carefully, he noticed that the dragon was waiting for someone. However, the protagonist decided that it no longer relevant, and with a loud cry began to approach him. At this point, he suddenly turned to his direction. The Lex cut off his head with one strong blow to the sword, as if it were quite easy for him. He thoughtfully thought it was great, and then pulled out a magic bag. He opened his charming bag, which he created himself, and said it was time to collect prey. It looks like a regular bag, but thanks to magic inside a lot more space than it seems. So whatever you put there, everything will fit. Thinking about the value of such an object, he carefully put the dragon's body in the bag. Then he said that all is well, everything was already over. We need to hurry and go from here before the onset of darkness. Then he used magic again and flew into the sky. He needs to register quickly as an adventurer. Here he heard a quiet rustle. Turning his head to the other side, he thought, did it seem to him? Did something really here? At that moment, it seemed to the stranger that they were attacked by a monster while traveling. He was even more frightened by the fact that it was a green dragon. Even the best royal army would not be able to cope with such danger. One word, strongest, is not enough to describe this terrible monster. At this point, someone in the night silence shouted that the dragons were hunting on their horses. It is necessary to take horses immediately and run away. The man returned to others and ordered them to retreat first. He thought that a single horse could not be lost in such a place, but it was the only way to survive. The knight asked Volkan and promised that he would not leave him alone. He was also ready to give his life. At that moment, the protagonist rushed into battle with the dragon. The man was surprised to see how the young man just dealt with the green dragon, whom everyone was so afraid of. The protagonist did not pay attention to them, only briefly said that everything is wonderful. At that moment, the man and the horse were watching him, stunned by events. But when he realized what happened, everything was over. After that, just in the eyes of a guy who could not believe his eyes, the teenager got a small purse that killed everything, even the giant body of the dragon. A strange picture was opened in front of him, and the only thing that came to his mind was to be something charming or magical object. The man could not recover from shock. He refused to believe in everything he saw and convinced himself that it was simply impossible. How could the teenager have a magic object at his disposal? At the moment when the knight was about to turn to the main character and ask him several questions, he suddenly disappeared, as if he flew into the air. The man tried to stop him, shouting afterwards, but the hero did not pay any attention. The knight could not believe his own eyes. Everything happened instantly. The bag just swallowed the dragon, which made everyone trembled with fear. It all ended in an instant. The dragon was cut in half in a moment. It was at this time that the man remembered the princess, and a fright appeared on his face. One of the knights reassured that the princess did not threaten anything. Although she was faint, everything was fine with her. The man exhausted and praised them for a well-done work. Leo is glad that everything is well with the princess, but in his chest he is difficult in his soul. The battle with a dragon could finally exhaust this old body. The man confessed that he did not understand what was happening, but they escaped, turning to his horse. But the knight couldn't forget. The young man tried to understand who this guy was. At this time, the protagonist finally reached the city of Tugai. He hoped that he would have time to enroll in the adventure guild. He went for a while, and he went to walk the streets of the city. There were many people around who had fun. The guy looked tensely where the adventure guild was. However, almost immediately he found the right building and went inside. There were already several people who stood in groups. There was a noise in the room. People had fun talking to each other. The protagonist was glad because he thought that everyone around was real adventurers. It's incredible. He did not even imagine that there could be so many adventures. Even a little worried. He stopped suddenly. It seemed to him that he almost forgot about his main purpose. It was necessary to go to the registration rack as soon as possible. The protagonist looked around and saw the place he was looking for, but there was a big queue in front of him. Here, one of the men standing in front turned and asked Lex if his first visit here was at this time. Lex's have been a lot of fear from these words. He stuttered, explaining that it was his first day. The man smiled and jokingly added that he was new. The stranger asked if he took any things with him during his first mission, and then asked if he came to register as an adventurer. The guy nodded on these words. This nice man said everyone had already finished work. People came to report the task, so he does not think that many more like him will come to register. He asked the protagonist where he came from, and he replied that he came from the village of Zenhi. The man said he had never heard of such a village and did not know in what region. Then Lex explained that to get there, you first need to cross the mountains west of the city. He thought it was unexpected, because the main character was so fond of the idea of becoming an adventure seeker, who told about it without any difficulty. He replied that he knew the shorter way, and it was because he was able to get here so quickly. The protagonist smiled warmly and noted that there was no one ahead. The man replied that he would go first. The girl called the next to herself. She greeted the Lex and introduced to her name. Elma, she is a registrar. She then asked if he really wanted to become an adventurer and enroll in the guild. The main character confidently answered yes, and then asked how she learned. The girl explained that he was so enthusiastically talking to the guarantee personally. Then Elma proposed to register Kaima. She wondered if she was able to write and read. If not, she said she would help, but the guy replied that he would handle it. The protagonist thought about himself that in his past life he was a sage. The girl reached out to him the questionnaire and said that she had to be filled. After receiving the questionnaire, the Lex immediately began to fill all the columns. For a while, he gave the already filled document to the girl. Elma smiled and said that she would check his data again. She then added that he had a very good handwriting. She praised him a good handwriting several times, and then said that they were just looking for people with good writing. The Lex was surprised by her words. Then he firmly clenched his fist and stated that he wanted to be recorded as an adventurer. The girl smiled in response, said she understood everything, but advised to think about it, already retired. Elma calmly informed him that he would prepare for him a practical exam. At this point, a man approached the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He explained that it was a real fight, but in reality, just a check to find out if he had the traits of a real adventure seeker. The Lex returned to the man. It seemed to him that he was behaving as if he is the coolest in the whole building. It was evident that this man was really very strong. At this point, the man turned to Elma and asked if he could take his exam. The girl could not believe heard and asked him again. She emphasized that he was a wealthy of A rank. The man winked and said that the Lex, apparently, a promising adventure seeker if he came to register right now, so as a candidate, he would like to teach him a little. The man leaned to the girl and began to tell her quietly why he decided to do so. Elma sighed and apologized, explaining that his exam would be conducted not by one of the employees of the guild, but by the org, San. The girl added that he sometimes behaves strangely, but as an adventurer of Class A, he can give more tips than someone from their guild. The main character worshipped the man and asked to help him. In response, the man smiled warmly and said that he values his perseverance because he was the same in his youth. At this point, people said that today they are completing the purchase of materials. The protagonist realized that he needed to resolve the question with the dragon. The man asked him if he really wanted to sell something. Lex explained that he needs to pay for his home and food. He was going to sell the materials he received from the monster he hunted. He has no money at all. The man laughed and said that then he had to go to Elma, and while he would take the exam, others would be able to evaluate his goods. The protagonist turned to him and thanked him. He mentally noted that Song was very understanding, and it reassured him. At that moment, he began to get his things out of the magic bag. He outlined the remnants of the dragon in front of him and asked the sentence. At that moment, everyone in the guild froze in surprise. The protagonist said that the dragon would be too large, so he would put him on the floor. His prey occupied almost half of the whole guild. The Lex smiled and, pointing his hand at the green dragon, asked everyone to buy it. After that, the protagonist approached the organ-san and asked for him to wait. He said he was ready to test. However, the man stopped his hand. Orger asked him if he was really hunting for it, to which the main character calmly replied that he just came here on the way. The man asked him if someone helped him. He replied that no, he did everything himself. Then the man wondered if he had his own way, and he explained that he had his head dragged in one blow. Sokka notes that the wings of the dragon are also very strong. The Lex explains that it is a green dragon. The man agrees with him and adds that it is really a green dragon, not vivivert. At this point, the protagonist calmly turned to the man and suggested that the exam start as soon as possible. Hearing this, Organ-san closed his eyes and announced loudly that the Lex had already passed the exam. At the same time, drops of sweat were flowing down his face. These words were struck by the Lexes to the depths of the soul. He said that they were not started. The man explained that everything was fine, because the test was only to test their ability to fight monsters or bandits. Therefore, the exam is not needed for the one who caught the monster himself. The protagonist made the test. The conversation ended. He was then greeted and called a real adventure seeker. The Lex turned to Elma and told that the man said he passed the exam. After that, the Lex wondered if all is well. The girl replied that it was true if the examiner said so. He asked the girl again what to do next. In response, she smiled warmly and congratulated him on the fact that he successfully passed the test. The protagonist again raised his hand up and exclaimed that he finally became an adventure seeker. From now on, he will live as a real adventurer. After a while, Alma handed over to him. She explained that it was an adventure seeker registration card. He must show this stand card to get the task, and after performing it, the adventures start with F-rang and gradually increase their rank, gaining achievements. When your rank is growing, new tasks are discovered before you, so you should try. The protagonist promised that he would make every effort to increase his rank. Elma said that if it were he, Kashan Magiha Hayes, then he would not have to perform so many tasks. But Kashan Majari Hayes did not understand what she meant, so he asked again. In response, she just assured that everything was fine. She told about the dragon and explained that in fact, it is a very difficult thing for them. At the same moment, she stunned him with the words, "This dragon could not be redeemed." Such an answer was a surprise for him. The protagonist was stunned and asked her why she decided so. In his opinion, he suggested that it was probably too much in the market and therefore they lost value. Organ-san asked her what she was in mind and whether she really seemed strange to say she said she couldn't buy it. The girl said that the body of this dragon was extremely beautiful. One of the men in the hood noted that there is simply no other way out. San returned to the girl again and noted that she was exaggerating a little. All that you need to do is just explain the reason. Elma replied that, in her opinion, many already know about numerous expeditions to the dragon. If the dragon is very strong, both countries will fight for their survival. Even if the expedition is successful, traces of battle remain on the bodies of dragons. Therefore, it is quite normal that the materials can be damaged. The girl said that sometimes intact body parts occur, but they are very rare. She said that if you look closely at this dragon, it is almost impossible to see any damage. In addition to the spots, he was all shiny, even the scales shone. Then everyone was very surprised to see this cut. It was made extremely neat. After that, Elma confidently stated that this is why this dragon would completely turn into a treasure. It is said that the dragon has no extra parts, and this dragon is really special. However, they do not have enough money to buy this material. The girl explained that the things should be taken to the capital and put into auction. She asked Lex if he could trust them and leave this dragon in the guild. She assured that they would sell it at a fair price. The Lex agreed. Elma said that if he put this thing for the auction, he would be able to raise considerable money. She was convinced that it would bring great profits, and even raised her voice to emphasize her words. At this point, the protagonist thought that he had no money at all, so nowhere to eat and spend the night. The org, who stood behind him, was stunned. He began to tell the Lex that it is now a huge profit, and he will be able to live in luxury all his life. If he does not put this thing for the auction, then all his life will regret this decision. He added that he urgently needed money. At that moment, the man stretched several coins. The protagonist was surprised and asked if everything was fine, and then thanked him. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with this and that he should take money. Then Lex said he wanted to thank him and then suggested that he accept this gift. Of course, only if he does not mind. The protagonist got a dragon scales from his backpack, apologized to her husband, they say, she is small. The man and all who stood behind him were amazed. The Lex said that everything was fine, but still wanted to thank him. The man replied to this that he would be gratitude and then asked if he could take it. Then Organ-san was very happy, hugged the main character firmly and said that today dinner at his expense, so you can order everything that the soul desires. After a while, they decided to go a snack and drink. In the nearest bar, they arranged a real feast until they were tired. There was nothing more. After the bar, the main character invented the room. Returning home, he fell on the bed and gladly remembered what San organizers and his friends were energetic. But such should be real adventure seekers. It's so exciting. Lex thought that his adventure life would begin tomorrow. He was moved and felt that he could not wait for this moment. The next day, the main character came to the guild. He decided to see what new tasks are now. Going to the board with ads, he carefully considered the proposed quests, but did not find what he needed among them. At that moment, a stranger turned to him. He called him a dragon and wondered if he really was looking for adventures. The protagonist confidently stated that at first he wanted to take the task of rank F. The guy suddenly changed his mood and said with surprise that even such as he, with F rank, exist. Then he wished him luck. The guy said it was still worth trying. Lex promised that he would really do, though he thought he said it was strange. After that, he decided to look for a task for himself. He had to look for a long time before he finally found a daily task of rank F. In this task, it was necessary to collect herbs. The main character looked at this task and decided to take it. 3 copper coins pay for 10 herbs, but this task can be done daily. Therefore, the more herbs you gather, the more money you get. Then he mentioned that Sank from the organization said something important. If the task fails, there will be no punishment. Typically, tasks have a limited time or must meet the customer's requirements. If you take a job that is not ranked and not fulfilled it, it will bring punishment. Therefore, for the first task, it is best to choose daily tasks, because they have no punishment. However, it still happens that such tasks are not always worth paying attention. The protagonist thought that this man taught him. He not only lent him money, but also shared useful information. This is a really generous person. In addition, in his village, the hero has already collected the necessary herbs. When the Lex was about to agree to this task, another guy called him. He asked if the Lex was going to take this mission. The protagonist smiled and said he just wanted to collect herbs. The stranger replied that even children can collect herbs here. The guy noted that the Lex was already an adult, and then asked if he was an adventure seeker, as they were. The hero thought that this guy looks like a warrior, and a girl next to him was a real Modrier. He accepted that girl in the hat for the sorceress, and the boy in glasses for the monk. He asked them if it was. Everyone confirmed. The guy introduced himself as Jiro. He is the head of the Hunters of the Dragons. The magician said she asked him not to use this name, but the guy noted that he liked it. The monk supported him. They say the name is wonderful. And she became embarrassed and said Jiro that she was very shameful. The protagonist at that moment smiled and said that it seems cool. Jiro replied that he understood him. This situation rarely happens. He thought they could become friends. The guy said that once he has become an adventure seeker, he should celebrate as a real adult. Jiro continued to explain that if he only fulfills herbs collection, he would not be able to raise his rank. At this point, the guy began to share his plans and confessed that he wanted to surpass the legendary Dragoner. The protagonist asked him again, and Jiro explained that he heard that he had come to the guild yesterday and asked him to sell the dragons in good condition. Flex thought about his words and remembered that someone else had already done the same. Even if it was only rumors, Flex was convinced that the stranger coped with the dragon more skillfully than himself. Jiro's explained that the dragon won too skillfully. Because of this, The guild would not be able to redeem it. Therefore, they decided to auction in the royal capital. He added, "If you are a real man, you have to do the job as he did." The guy said they would take the task of destroying monsters. If you have to do simple things, such as collecting herbs, it is better to look for something more difficult. After that, he added that they would still meet. The magician said apology and explained that the guy always says everything that would come to his mind. He is very confident, but in fact, it is not a bad person. After a while, the protagonist went to the forest to accomplish the collection of medicinal herbs. Walking the path, he said that these plants should be somewhere nearby. Lex thought it was a common thing for the village. If you think, it looks like the work of adventurers. He did not understand why it was considered special. The protagonist decided to look for herbs in the shade, hoping to find them, and it was at that moment that he was lucky. He came across the right plant. It consisted mainly of leaves and had an interesting feature. If you do not touch the root, the plant will grow again and again in the same place. Having collected the necessary herbs, the Lex moved on. He needed a lot, so he easily filled his basket without stopping for a long time. The protagonist looked around and noticed that many different grasses were growing here. He is a little sorry that the progress of the task is not reflected now, but he was also glad because he will soon be able to return the Organ Dankshan 5 coins. In their village, they collected medicinal herbs because there were no shops. Therefore, his first plan was to collect herbs and sell them. It turned out that it even has fun. Well, he decided to become an adventure seeker. The protagonist smiled, spent his hand on his hair, and said that he had already collected a lot, so it was time to go. He listened and heard the noise of trees and some other sounds coming from a certain side. He realized where this was heard, so he used magic again on his shoes. He climbed high into the sky to look at everything from above and explore the situation. Suddenly, in a distance, he noticed an angry boar rushing on the road. This creature is called the Forest Devil, and it is very strong. The Forest Devil moves even faster than a horse, and his skin is almost invulnerable. Such monsters often appear, causing disasters in nature and people. But most frightened that they almost always attack the group. The Lex thought how they managed to move on constantly, leaving no hint at a stop in the forest. If so continues, the city may be in danger. If the boars move at such a speed, then within an hour they will reach the cities of Tugain. The protagonist thought that adventurers should take care of the safety of people. There is a rule in the guild. Those who attack the city should definitely come out of adventure hunters. This is their task. When monsters appear, the guild sends everyone to destroy them to protect the cities. This is how the adventurers are trusting people in cities and countries. They also told stories about brave travelers who defended the cities from monsters. All children were fond of these legends that were passed down from generation to generation. So the Lex decided to implement these fairy tales in real life for children. When the green dragon remains, he is indifferent to other things, but he cares not to harm the forest. Then he wondered if these fierce boars chased after someone. The protagonist noticed that they were moving not just to the city. Sometimes it was even difficult to understand where they were going. He was illuminated. They seemed to catch up with someone. Then he noticed how adventurers flee from them. He thought that they probably accidentally entered the boars. If someone is here, you would use strong magic too risky. The protagonist rushed to the ground. He realized that it was necessary to avoid disorder in the forest. To do this, he will have to use another type of magic to succeed. The Lex rushed forward again. He decided in his thoughts, we should get to the main one in this pack. Looking at, Lex realized that the fugitive adventurers were Gyro and his team. At the same moment, the nun broke through the root of the tree and fell. Gyro saw it and immediately called her by name. But suddenly, a whole flock of wild boars rusted on her, just on her. She sat and trembled with fear. But suddenly, to the surprise of everyone, the main character landed right in front of the girl. Even wild boars did not expect such. They stopped sharply. Jiro, along with his team, froze with surprise when Lex clearly stated that he was now an enemy of boar. Jiro, along with their team, fled from a flock of wild boars. He shouted loudly about the danger and decided to remember how they got into this situation. The magician summoned him by name and said that he was to blame for everything because he decided to say that they could go even further. But others did not want it. Jiro told her to remain silent because no one thought that they could find them here. But it was at this moment that the boar continued to step forward and the guy barely restrained the husky. He could not believe that everyone was forgotten here. Initially, only weak monsters, goblins and kobolds, were found around. He once learned to fight for a former adventurer, and in the beginning, it was good. In their team, there was a healer who could heal the wounds with magic. He believed that if he chose this place, he could easily win. But now they have serious problems. The whole group fled from these dangerous monsters. Jiro thought he had never heard of such before. There were usually adventurers, guards, or knights near the city who came out to destroy monsters. It should be safe here, this is how adults always said. But it is quite dangerous here. Large and horrible monsters will roam around. He immediately imagined the head of a fierce boar. It was at this moment that one of his comrades stumbled. Jiro called to Norb in his name. He decided that he had to help her because she fell. Looking at, the guy saw how the monster almost ran to her. The guy realized that they would be trapped now. E decided that he would not be able to save her because the monsters were very dangerous and strong. Jiro thought that it was better for him to escape and not pay attention to it, otherwise he himself could also crush him. But the rest of his heart sought to help her. He tried to drive away these thoughts, convincing himself that was too late. While he was conceived, a stranger appeared in front of them and, shouting loudly, rushed to the boar leader. Griro was surprised to watch what was happening. At this point, the protagonist stood before him and his team and stated that he is now opposed to the monsters. The guy was surprised and wondered if he came to their rescue. He was the same age as himself, but despite this, it looked very strong. The protagonist at that moment thought that he had time in time. Now he needed to help the group Jiro. He noticed that Norb was wounded. With such a leg, she would not be able to go further. Although he now wants to help her, he must be careful. If something is wrong, it can make evil boars. He began to think about how to cure her without moving. At this point, the right of the protagonist broke out with energy. He decided to apply one of his skills. The hero directed his hand for a girl and used treatment at a distance. The girl was surprised that the pain disappeared suddenly. Lex thought it really helps them stay here. He understood that it was not necessary to approach Norb. The only way out is to use a far, active medical call. The protagonist decided to collect all these monsters and take a fight. He shouted loudly to the girl to go away. She agreed. The Lex looked at the boys and realized that he would not say they would equally attack him. Vapri wanted to take advantage of their weight to crush people. However, the Lex was determined to prevent it. The most powerful attachment is called wood. With its help, ordinary trees turn into flexible vines that weave and grasp the enemy, like ivy. This mesh is woven from trees that are very flexible and strong. In addition, it is also fascinated, so boars will no longer be able to escape. The magician recorded what she was interested in, what this magic was, because she had never seen it before. Norb wondered if someone could really use magic without saying. The Lex replied that during the battle the main is not the spell itself. The protagonist believed that he had memories of his 2 past lives, so he thought he would be able to fight without difficulty. But these memories did not give the real experience of battle, so it was clear why he did not really know how to fight properly. Lex said that an experienced adventurer should solve this problem reasonably. After that, he removed his sword and stated that it had come. The ray of magic hit the sky. He needs to direct electricity from the sky to his sword to create a large light blade filled with a powerful zipper. The main character was extremely stubborn. He ordered the boars to accept a well-deserved punishment and then called for a lightning strike. This shapeless blade from lightning takes away life simply by burning the enemy from the inside. The sword kills without even touching the enemy. This is the skill that the teacher asked him to master in his past life, so that the hero could achieve the highest technique of sword possession. The protagonist mentioned how he once did with a smug smile in front of the teacher. Then the mentor often repeated to him that it was wrong, but in reality, everything was not true. The Lex was convinced that he could remove them without damaging the skin. He smiled sweetly, looked at the boys, and said that everything was over, asking them how they were feeling. The protagonist asked if they were injured. The magic girl replied that everything was fine with them. The forces of magic were exhausted, but fortunately, no one was injured. The Lex asked why there was no magic, and then added that it would be dangerous without it until they returned to the city. The girl confidently replied that everything is under control. However, he did not listen to her. He just apologized and applied his ability to pass Manu. The girl asked what it was. The main character gently explained to her that he shared with her part of his mani. Now she will be able to use her magic. The girl realized that she was now full. This could not happen with mania. The Lex assured that if everything is fine with her, then he would take these boredoms with him so far. At that moment, Gyro called him and asked to wait. The protagonist raised his head and asked if something important happened. The guy bowed his head low and thanked him for his life. The protagonist reassured him, saying that for a traveler it is a common matter. After that, the guy asked his name. The Lex asked him the same thing again. He agreed. The guy knows his name, although the Lex never called his Lex. The main character reached out and introduced himself to Lex. He said they would be able to cooperate. Jiro shook his hand and blushed. The Lex looked at him carefully and immediately realized that something was wrong. He asked aloud if he was concerned about something. Jaros confessed that he really knows nothing and does not understand. He considered himself strong only because he was able to defeat those goblins. But because of his self-confidence, he almost destroyed the whole group. The guy noted that it was because of this that his older brother turned to a person like him. Now he felt a change in the character of this man. The protagonist replied that he was exaggerating. Jiro grabbed the protagonist for his clothes, and his face became red with excitement. He confessed that he has long been admired by the power of his older brother. The guy dropped on his knees in front of him and asked him to take him from his students. The protagonist was amazed at how the events unfolded. He believed that he had a first student, but in fact he did not need his help. After a while, the Lex returned to the city. He went conceived and remembered how he received an increase in rank D only for the task of collecting healing herbs. He performed the task of F. It was his first mission, and thanks to it he immediately raised his rank twice. The protagonist mentioned how he quarreled with the girl and asked in surprise how that could happen. She only replied that everything was about it. At that moment, Jiro ran up to him and said that he was waiting for his brother, because he had already become a D-rang hunter. At that moment, the girl mother grabbed the boy by the collar and stated that he was going with her. They still had to report about the tasks of destroying Goblin and Kobund. The Lex, watching it, thought that the guy was looking like a pet. The protagonist thought that he was a little worried when he was asked to become a teacher, but in reality, it was not so scared. He even liked that he was so sincerely addressed, because in past lives, people often came up with bad intentions. Sometimes he was praised as a hero or sage, hoping that he would support their business. But there were also those who tried to steal all his research. At that moment, Alma noticed that he thought. She asked if something happened. He replied that everything was fine. The girl told him that he deserved a reward of 15 gold coins for collected 50 bundles of herbs. She wanted to add something else, but he interrupted it. The protagonist asked her if she could explain why he rose in the rating. The Bagretsky and the Viscount of the Grimmer estate. His gentleman is about to return from the auction and the city, so by this time he needs to find an adventurer who won the dragon. He could not imagine that he would refuse to invite for dinner, and because of this, the guild would receive the right to defend his adventures. After that, it was no longer possible to negotiate, so he had to come and negotiate with this adventure personally. The girl welcomes John in the Adventurers Guild and asks if the adventure seeker has already arrived. She says he was here recently but seems to have gone on a journey, and the man understands it. I wonder what kind of hunter for dragons. The guild did not want to reveal the details, so far no one knows who will be able to see it. He can no longer wait. He believes that the hunter on the dragon's somewhere in the middle of this crowd. One guy asks to look carefully at his armor. They shine and look so gorgeous, almost like preciousness. Every fan will immediately guess that it is an unusual armor. The man understands that this guy is probably one of them. He asks for a minute, but the guy asks who he is. The man seems and says he would be glad to hear his name unless he cares. The guy is called Org. John says that now, at the request of Viscount Grimar, he is looking for an adventurer who meets special requirements. For example, even an inexperienced person understands that if a strong man is gorgeous armor, this quality of armor is precisely unusual. The guy smiles and realizes that he realized everything right. It is a special armor created by the Master Proud, and there are no surprises. This armor is made of a dragon scales. John is very surprised to hear that. The dragon was recently auctioned, so no one could get his scales, so he can only get it after hunting the dragon. So the young man is surprised to notice that he already has a dragon scales. The man is wondering where he is, and he thinks what to answer. He pretends that he apparently got it during one task. He was lucky that he was then taken over by this find. Jack believes that this is a very weak excuse. He looks like he just doesn't want to open his true person. If Jack knows the true cause, he will be able to influence him. To get such a good armor, the guy agrees, regardless of whether he is a well-known adventure seeker or not. John suddenly realizes that he accidentally confessed. He considers himself a hunter for dragons, so he asks whether the interlocutor wants to get acquainted with his mentor, the same master who is looking for strong adventurers who can become knights. If he agrees, he can be taken as a knight. What is his answer? The man replies that he does not want to attract extra attention. John assures that his gentleman will be able to resolve this issue. He may not respond immediately. It is possible to first dinner with his mentor and then give an answer. John explains that they prepare a lot of delicious food for him. The guy agrees that it is possible. John realizes that they managed to agree, but now you need to convince the boy to become a vassal of Lord. He believes that he easily convinces the man because he only thinks of his muscles. Then, having received permission from him, he goes, agreeing to meet when she is ready. The guy agrees and conducts the eyes of a man who goes away. Everyone around fades with surprise. They realized that it was the gentleman who personally invited Orga to become a knight. It is difficult for them to believe that he ignored many others and chose this guy who has no combat experience. One guy asks the other not to say that, but the second replies that he was taken to work because he wore armor from the scales of the dragon. However, he does not seem special. His brother believes that Orga was called after they evaluated his abilities. Only armor helped him to choose. In fact, it was only a scales of the green dragon he gave him. No one would have guessed that it was a quality armor. She appeared because Agur has honed the technique that he taught him proudly, and the scales for her took it just because they were free. So this armor remained only a trial model. He does not believe that she can look incredible. It seems strange to him, and he becomes scared of his own stupidity. They were going to work out, but first decided to complete several tasks. His brother almost forgot. Today, they should have an art class. Someone suggests starting workout right here. A small group of people gathered nearby. One of them asks what they will do and whether he will teach them some secret technology. The girl tells him that he is stupid and will not show the secret technique of such a disobedience. The guy gets angry with her, but the other guy soothes them and offers to start with magic strengthening the body. However, he knows that this guy is not able to use magic because he simply does not understand the witch at all. Everyone in the body circulates the mana, just some of them, but someone is smaller, but there is no person who has no mana. He asks to look carefully. He focuses on the hand in his palm and then waves his hand. The guy slams his fist on the ground, and under his blow, the soil begins to crumble. Other students carefully observe behind this. This is basic magic to strengthen the body. When the body covers the mana, the muscles become stronger and speed and protection increase. This technique is useful not only to soldiers, but also to magicians and priests. The guy shakes dust from his palms and asks if they saw it. Still, just right? But everyone replies that no. The magic of body strengthening seems simple if a person feels Manu, but the guy says it is not so easy. The girl is surprised because he did not use any spell. How did he succeed? They cannot understand whether they could do so. It seems to them that they have a lack of abilities. Although body enhancement is called magic, it is actually more about the circulation of mana throughout the body, so it does not need to control the lady with the help of a shake. He no longer needs to pronounce a spell to get the full effect of magic, so he rises to the level above in possession of silent magic. The girl is wondering and asks why he speaks so confidently, as if he knows everything in the world. The girl tries to concentrate Manu. She feels her nearby, but it is very difficult to manage it. Mana moves not to where she would like. Despite everything, they already feel Manu. This means that they practiced magic for many years. Without this, it is impossible to manage the mania. The girl looks at her hands and thinks, she seems to feel Manu, but not sure of it. Since Meguri is a thief, she always rests on her own intuition. It looks like she really manages to feel Manu. Meguri, most likely, the first to master the magic of strengthening the body, but Jiro, the guy is already tired, but still decides to try again. However, this time his fist just hit the ground. He cannot imagine his maniflo, and he has his hands sore. Is there a more effective way to train it? When three of them finally mastered what the guy tried to teach them, they demonstrated their skills together. The girl says that this skill is very useful because they were able to master it so quickly. Now it can fight even when enemies surround them from all sides. The girl in glasses says that her protection has increased more than force. She also notes that these changes have become even more useful for secret tasks. Magic enhances certain traits depending on its personal qualities, as well as further enhances those characteristics that correspond to the profession. In the meantime, Jiro cries and asks a man if he can do it. He replies that he would take it because he trained for a long time to succeed. Jiro is surprised by such an answer. Gero tells the boy that he is incredible, and it surprises him. He is immediately interested in what the workout was. He remembered how the man explained, no matter how many men you have, if he was not able to control it. The true secret is in the combat spirit. If he has a strong spirit, he will be able to use the mana even without hissing. He completely forgot about the morale because he became interested in the study of the laws of the universe. Thanks to his knowledge, he was called the Sage. The guy tells that he trained a lot and sought to understand the reasons for all this. What was the impetus? What is the meaning? What a consequence? And what laws act? If he realized it all, he would be able to repeat the result. However, Jiro does not understand what it is about. Just saying, he needs to understand what a mana is. Jiro is wondering if a special talent for magic is needed to understand, because it seems impossible for warriors. But the guy advises to pay attention to Meguri. She is an ordinary thief, but she managed to master it. He asks if Norb saw that therapeutic magic. Having received the answer that this magic is truly impressive. If the wound is not serious, it will disappear without any trace. When magic is used on Jiro, he feels almost nothing, only a little softness. However, the guy said he felt Manu. Imagine that when someone uses the magic of healing, it comes out of the energy of man. Try to draw it in imagination. We need to convince Jiro that he is experiencing Manu, but Jiro hastily draws conclusions and is wrong. Suddenly the guy falls to the ground, and everything around shudders. Everyone is worried and looking hard at him, because he lies in the middle of a large pit, which he made his fall. Everyone began to admire the boy and coincided with him. He managed to do it. He asked with a smile, whether it was worth worrying that he was about to explode. The protagonist apologizes for what happened, but for him, an explosion is a victory. He sincerely considers it his success. After the gyro has mastered the use of mana, it causes a few more beats. He rejoices because it is really cool. He did not even imagine that he could do something so cool. The main character is grateful for the warm words, but notes that they cause harm to nature. They praise him. They say he is a wonderful teacher because even Jiro learned from him. The girl believes that they accurately became stronger at one level and maybe even more, but Lex believes that it exaggerates a little. The girl in the hat asks why Jiro exploded before. The guy explains that he gathered a lot of mana, but did not change the direction of her movement. She is surprised if he has accumulated so much energy. For example, if you are constantly pouring water into a leather wand, it will eventually be scaled. The same thing happens with mania. The magic of body reinforcement acts as follows. A small amount of mana moves on the body so that the body becomes stronger. In the case of Jiro, his body creates so much mana that it can simply break it from the inside. If too much of this energy accumulates, you must get rid of it and release it. The girl thinks, and the guy explains to her that it is all thanks to magic. He says that magic in humans occurs when mana is born and accumulates inside the body. It is the theory of using mana without spells. If you release the manu, you can welcome without words. The girl understands that this is how he manages to create magic without any spells. If they just do it, they will only release a clean manu. To use magic without respell, they need to give it a certain property and process it properly. She understands that she will be able to use magic without spells because she was born a magician, so it will be easy and fast to learn how to learn it. He believes that there are things that every magician needs to know, but he does not tell others as a teacher. Norber approaches the Lex and asks whether she also wants to learn magic without monotonous repetitions. The Lex replies that she is interesting, but there is something more important, and she points her finger. Jiro is completely stationary, lies on the ground. He has ended mana. It is often the case with those who are too fond of mastering magic. The guy asked him to give him a little rest. Norb sighed lightly because he was not sick, but simply fell. She did not even suspect that the use of magic could be fallen off. Or perhaps such fatigue was because it is a special kind of magic that takes a lot of strength. The protagonist tells her that she exaggerates, but suddenly something explodes behind, and this time Maguri lies on the ground. The guy carries a girl in his arms. They jumped many times. The girl apologizes to him, but the guy asks her not to apologize. He is guilty of not warning about the possible consequences. Suddenly the mine falls to the ground, and the protagonist apologizes. Now 3 of the 4 are no longer mana, so they should use their strength from now on. In the house of Wakeout, a butler, Grimarumar, meets the owner. John tells her husband that he looks great and is wondering if he was desirable. Although Goodsy's Baron was worth a lot of money, he still raised the price, as if specifically wanted to scare him. Because of this, I had to spend much more than necessary. However, he still got the nucleus of the dragon, which is so needed by Celia. This increased the accuracy of its predictions. John asks whether it was done for this purpose, to which the man replies, because predictions are very important for managing the territory. In this world, many people are able to guess with magic, but it far exceeds them all. She is a real master in magic of divination, called Forsyth. It is extremely accurate in everything, and it affects the management of the lands of Visconta Germer. John is wondering how dragons' materials are used in magic, but Viscount knows nothing about it. For him, the main thing, these materials will accurately enhance the prediction of village. If she understands how to use them, this is enough. It is even more important for him how things are going on. John is surprised to respond to this question. He exhales and asks the man to calm down. He has already contacted the necessary adventure seeker. Now only his master has to agree with him. He asks if he will agree. He realized that he was seeking power, just like everyone else. He seemed to want to get a position that would not catch his eyes. He may have been tormented by conscience, or he was just looking for who could support him. The man says that this is not so important. Now they will have to meet with the disaster that Celia predicted. John realizes that this is the disaster she had previously warned. Celia said that she had a terrible vision. She saw his land covered by fire, and someone helps this evil. At first, he could not believe it. But there were a dragon, malicious boars, and dark cliffs right here. Each of these monsters posed a serious danger. In such a short time, this could not happen. To make it all happen, a special reason was needed. It will happen here on this earth. John asks if he thinks so. He will not allow this adventure seeker to get to another aristocrat. Let it start to prepare for dinner immediately, and be sure to find out how this adventure seeker is called. In a few days, the girl, well-dressed, turns to her father. He asks what happened to the village. She must tell him about her predictions. The father is wondering if she saw something else. She agrees and thanks him for the dragon's core, which he gave her. Now the girl sees everything much clearer. She likes it very much. She is convinced that spending so much money on this thing was a real luck. She cannot find words for gratitude, because now her prediction has become much more accurate. The man looks at the girl in surprise and asks that she saw this time. The girl seems to say something, and her father looks at her anxiously. She saw a group of monsters she had never met. They filled the whole land. The man was stunned by her and looked at her in surprise. He said that if she said such words, it would definitely come true. He did the right thing that he invited an adventure seeker for this case. After recent events, he began to look at everything, so he decided to do so, to invite an experienced traveler. But this trip is not ordinary at all, because it is a person who was able to defeat the dragon himself. Celia is genuinely surprised. The man explained that the dragon's donated dragon belonged to one adventurer from whom he received it. After the dragon was killed, she was surprised that the adventurer managed to defeat such a powerful beast. John said that 3 malicious Vera was recently auctioned. Another evil boar was purchased by a local lord. This adventurer hero was able to defeat all these dangerous boys on his own. The girl was very surprised. In addition, it was this adventure seeker who had overcome the dragon a few days ago. And that's not all. A dark block made his way into the city, but some adventurer was able to win it. Most likely the same person did it. The girl notices something interesting. She asks her father how this traveler is called. The father replies that his name is Org. The girl pronounces the boy's name, realizing that only he is able to become a savior of this land. At this point, the orc sneezes, rubs the nose, and thinks about whether someone is mentioned somewhere. People who stood behind assure that they did not talk about him. Today, all the hope of Remora Valcon was laid on one special adventure seeker. The whole company lay on the ground to rest a little. Everyone is tired. It's been a long time since the girl moved so much for the last time. They stood in the rear. Their main task was to cover companions with magic. Magic for strengthening the body is really striking, but it is not necessary to rely on it, otherwise it will turn into problems. The protagonist suggested making a small pause to restore a little mana. The girl wondered if they would continue. It is better to train when mana is not enough. It is better remembered and learned to appreciate it. The minimal amount of mana required to activate the magic of body strengthening is similar to a situation where people see that they have little money or food, and they begin to spend it very carefully. The guy is raised and says he has already recovered. He is not quite confident, but after a short break, all the fatigue has disappeared, and now he has so much strength. Ellefson says that he is finally the best student of his brother. The girl is wondering and asks what it is related to the case, but does not rule out that it is somehow related. When asked what she means, she explains, Yarrow is very hardy because he is a warrior, but he still needs to return strength. He still cannot move freely. His endurance has not yet recovered. He says he learned something from Lex, but in fact he showed nothing to him. The protagonist suddenly understands something and addresses Jiro to use magic to strengthen the body. Jiro agrees to help. However, the guy suddenly notices that he gets tickling. The protagonist immediately understands he has a feature related to magic. He believed that Nina and other magicians were already aware of it. By adding some property to a colorless mansion, it could be turned into magic of fire or wind. The magic of body aggravation is a magic that makes the body stronger. To do this, you need to skip the manu all over the body, using a colorless manu. There is no colorless mana in magic, but there is one of the usual elements. He confirms it confidently. The next level in this magic is already a strengthening with a certain natural property. They again ask about the fascinated property. Jiro says it sounds cool. The guy asks to wait because he can no longer use it. Jiro gladly says that he is really very cool, and the girl asks him not to rush or run away from her. The protagonist tells that it was Jiro who introduced Norba to the magic of recovery, which is combined with the magic of body strengthening. All these difficulties appeared through Jiro's ideas. It is only an assumption, but because he knows this feeling well, he could unconsciously turn a colorless manu into a holy manu for the magic of recovery. In other words, the magic of recovery depends not only on the power of his faith. She cannot believe that it is possible, but it is only an assumption. The attribute that the guy added to his magic refers to increased treatment. It is a kind of restorative magic, as well as there is, for example, increased fire. The girl asks if it turns out that each element has its own. This is true. There are 6 attributes in magic: earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. There are also artificially created properties, such as lightning or ice. In addition, you can add a protective property, such as resistance to poisons. There are many different abilities, and it is very convenient, because you can use them as you like, depending on your needs. It turns out that if it is still trained, will it be able to use the magic of body reinforcement with different properties? It's really cool. In this situation, the boys offer not to stop and train further, even though they have not yet had time to relax. If they do not rush, it will gain strength as quickly that it will become even more powerful than them and will be able to defeat the same giant monsters as his brother. But the girl claims that it is impossible. Suddenly, everything shuddered. Everyone is wary of looking forward, shocked by what is happening. The protagonist jumps, feeling anxious anticipation and not realizing that it is a strange feeling inside him. Everyone goes after a man and suddenly notice this is a real viper, a giant snake. The girl asks if she is too big, because even more than the evil boars, which he had previously met. They ask him for a monster. The protagonist explains that this creature came from the demonic world. Yes, but such a monster should not exist in our world. Its sizes are simply incredible, even for enchanting or challenge. But it doesn't matter, Jiro says. They have to defeat her and ask the girl not to be bored. They have already mastered the magic of body reinforcement, but the protagonist does not advise to do so. As you can see from its name, it is a cursed snake, and everyone is surprised when they see it. Just approaching it, you can get damage from its poisonous vapors. This monster is also called the Knight. Viper has a huge body and moves very rapidly. Even without a curse, this creature is extremely strong. The girl asks how they can overcome such an enemy. After all, only 3 of them are able to use magic, so they decide to return to the city and report all the guilds. If it is a monster from a demonic world, it is a task for the Hungers, Arang. If they do not cope, he will stop him. The girl says the curse will fall on him. This monster moves very quickly, despite its size. She asks what he will do with this curse. The girl confesses that he does not have the strength to remove the curse. Even if you turn to the high priest, the removal of such a curse will be very expensive. He is about to demonstrate to everyone how strong the magic of strengthening the body is just during a real battle. There is a glow around the guy that surrounds his body. It uses the power of light and is covered with a sacred cover. One of the advantages of this ability is that it not only enhances attacks against evil creatures, it gives even more opportunities. The protagonist stands in front of a huge snake that is able to repel the curse. He suddenly jumps and flies straight to her, raising his arms up. The main character finds herself in her mouth and has time to settle there. The protagonist realizes that it is the end, and gathering all his forces, attacks the snake from the inside. The snake flies up, and the protagonist thinks that he launched it too far. Jiro turns to the guy and says that everything is over. This is how everything happens when you master the magic of body reinforcement. You can use different properties and effects and effortlessly win the enemy. The guy says Jiro that the one who learns to completely cover himself with the magic of recovery will eventually repeat what he knows. Jiro does not believe and asks whether he says seriously. The girl returns to Lex and says that the threat of monsters from the demonic world seems to have disappeared. But Lex does not share her thoughts. Viper Silit is a huge and fierce monster. Due to its size and cruelty, it is not suitable for call. It believes that there is a gate somewhere that leads to the world of demons. Since he could not immediately feel the cursed viper, he decided that the gates were hidden behind some magical barrier. He is convinced that the gate will go somewhere, so he will go to destroy them, and at the same time to collect materials from a damn viper. Suddenly, Jiro exclaims the boy that he is incredible. The girl asks not to do so because he scared her. You do nothing. Suddenly a huge monster appeared, and the older brother took and defeated him. He is such a cool, real hero of legends. Jiro dreams of becoming as strong as his brother. He believes that he will once be able to show everyone who is able to fight worse. Suddenly, Gero begins to shudder and does not understand that it is a strange feeling, and then the same thing begins to feel. One guy raised his hand up and said that something was approaching here. Everyone raised their heads and see a silhouette with wings in the sky. No one can understand who it is. The demon with horns and wings stands in front of people. They are frightened and cannot understand what the creation is. Suddenly he begins to land near them. The girl wants to do something, but everyone noticed that she cannot move. Jiro is asked whether the demons that legends are about to exist. The girl replies that they really are. The demon asks for its existence and finally realizes everything. In contrast, people live only for about 100 years. Even magic that continues life can give them another 100 years. So after a long exile, people have been wiped out of history. The wicked demon exclaims that they are all just stupid if they dare to forget about their sworn enemies. The girl asks a demon why he does it all. The demon laughs and says that it is funny to see how she wants to save a wounded man. But the time of rest has already passed. Suddenly he jumps forward and declares everyone that they do not survive here. The girl returns to Gero and he hears her. He boldly stands in front of the demon and prepares to attack him. Thanks to the magic of body strengthening, it can move as fast as it wants to hit a demon. But the girl picks him up and flies with him because the demon attacks it, throwing the black sphere. The demon asks whether they really thought they could evade this blow, but the attack suddenly changes the direction and flies on them. Jira quickly realizes that it is a self-drawn attack, and in thought recognizes that things are very bad. He thinks that if it has already come, then it is worth trying. Then he appeals to Mina to apply her magic to strengthen the body. She does not quite understand why it is needed, but agrees to help. The guy grabs her hand and asks to stop. The girl looks at him in a confusion without understanding what he wants. He raises the girl and throws her high into the sky with a swing. The girl screams with fear, and the demon only laughs in response. The demon tells him that he just tries to sacrifice himself so that his friends can escape. However, the guy rushes to the attack and screams so that the demon does not make underestimation. However, the demon promises that Jiro will die before he can get to him. Jiro replies that that is why he managed to hit him before his death. The demon rushes to the guy with the sphere, and he barely has time to protect himself. It is difficult for him to hold a blow. The demon screams and demands that it finally disappears. But the guy confidently states that this is not the case, after which he is strongly rushed forward. The demon was struck by an unexpected blow. The guy waved his hand and shouted that he would not despise him. He was able to hit the demon just in the face. The demon falls to the ground and the guy gets his sword and preparing to strike a decisive blow. The guy with a shout is waving and finally struck. He attacks the demon just in the forehead, and he does not even have time to do anything. Dust rises at the sight of the impact. The guy asks a demon that he thinks about it. The demon smiles and says Norb that his plan worked. The girl looks out of the tree, smiles and nods approvingly, agreeing with him. That's right. They had a plan. When Gurasan gave a sign after she helped Maguri, he secretly answered his signal when he threw a mine. Norb understood this message, and when he saw he jumped directly under the attack of the demon, he understood. He asked her to create a protective spell. For a few minutes the girl hid behind a tree and watched carefully at everything. Therefore, he had a spell to strengthen the body that his brother taught, the protective magic of Norb and a little power from the elemental healing that remained in his magic. Based on these three protection, he decided to challenge the demon. As a result, it all ended well. He sat on the grass and felt the pain in the whole body. The guy reports that he is all right and he is alive, but suddenly a demon appears in front of him and starts shouting at him, insulting and humiliating him. The demon screams that people do not even dare and think that they can defeat him. It destroys them all. The demon attacks again, and the guy realizes with horror that he is still alive, because in fact, they do not have the power to defeat him. The demon mocks them, says it is extremely stupid, and promises to make them ask for fast death. The guy smiles and says that they seem to have managed to win enough time. The demon looks at him with surprise. Jiro asks if he noticed something. Directly behind him is the one who will make him ask for a quick death. It is at this point that the hero attacks from his back. He manages to strike a demon in his back, from which he screams loudly and writes from pain after a boy strike. The protagonist apologized for his late, and with a smile added that everything took on himself. Everyone looks at the main character with smiles, and he says he seems to have come just in time. After he took away the body of the cursed snake, he did not leave an alarming anticipation. He decided to return as soon as possible, but did not expect to meet a demon, the enemy of all humanity. Although he captured him by surprise and rejected far away, this is not the end. He will definitely return because he worries for his comrades. Nolan and Mina seem to feel good, though they ended with a mana. Maguri seems to have healed her, but Jiro is very injured and barely holding on his feet. The protagonist understands that he needs to cure them before the demon returns. His hand begins to glow, and he uses a powerful treatment. A light of light appears around him. Everyone is surprised to look at their bodies, because all the wounds have disappeared. Jiro thanks him, and the guy asks everyone to stay behind. He will take care of the demon. In fact, he would like to help in this battle, but he does not want to be a burden. So he decided to just rely on him. The guy with a smile calms everyone, asks not to worry, and assures that the demon is on it, so you can rely on him. The demon screams that people are worthless and is surprised how they dreamed of such. The main character again asks and confesses that he was deceived by the same pathetic people. It turns out that he is weaker than them, and because of this, the demon is even more angry. He yells at the main character, ordered to silence, and prepares one attack in each hand. The protagonist confidently states that he will not give him chaos into his world. The main power of demons is a dark flash, but it does not feel any powerful energy. Is this really low-level demon? The guy watches carefully and notices that the black hole is still a threat. He realizes that it is a gate. Most likely, they connect their world with the world of demons. These gates are even more dangerous than the demon itself. The gate is very close to the city. He needs to defeat the demon as soon as possible and destroy this gate. After that, he thinks a little. The guy believes that if the demon and the gate have the same force, then you can kill them both at the same time. He proposes to become a little more serious, gets his vaginal sword and says it is time to start. The demon roars from rage, but the main character retains calm. He stands, focuses, and activates a magical sword. The main character finds himself right in front of the demon and creates a gap in space. The demon is shocked and begins to scream loudly from the unexpected attack of the boy. The opening of reality, the break of space. It is a magic that is indifferent to the laws of the universe. It cuts everything that stands in its path, causing a spatial attack that ignores any magical or physical protection. The protagonist runs and thinks that he has not used powerful magic for a long time. He rejoices that everything has passed easily and without problems, waves his hand and reports that he has already finished. All four look at the main character. Jiro recalls how he boasts recently with his incredible force, but now it became clear that this force was not so great. The girl says the demon and the gate were destroyed by only one blow. She is sure that if they had told someone, no one would believe. The protagonist, following Confucian views, thinks the same way. The guy asks Elma what happened. The girl explains that his award was finally received for the green dragon and evil boars. The protagonist rejoices and says that he still waited for this moment. The girl tells that they received a reward for evil boars from the feudal lord, so their reward was counted together. Jiro happily says Aniki dreams of becoming rich, and he is surprised, but the girl only sighs and warns, "You should not underestimate these dragons, even if it is just a green dragon." She suggested that they go to the waiting room to receive their reward. The man wondered if you can do everything as usual. But this time the amount was very large, so it was better to do it in the waiting room. Jiro realizes that he never knows how much Aniki got. The girl reminds him that even if he is the best friend of Lex, he must still follow the rules of decency. She calls him the killer of dragons. The gun shouted and begged not to pronounce the name. The name of the band he invented now became a real shame for him. The protagonist does not object to his presence, and when the girl notices it, she asks in surprise, "Everyone will know the truth, so let them see everything with your own eyes." And now Jiro rejoices because he knows these people better. The girl agrees with them, corrects her hair, and then escorts them and invites them to go inside. It opens the door with a key, puts a large, heavy bag and puts it on the table, reporting that it is their auction award. The girl puts another small purse on the table. People think, what is interesting inside? Maybe there are small money? She tells that this is a reward for the sale of Green Dragon and 3 evil boars, and 20 platinum coins were published together. Jiro tells his partner that 20 gold coins are very little for everything they did. But the girl asks what he is talking about, because it is not gold, but platinum coins. The protagonist thinks about platinum coins and understands that they are used in special cases when gold is no longer suitable. These are rare and valuable coins. The magic girl asks Noel how much 1 platinum coin costs, because she remembers the exchange rate well. She remembered and told everyone that 1 platinum coin was 10,000 gold coins, and all were stunned by her words. The reward is 20 platinum coins, which is about 200,000 gold. The protagonist is surprised, like all others. Such a sum for him is simply incredible and goes beyond his ideas. The girl tells that at the auction, they managed to sell all the parts of the monsters: eyes, bones, skin, internal organs, and nucleus. Each part was sold separately. Parts of the dragon were not very expensive, so almost everything managed to exchange for gold coins. But one part of the dragon was especially attracted to the participants. They competed hard for her. The protagonist wondered why she became so valuable. As for evil boars, everything went well. They were easily sold. The guy says it's still too big money. The girl explains that most of the total amount is a reward from the feudal lord. The main character again asks about this feudal lord. The guy is interested in the reward for the destruction of a particularly dangerous monster. If a strong monster appears on the lands of the feudal lord, the one who can handle him receives a well-deserved reward. The protagonist understands it, but still the sum that the feudal lord told is just huge. It seems that this feudal lord is a truly good person. He is sincerely worried about his subjects. It turns out that worthy nobles are still in the world. The man is happy to accept the reward. Jiro tells him it's incredible. Usually a simple darling of rank D, even and close, does not make such money, and the guy himself is also surprised. They already know that the reward is 20 platinum coins. Here they prepared money in accordance with a commission, which is 8%. There are 18 platinum coins in the small purse, and in the large, only the small rest of the previous amount. There are 4,000 gold together. The protagonist understands what it means. In the big bag, there is only a small part, that is, the little after contribution. The girl says that this big amount of money can be put on the account of the guild, but the guy already has a magic bag for such things. Suddenly they decide to hide great prey once again. She asks them to turn with their catch to their guild. She promises that even with the commission, they will still receive a good fee. Then the girl is wondering if they do it for the sake of reward. The girl pretends not to understand what it is about. The protagonist believes that it is normal because everyone wants to make money. Suddenly his attention is captured by great prey. The guy remembers how he killed the snake and asks if they can sell something. She noticed that he had already managed to catch more and gladly said that it was a great opportunity to make money. The guy realized that she was incredibly passionate about her work. The girl asks if it will not be dangerous unless it is cursed by a monster. The guy replies that it is a creature from a demonic world and it is impossible to remove the curse from it. They have nothing to worry about. The curse of the snake will stop acting as soon as it die. This curse is somewhat reminiscent of the magic of body strengthening, only here is also a damn force. It is similar to a situation where Jiro used medical magic during training. The girl asks whether she heard about a monster from the demonic world. The guy confirms, yes, it was a monster that the demon called through the portal. She screams with horror when she saw a demon. This is exactly how an ordinary person should react, a completely natural reaction. The man sitting behind the chair asked in the village of Celia. The girl began to talk about her anticipation. She reports that the prophecy of a catastrophe with hordes was disappeared. It is very pleased with her, and she sincerely rejoices in this. Both men were impressed with her words. Yesterday, when she used the ability to predict, she only saw trouble, but now this vision has disappeared. The man asks her if the planet is safe. The girl replies that yes, now everyone will be able to live quietly and in peace. The man rejoices and exclaims that this is wonderful news. He cannot believe what happened immediately after he hired that guy. John was convinced of his correctness. He said that the orc apparently heard something important in the words of my lord and therefore destroyed the true cause of the disaster. As it looks like a hunter for dragons, he deserves a reward for his exploits. For the adventurers of level A, when he heard the words of Count Vi, he immediately felt something unlawful and decided to act on his own. If so, it should be given rank S. The girl asked them to wait and said that she would call the police now. She asked to stay here and wait. A few minutes later, Elma gets a man who immediately asks that she meant by the word emergency. He looks forward and asks who these children are. The girl replies that he will tell him now. The girl says Lex's that she heads the Guild of Adventures, and if something that goes beyond her authority is a guilder. The guy was stunned by the fact that he stands in front of the guild master himself. He did not expect to see such an important person here. The man is politely welcome and seems to be. His name is Barkley. The protagonist says it is mutual. His name is Lex, and everyone else also calls their names. The man gladly met the guests and turned to the girl asking why she came to him because he is a very busy man. Elma asked if all his employment was only in drinking sake and playing cards. He is a former rank adventurer A, so let him work according to his rank. The protagonist became interested in this past merit of the hero. Noel whispers quietly to the head hero, which usually to become a guildmist, you need to have no less than a rank and among adventurers. Now understanding this, the guy is surprised, and the man is just laughing and says that he is really incredible. Elm does not want to spoil the mood, but says that they have recently found a damn snake. Barkley asks what happened this time. She explains that this is a very dangerous class monster from the world of demons. And here it comes to what really happens, and he, stunned, asks again. He asks how a monster from a demonic world was here, and asks the girl to seek help from adventurers. The girl asks him to calm down, because the snake is already neutralized. The man understands it and says that they need to gather sorcerers and priests so that he can understand something. Barkley asks in surprise whether it is true, and the girl confirms that he is. The appearance of the gate to the world of demons and the demon itself has already been confirmed. The man asks in surprise what a demon is now, because he did not even know that they existed. If this is really somehow related to the world of demons, it should be reported to the authorities immediately. She tells him that the gate and demon have already been destroyed. The man is amazed again and asks what everything is over. He says Elmi is not funny even for her, though he may not say that because he is a gilder. At this point, the protagonist interferes and confirms that all this is true. If necessary, the guy can show the carcass, says Jaros, because the Lex never lies. Barkley asks to bring the body of the snake to the production department because he thinks that it is most likely just some kind of mutated snake or something like that. This is how the workshop looks from the inside. They got here for the first time. This is where carcasses are divided. Barkley explains that only high-level commands are allowed to the production department. Because they have enough experience and can hunt large game, he asks the boy to show them the body. The guy shows the bag and says here it is. But the man denies they say the snake was much larger. Suddenly, a huge snake carcass appears, causing the man to be insanely surprised and asks what it is. Yes, he got it from a magic bag. He is also smart, but this thing was lost. Where did he come from? The guy does not understand why everyone is surprised, because he just brought it from home. In his village, such things have almost everyone. It is very convenient. The man is wondering what the village is. The man tries to breathe, and Elma says that everything happened exactly as she said. Now he was convinced that it was true. He asks Elma why she did not tell about it earlier, but she replies that she told everything from the moment he defeated the dragon. He just did not listen to it. The man is wondered if this is the newcomer who was able to defeat the dragon. The protagonist replies that this is true. He adds that if this man tried more, he would have learned about Lex for a long time. She asks him to work hard, and the man asks if she thought of it from the beginning. As a result, the man agrees with her. If he overcame the dragon himself, and now he was able to get the body of the monster from the demonic world, it is not surprising that he would believe it. Berkeley turns to the boy and asks if he is a Lex, the same who won the demon. Where are the remnants of the gate? And what happened to the demon? The guy told. He left the gate and the demon himself in another dimension. The man asks if he is serious. The guy asks whether this is a problem. He says that if there is evidence, they can be transferred to the government to attract their attention. Without clear evidence, the higher ranks will simply not believe. Usually, noble people doubt everything that is not supported by facts. People often invent different stories for money, and he has already encountered this in his previous life. Jiro says he also saw it. The Lex used magic, cut the demon in half and tightened it inside. Minus adds that this is true, and such magic was simply incredible. Meguri says that the demon had an uncontrollable thirst for killings, and believed that they would stay here for the church. Noel confirms that all this is true, and the protagonist is impressed with their words. There was still a corpse of a monster from the demonic world. If they froze him and handed over the armies, the case would definitely attract attention. The guy apologized to spoil the evidence, but Berkeley reassured him and told not to worry. Berkeley says that the most important thing is that no one was injured. He is sure that everyone understands it. He cannot say anything about it. The case with a demon has even scared the leadership. Jiro asks whether this means that all Lex's achievements were in vain and that it is unfair. But Lex replies that the safety of peaceful people is more important than any success. Barkley reassured them, promising that they would still receive a proper reward, and also payment for the body of the monster. The head of the guild also increases them to the title of adventure for having defeated a dangerous monster. The main character is very surprised by such a decision. Jiro praised the guy for having already become an adventurer of level B. But if a newcomer like him rises in his rank too quickly, it will raise suspicion. Its rating will increase after the next dangerous task is accomplished. The man is very eager to get up quickly to be able to get into dangerous places. This is a territory where low-ranking people have no right to go because of danger. The guild closed the area and marked it as dangerous. There are 3 types of similar places. Only those who have a rank B or higher are allowed in the first, only with rank A and higher, and only owners of S rank can enter the third. The man understands that he needs to reach at least rank B to get there. Then Meguri realizes that if Lex is raised to rank B, he will be able to enter the area. The man confirms that this locality is really dangerous, as its name suggests. There is a high risk here, but the result can be worth it. If they manage to clean the territory, they will be increased. There is a special place inside the zones that need to be neutralized because it grows and can be a threat. I wonder if they know about caustic soil. Everyone has heard about this place. Jiro, puzzled, hesitates. Is it really? The man says that there is a territory near the city from which he can start. When he completes work there, he will be officially raised. Alma says you cannot pay attention to the irresponsible words of Gilder. She trusts these people. Unfortunately, their merits are so significant that it is impossible to evaluate them openly. However, these achievements will not be ignored. They will be fixed for evaluation. It will also be with all their future achievements. Honestly, he did not even suspect that such a dangerous territory existed at all. However, if they could really help something, then he wanted to try his hand. The protagonist smiles and says, okay, after which he goes to dangerous terrain with others. They come in and see the horde ask whether it is true. He smiles and replies that it is just a sign of his confidence. Lex tells Org that he managed to defeat the snake. The Org praises him and advises and continue to cope with his tasks so well. It seems like an Org today in a good mood. I wonder what happened. Orger Joy answers Lex's questions and leads it back to the place where the body of the animal lies. Everyone asks whether it is indeed evil or claims that it is. In fact, the hero met this creature during the task of destroying monsters. It was quite difficult, but nothing can resist his deadly blow. The Lex admires it and says it is impressive. He did not expect something less from him. Ager says it is hard to believe how he has coped with Class B monster. He notices that he is getting stronger every day. His friend asks if it is all thanks to his armor, or grasps him and asks to silence it because he believes that luck is also a kind of skill. The protagonist is glad that he has a friend who can joke so much and just have a good time. The protagonist says that equipment is just a tool. The monster was defeated by the organization, and they confirm that it is right. The guy believes that usually the parents of wild boars protect their babies, so it is very difficult to catch a little. But if you prepare pigs on fire, it will be soft and tender. The organization is really incredible. They managed to find a baby. Now he is in anticipation that today's sake will be especially delicious. A friend asks him if he is not going to a feast tomorrow. He remembers it and says it is an important event. After all, when you are as high as him, aristocrats cannot stay away. To accept an invitation is a real act of classmate Class A. The protagonist realizes which he is really special. If he was called for a feast, he would be confused and refused. But tonight, he decides to just get drunk. Everyone gathered in the crowd, and Jiro shouted and complained loudly that he would be very lonely without Lex. Everyone was looking at him. Mina asks him to calm down, reminding that he is no longer a baby. But he does not understand what she is talking about. Annex replies that the Lex is going. Does she not understand it? Suddenly the guy smiles fun because he realizes that they can just go with the Lex. But the mine immediately stops it, calling this idea stupid because they only have a rank F and cannot get into the forbidden area, where only seekers with rank B. He begins to indignant again, but the girl suddenly gives him a slap on his head and orders to stop thread. The protagonist realizes that these two behave like a true brother and sister. The guy suggests that they just need to raise their rank. Noel notes that it is not as easy as it seems. They are just the adventures of the rank F, so they need to do something extraordinary to catch up with it. However, the guy asks not to worry. They have already mastered the magic of strengthening the body, and if they train hard, they will become stronger very quickly. In the end, strong people do not only rely on talent, they succeed through difficulties and pain, as well as Jiro and others who dream of becoming winners of dragons one day. They can definitely become stronger. Jiro asks a guy if he believes that he can do it. The protagonist confidently agrees that he is absolutely sure. Jiro rejoices and replies that it is still prevented. The guy will wait for him, but Mina is in high doubt that he will have time to become a be-in. By that time, the Alex, most likely, will already be a village. When it comes to Lex, everyone usually agrees with each other, but the Lex himself believes that he is a little overestimated. Mine thanks him for teaching her magic and promises that he will make every effort to master the magic of lightning. The guy replies that she will be able to absorb this art very quickly. The protagonist will always be able to return if he feels lonely, and while his friends increase his rank. She believes that no one who could teach us magic is better than the main character. Of course, the local magicians in this city have taught their students only the basics, so it is not surprising that they seek to learn more. He is wondering if his native village can visit. The guy has his own magic textbook, which he wrote in the village. Mina is very surprised and wants to look at him, but the guy replies that there is nothing special about it. He wrote it for those who wanted to study magic because he hoped that it would inspire them. Mina says this village is very interesting. In the textbook, the guy described only the magic that is suitable for children. She doubts that such magic will really be useful. In any case, its village is in the west, over a few mountains. He is already going to go home, so he asks everyone to protect himself. Friends stand in front of him to say goodbye and escort him. Elma also asks him to be careful and tells that Orgo has caused a local feudal lord. Therefore, Orgo conveyed to Elmi the message. He is sorry that he cannot say goodbye himself, but he wants a good road. In addition, Guildmaster himself also wanted to meet him, but he had a lot of things. The young man thinks that even Guildmaster is afraid of Elma. Jira tells the boy that he just waited for him because he was overtaken by him a little later. Mina says goodbye to him. Maguri jokingly asks her to bring her souvenirs, but Noel advises not to take it too seriously and be careful. People ask him to try to surprise all those present, and they also promise that they will certainly meet again. He wants to stay here for a short time because this place has become so cozy for him, almost like his native village. He is still an adventure seeker, and the life of an adventure seeker is a real adventure. He exclaims them that they will still meet and use the winged wind. Everyone around is amazed when they see him rose into the air. Mina looks in surprise and says that she did not suspect that he could fly with magic. She is wondering if it is really so difficult to master. Mina adds that although not a magician, it looks incredible for her. People have long been trying to understand and master the magic of flight. But even after so many years of research, no one has yet been able to fully master it. It is rumored that the military with the government continue to undergo secret developments in this area. Now it is much easier to ride a monster and fly into the sky, as Noel Faut did. The Lex is just incredible. He always invents something crazy. Jiro exclaims that it's time to train. He will work on himself hard to catch up with Lex and then be able to go with him. Mina says workout is useful. She asks, is he not interested in knowing more about Lassie? Of course, he agrees. When the Lex remembered his native village, everyone was immediately interested. They were very interested to know what a place it was. In this case, everything is decided. Mina says they go to Lex's homeland. Noel says that if it concerns the motherland, in any case, they will be able to find out where he has such power. It helps to compose things, and they finally have a chance to solve the secret of his incredible power. Everyone around the loud and shouting, but suddenly notice that they even have the head of the guild. Mina asks as surprise why he is here. He thought that it would not be impolite not to spend it, but there was no time for it. In addition, he also wants to appear on the screen a little to make everyone understand. Elma, the fact is not that he wants to relax or something like that. Elma proposes to return to work and entails a guilder who confesses that he is also interesting. He shouted to them to tell him everything if they find out something. Elma stopped the conversation and said that it is enough to chat. It's time to get back to work. The man in the palace thanked Org for accepting their invitation and asked him to relax and enjoy the treat. The Orger agrees and notes that the dishes look very gorgeous. Then he cuts off a piece, ties, and wonder how delicious it is. Everyone sat down at the table. The man brought a bottle of wine. Viscount made a sip and said Orga, who heard about another caught evil boar. The body confirms that this is the case, but he recently defeated one of them. The man heard he was able to do it alone. Ager says that to defeat such a giant monster, special skills are needed, but it is not true. In fact, he was small. Therefore, he managed to overcome him because of it. If the enemy was larger, everything could be completely different. The girl says he can still defeat the B-class monster on his own, which is not surprising to seek the adventure of as high as A level. The man says he is not only modest but also talented. He is pleased that they can get to know each other better. Even so, the reward he received at the auction for the dragon and evil boars should be simply incredible. With such money, is it meaningful to remain an adventurer? A man makes a sip of wine and offers, "Maybe you should become someone like a knight?" Finally, my lord seems to come to the main question. He is extremely capable, can win even a dragon. If such a warrior was among their knights, they would easily hold other aristocrats in obedience. Depending on the circumstances, Melored can even offer marriage as a payment for his services. If it comes, Lady Celia will be upset, so you need to think of how to be. The guy does not understand what the dragon is talking about and looks at them with surprise. The man talks about the dragon and evil boars which were auctioned. It was he who was engaged in this shameful work. I wonder if he knows that even the royal capital will talk about it now. The girl says that it was thanks to him that they managed to get the heart of the dragon. But the guy does not understand what she is talking about. The butler is thinking. He heard that the one who defeated the dragon and evil boys was an adventurer from this city, but it is not him. The Bogretsky realizes that a man does not want to attract attention, but there is no point in deceiving it. The Bogretsky believes that everything goes exactly as Melored said. He no longer need to pretend to be a fool. But Org explains to them that the dragon won is not him. This was done by a completely different adventure seeker, and after these words comes an awkward silence. It was he who defeated February Caban, although it was his first victory. The man asks if it is a sixth victory, but the guy denies. The man asks John that all this means, and Celia also asks him to explain it. The guy is wondering if someone will explain to him what is happening, and in the meantime, Man and Celia get up from the table. John laughs and says that Ager is also a talented person who has been able to overcome an evil pity. He is glad that the Melored managed to find such a capable subordinate. After these words, they both start screaming at John. The protagonist saw the city of Hexy and was impressed with his beauty, so he immediately went there. He believes that the forest is very large. Even in all his past lives, he has never seen such huge forests. He wondering if there is a forest larger than this one? Suddenly he notices something. It is similar to the magic of fire and light. It looks like it is magic from adventure seekers that are now in the forest. The young man says that this is one of the most dangerous places, the forest in which the demons live. This zone seems to have a rank B. Judging by the name, there are monsters of beast. He should land and walk through the gate. His actions can truly surprise others. The hero looks forward and noticed with surprise that everything goes as usual. People on the street do their own business. Nothing hints at the unexpected. Perhaps there are adventurers of rank B, so lively. In any case, you should first visit the local adventurers guild. It opens the door that is quietly cracking. In his thoughts, he imagines that this will become his new home. Many people have already gathered inside. It seemed that this guild was at the same time tavern. He has already heard of this earlier, but now when he saw everything with his own eyes, it looked quite different. But here, perhaps, it is better to focus because, looking at the bulletin board, he notices children in the building. They look younger than most other adventure seekers, obviously as newcomers as themselves. The guy understands that the task with or below the forest is not about the forest. He could take several C or D level tasks, but there are also available for rank B and above. Perhaps he will start from them. Someone is right behind him and asks if he realizes that he will not work with his rank. He looks around, but does not see anyone. The voice turns to him again, asking if he listens, and someone puts his hand on his shoulder. He turns and sees a girl who says that he says to someone because, except him, there is no one here. He admires her beauty, does not hold it out and says it aloud, and then apologizes for his frankness. She was sorry and apologized, though in fact he just made her a compliment, so she had nothing to get angry. But suddenly she stops and says she wanted to say, "Not that." She explains that these tasks are related to the forest of demonic beasts, where only the adventurers of the rank B are allowed. For a newcomer, it is better to look for a task that suits his skill. But he replies that already has a rank B. He has already said that he has a rank B. He has recently been raised, and now he has permission to go to dangerous places. She asks if he says seriously, the guy says yes, and after that the girl begins to worry noticeably. The girl apologizes and says she is very sorry, but the guy replies that everything is fine. He introduced himself to Lex and said that he had come from Tagai. And is it known how the girl is called? She calls herself Lilier. She is an adventurer who lives in the forest full of demonic animals. She is wondering if he also came here through the forest of demonic animals. The guy nods and explains that he received the rank, and the leader of the guild told him about the area. That is why he came to the nearest city that is part of this territory. Lilier realizes that she has already completed all the preparations, and the guy does not understand what it is about. Judging by his reaction, the boy did not tell anything about the forest of demonic animals. He asks if it is not just a forest full of wild animals. But in reality, everything is not true. She asks to listen carefully. The forest in question is completely inhabited by monsters. The guy is scared when hearing it. There are all animals, insects, and even trees, real monsters. You will not find any ordinary animal there, so this place is called. But that's not all. Monsters can pretend to be forest or plants and suddenly attack, such as mucus. Therefore, to enter the forest, it needs not only potions and antidotes, but also protective barriers with incense from monsters. Without this, he simply does not have time to gather anything if he comes not prepared. This forest is really very dangerous. That is why it is so important to prepare everything. If there are no comrades next to him, he will have to join the detachment where there is someone who is able to create barriers if he agrees to it. The girl hopes he understood everything. The protagonist was surprised when she was suddenly angry with him, but later realized that she was in fact a good man, and he became easier for him. Her words sounded quite sharply, but in fact, she was just worried about him. The guy thanked her for his frankness, and she noted that he was very sincere. The ability to listen carefully to others is an important skill, which is why it has become an adventure of Class B at such a young age. The boys tell her that she did not want to listen to their advice, so she had to feel everything in her own experience. She exclaims in response that it has been a long time ago. The girl says that it is because she does not love shameless people, but despite her words, they seem to get along well. In any case, she first meets someone with a rank B who is about the same age as she. The guy has wondered if she also belongs to the B rank. The girl confirms that it is so. It is nice to know that there is someone else here. He understands this feeling, because everyone around her is older than her. Fate has long defined this meaning. She reaches the boy food and smiles kindly, but he refuses, saying that he should not be treated. But the girl insists. This is her apology, and asks to accept the treat. After short hesitation, he agrees. Due to the fact that the city is located near dangerous terrain, traders often come here in the hope of finding rare materials that are found only in dangerous areas. Therefore, adventurers always have a lot of work. The protagonist finally realized why so many tasks with rank B and below. Sometimes the monsters come out of the forest and their destruction becomes level B. However, in this area, such cases rarely occur, so such requests almost do not appear on the board. The girl tells the boy that he seems to be his appearance and the way he talks. He seems younger than her. She asks how old he is. The guy replies that he is 15 years old. The girl is surprised and asked, "You only have adventures for a year?" In such a short time, getting rank B is a real talent. The protagonist denies this, they say. He is just lucky, because luck is also a kind of skill. She asks whether he will invite her for the next birthday, but the guy replies that he has still all year long. The girl asks again, and Lex explains that he has just turned 15 this year, and next year there will be 16. Everyone looks at them. The girl asks if he had recently had a growing ceremony and how long he was an adventure. The guy replies that even less than a month has passed. The girl begins to tremble and tells the boy what he wants to say, that she is false. She asks what he means. Then the girl beats his fist on the table. She loudly told him that it was disgusting and ordered not to approach her anymore. The protagonist asks what she is talking about, but the girl just goes. He is confused and does not know what to do next, what he said wrong, whether to catch up with and ask. However, how to apologize if you do not even understand what is guilt? One of the boys laughed and asked a brand not to be upset, because she simply does not wear like him. Hunters for rank. The main character asks him who he is. The man replies that his name Ivan, and that he is a traveler who lives in this city. They shake their hands. The protagonist presents and immediately asks that his interlocutor means the word hunting for rank. This applies to those who join and just follow their experienced adventure groups to quickly raise their level, even if it is weak. So often do children of the nobility. But the guy does not understand why he resort to such tricks. The man understands her experience because they will not survive in the forest. It bothers him and himself. He understands that it is better to focus on real business and to take only for the tasks that he can. The protagonist tells that he has never been in any detachment. He simply accompanied one person, but did not join the detachment. The man immediately realizes that the guy hints he was able to become an adventurer of Class B, relying only on his own strength. The hero confirms that this is true. The man suddenly laughed loudly and told the boy that there was no point in lying. After all, it is in his favor. Let him start with the rank F and recognize his own weakness, because it is also a sign of strength. It is very uncomfortable that no one believes him. If this continues to continue, it will be difficult to travel from city to city. How can he persuade people? The man asks how to do this and says he can quickly show his strength. There is one task that can help him in this. If he is able to fulfill it, even in spite of his weak appearance, he will gain recognition. The protagonist feels as if he were in a real test and realizes that he did not fully realize what he agreed. The man tells the boy to follow him. He asks them to show them what he is capable of. The guy does not quite understand what is happening, but if he manages to show his abilities and clarify everything, then everything will be fine. In the meantime, they have already got the right place. It is a forest of demonic animals. As they told, all creatures here are real monsters. Even the plants themselves scatter the seeds to make the forest becoming larger. Therefore, neighboring countries constantly give the same task. The tree that people cut is not really ordinary. It is a monster imitator who looks like a plant. Such creatures are masked under trees and then sneaking and attacking people from behind. They are all very insidious and annoying. The newcomers immediately face the battle against the plants. At the very entrance are cries and tears. Suffering is not released by a person until it becomes stronger. That's what the essence of this fiery test is. Therefore, the main character needs to be done to destroy 10 such monsters. If he cannot kill for at least 10, then he will not last a minute in the forest. He must handle it. He was ordered to do his best to destroy 10 monsters. If he does not handle it, he will not be able to stay in the woods in minutes. So, an eternal quest is a kind of workout for beginners. The man explains that those who want to become a strong adventure seeker but have no sufficient strength need to gain experience first to get stronger faster. In fact, this task is created to train thieves and monks with low combat characteristics. In this forest, even those who usually stand in the rear should be able to fight in melee. For the guy, it sounds harsh. The man tells the boy that if he understood everything, he can go. He claps him friendly on his back and adds that you should not worry. If something goes wrong, they will be around. The protagonist nods and agrees. The boys ask him not to overstress and not worry if something does not work. He realizes that he is sometimes suggested, but still worried about him, probably because they perceive it as a newcomer. The protagonist notes that there is only a group of Ivan and one another, with whom the battle is currently underway. He believes that he should do it to avoid unwanted consequences. In this forest, all the monsters and even neighboring countries try to prevent the forest from growing further. Therefore, the protagonist has no reason to hold back. He will simply destroy everything around the fire. The protagonist causes a hellish fire and creates a fire circle, directing it forward. The magic of fire is a spell that releases a flame of incredibly high temperature straight forward. The fire is so powerful that the flame can instantly absorb all the oxygen in the air. This magic is perfect for them. If they do not plan to cause accurate harm, he notices how people around standing confused and stunned. He tells them that if this is not enough, then let them wait. The man asks them to stop and asks what it means. It was a real hellish flame. The man asks what is meant by the word simple. The name itself sounds terrifying, but in fact it is just ordinary magic that is usually used in everyday life. Then everyone begins to celebrate the appearance of this amazing beginner. Everyone lifts a glass of beer to celebrate this event. One man is wondering how incredible magic he uses. The other also saw it. He spent so much time working with his axe, and he simply destroyed everything in a moment. The protagonist says he is overestimated. He did nothing special. In his native village, such magic was simply used for mowing grass. Men believe that his home is more like a demon of a demon. In any case, if he is near them but forgot his name and asks about him, the guy reminds that his name is called. Men talk to each other and convince each other that they have their feet while they have nothing to fear. Now they no longer have to work in that forest. They ask him whether it is really so dangerous there. Local monsters are not only strong, but also very viable, and the trees are filled there with water, so it is almost impossible to set them on fire. Since there are a lot of them here, the material has accumulated excess, and almost no one wants to buy it. Therefore, few adventure seekers take this task. If no one does this, the forest will continue to grow. That is why there are many reasons why it continues to grow. Now that Lexa has appeared with his magic of fire, he will be able to burn both a regular tree and forest monsters in an instant. They wait for him to get rid of this forest, watching him mowing it. The boys clap him in his palm, but he asks them to stop them because it hurts him. Suddenly, the protagonist notices that the same Lilier goes to them. She passes by a guy with a happy smile. He needs to do something to dispel this misunderstanding, but the man asks him to calm down and not worry. If he brings materials from the monsters that he won in the forest, she will understand that his abilities are real. The protagonist decides to stand up, and this is just what everyone expects from John. His confidence and determination inspire confidence, a true, experienced traveler. The man shouted and suggested to celebrate in advance, although if he thinks, he does not cause much trust. The protagonist stands in his house and understands that it is time to go to the forest of animals. He hesitates, thinking about what to choose. Demons do not give him rest. Suddenly, a tall girl addresses the boy and asks if he is Alex. The guy replies that he is, but he is wondering who asks him. The girl apologizes to him for her sharpness. She seems like a Nourisha, the assistant to the head of the Guild of Adventurers in Hexy. The guy believes that she is a very important person in the guild. He is welcome and looks satisfied. His name is Lex. He asked her what she needs from him, because she had a task that she needed his help. He wondered if he wanted to listen to her. The guy is interested in the task. This is a direct assignment from the deputy guilder. It will not be easy to perform. The guy believes that it would be unhappy without even listening to the proposal. He adds that he does not promise anything at this time. If everything suits it, then they will be able to start. Mauritius says he has the right to decide whether to accept this request. The guild will not press on him and give him time to think. Everyone began to look at them, and the protagonist notices it. He asks the girl what task they got. Mauritius proposes to go to the case immediately. He asks to stop the growth of the forest. She heard from travelers that he was an extremely strong, fiery magician. He was told that he burned a whole area of forest with his witchcraft. She sent members of the guild to check these rumors, and they confirmed that everything is true. It turned out that most of the forest was destroyed. Since he has already passed the rite of dedication, he knows what is happening in the forest. He asks whether the forest is constantly growing, and the girl answers. They are already cooperating with other countries, looking for solutions, but because of the endless monsters who oppose them, the forces to stop the growth of the forest are not enough. In fact, if the forest continues to grow at such a pace, it will soon absorb the whole city of Hesse. They were already ready for similar events. But suddenly the Lex appeared, and this news was very pleased. They perceived it as a real gift from above. The young man does not understand what she is talking about. The girl asks him to use magic and burn the heart of the forest. The reward depends on which part it can burn. For each square meter, he will be given 1 silver coin, and for the destruction of the trap plant, the reward is 5 copper coins. He asks why she shows such generosity. The girl replies that it will help them save both time and strength. Even the double award does not match this benefit. But unfortunately, the amount of remuneration is limited. Therefore, the difference is compensated by an increase in rank. That is, instead of money, he will get promotion. The guy asks if there are any restrictions on the fire of the forest. The girl thinks that if they were allowed, she would like him to burn the whole forest. If the shape of the forest is too distorted, the area will simply be ignored. It does not have a lot of resources, and the monsters on that land will only continue to sow new seeds, changing only the outline of the forest. The forest itself will grow further, as before. The protagonist understands that if the form changes, the adventures will immediately lose interest. And that's really. In the worst case, if the forest is very long, the city may be completely under its cover. That is why he wants the fire to spread only at the edges of the forest. If neighboring countries are asked, they organize transport. They will do their best to agree on the full coverage of the state. The reward for this is really great. But everything can change if it loses freedom of action. He imagines how he beats a regular sword and thinks about whether he can perform other tasks if he agrees to this proposal. The girl says that as long as the forest is set on fire from time to time, she can take up other tasks. If he thinks about moving to another city, the girl replies that he is his right. However, it will be calm only when it first burns the forest. If he can perceive this request as a common task during the adventure, then he agrees to help them. The girl thanks him. When it destroys the forest, let him know the employee. She will immediately check that the task is completed and at the same time specify the size of the girl. The protagonist understands that he did the right thing when he first decided to listen carefully. He thinks of what task to take. Ivan approaches him and asks if he will take a quest. The guy notices that Ivan looks bad and asks what happened. It turns out that Ivan has gone extra today. A man gives him advice in the middle of a forest full of bee noise, not paying attention to monsters. The guy is surprised, because it is not just living creatures. These are real monsters, especially plant monsters that cannot move. The sooner he does everything, the better for him. If the guy feels a threat, let it just go. Anyone who does not learn this may die. Let it come in and come as many times as necessary. The main thing is to develop the habit of retreat on time. The main character understood everything and thanked the man for it. He asked the guy to protect himself. He thought about the monster, and here he noticed the task. It is necessary to destroy forest wolves. It was a quest level B. The animal to be destroyed comes out of the forest, attacks cattle, and quickly turns back. The problem has not yet been solved. The guy decides to do this task. Since it was he who got rid of all pests in the village, the choice is obvious. The assignment will give it. This will begin his first task in the forest of demonic animals. The band of warriors left the castle and headed towards the forest, talking about how well it was possible to rest on the day before. They were wondering if everyone was feeling well. In the end, almost everyone noted that the well-being is good, and for the sake of such a matter it is quite acceptable. I even smiled and thanked the doctor, because thanks to him, the work was great. It was really good, because now they have gotten a good fit. Suddenly, a real shock appeared on one of the soldiers. Before them stretched a forest in which the branches of the trees were broken and the grass was trampled. Ivan, throwing his axe on his shoulder, was surprised that the plants were destroyed. They could not understand who did it. They seemed to be intentionally isolated. At first I even thought it could be Alex. But then he reminded himself that he could not do it because he was a magician. He was sure that he would just burn everything to the ground. Someone specifically trimmed the branches, and he didn't understand why it was done. But considering everything to the end, they decided that it didn't matter now. So, without hesitation, they moved on this road, stating between the trimmed branches. Earlier, while in the forest, Lex decided to go on a trip. Carefully making his way between the trees, he gradually cut off all the branches that prevented him from moving on. Having looked at everything he left behind, he decided to no longer underestimate them. It was at that moment that a tree monster attacked him. The guy finally repelled his attack and moved on. It is said that it is really simpler. Instead of winning opponents, it is enough to simply neutralize them and go forward. He quickly went on, cutting off a few branches of trees, and after a while he was near the fence. The guy sighed heavily and said he was very tired. He thought about Ivan's advice, but decided that running back and forth. In addition, Militia said that he was doing the way he was more comfortable and how he sees fit. He thought a little, and he thought an interesting idea. If all the monsters around it together, it will be much easier to cope with the situation. After that, he began to collect all his magical power. Looking around, he realized that at first it was necessary to make sure that there was no one nearby. Then he warned loudly, "Now all these trees will set fire to, and everyone should hide quickly." A charming ball appeared in his hand. He realized that he had already warned everyone, and ordered the hellish fire to fire. Immediately after that, a bright glow broke out, and everything around him was on fire. After a while, he looked at the devastated land, where only smoke remained. He decided that so much better. Now adventurers can rest right in the forest and not run to the road. The guy smiled gladly, because it was wonderful. He decided that we need to make the same road to the city. Standing near the fence, the guy happily raised his hand and said that he had finished everything here. Now he could move on and look for wolves in the forest. From the dark thicket of the forest, the guy heard a long howl. The protagonist realized that he was where he needed. He jumped sharply to look at the outskirts of height. Flying in the air, he tried to understand where this sound came from. Unexpectedly, he saw a small village on the side with a broken gate. Looking closer, he saw that smaller figures were wolves, and the larger ones were brave adventurers who protect the village. At that moment, a fierce battle unfolded between them. The main character descended to the ground. When he landed, the stones and dust flew around. The wolves who noticed him immediately rushed to his direction. The wolves quickly approached him, squeezing the threatening growl. The protagonist noticed one among them, who was Vow, and realized that he was ahead of a pack. At first it was necessary to deal with him and then think about others. The hero pulled the sword and focused on the roaring of the approaching beast. He brought the weapon preparing for a blow. With one smart movement, he easily coped with the enemy. When the others saw it, they howled and began to retreat. The guy collected his manu and covered them with a sparkling fog. The wolves felt a real pain. They even trembled. It was a B-class task, but forest wolves usually belong to the C-class, so they are not too strong in themselves. The problem is that they attack the group. The protagonist had to resist a whole flock of defeated opponents. Exhaling quietly hid his sword and said that these people were needed for the task, so they should be brought in good condition. He decided that witchcraft fairy tales were perfect for this. When he calmly collected the trophies, he was called. The same tired adventurers, whom he saw earlier, came to him. They were wondering if he managed to defeat the wolves. The Lex replied that he only needed forest wolves, so he decided to use magic. Those who saw it were impressed with his power. The woman said it was cool, how quickly he dealt with them. When the man put his tail in his bag, he replied that it was just nonsense. The traveler said it is great that he was here. He asked Lex whether the rank of rank B. The Lex had confirmed it and added that recently received this rank. The girl, full of admiration, told him that he was just incredible, so young and already so talented. The protagonist scratched the nape of shame. He didn't even know what to answer. He later wondered if he did not interfere with them. After all, they came to hunt on forest wolves. And how did they have the task of destroying these animals? The man smiled and reassured him, saying that there was nothing to worry about. All they need now is to protect the pasture from attacks. The girl explained that clients understand how difficult it is to catch the forest wolves that flee from the forest. She said they would inform them as if they were able to reassure them. When they walked, they waved for goodbye and assured that the peasants were now safe. They also asked him not to worry. They are not going to assign his merit. The guy only laughed. He barely smiled and said his task was accomplished. Now it's time to go back. Militia stunned what she saw in the photo in front of her. She could not understand what had happened. Instead of the forest, a wide road was now running. She immediately learned that the Lex had set fire to the forest. The subordinate approached her and asked to hurry. Because of this, she was here. The one who conveyed the news was very excited and told her about the road that appeared in the forest. The hole was so wide that a whole trolley could pass through it. The assistant asked the girl who could do so. She felt no less emotions. She already knew. Only Lex could be capable of such. Suddenly, the main character was called. Frightened, he turned and asked what had happened. Malashka ran to him. She was very fond of finding out if he made a new road in the forest. The guy calmly replied that he was he. Now that they became adapters, it was already safe to go there. The girl tried not to lose his self-control and, with the effort of his will, thanked him. At first she was silent, and then, not believing in her words, she said that she asked to destroy part of the forest along the edge. From excitement, she bit her finger. She approached the guy, who blushed, and whispered quietly to him that he would decide everything later. She had her own business. The main character looked at her with interest. She began to explain to him the essence of her request, telling which lands she was now, and added that she was ready to pay more for help. Subsequently, the protagonist came to inform that he completed the task. He was told that he had worked well. The young man replied that today he burned part of the forest and laid a new road there. He also said that he was ordered to destroy the sixth monkey. The girl replied that she had already examined the parts of the monster and added, "In terms of expanding the road, a responsible person will soon check the place." After that, he was promised to issue the promised reward. For the arson, the customer had to pay another 24 gold coins. She also added 30 silver for today's task. The main character sincerely thanked her, smiling kindly. The guy reached out and said he had done well. He thought that he just set fire to the forest. It was an incredible luck, but it seemed to him that he had forgotten something. It was suddenly clear to him that he had forgotten to show Lilier Monastery. He kneeled from fatigue and thought that he could explain everything and dispel all the misunderstandings. It was for this reason that he undertook to destroy the monster and simply conveyed the necessary things. He was upset that tomorrow should take up a new task tomorrow. To encourage himself, he decided to eat. People around him were convinced of each other that food was now needed by everyone. Suddenly, Ivan called him with a smile. He came closer, clapped his shoulder friendly, and asked if everything was fine. The Lex said he hurt him. The man replied that they made a favorable agreement. However, another man did not understand what it was about. Ivan signally winked and said that he had paved the trail through the forest, so it became easier to work. Now they all turned out much better. If it is dangerous, you can go on the road, rest, and then return to the forest. Now there is space for research, and you can collect different things. The sad guy laughed and said he was glad to be useful. The man was surprised what had happened to him and why he seemed so depressed. After that, she with a smile hugged the boy and said that her grandfather would definitely tell you what to do, but at first they should eat. Later, sitting at the table, Ivan asked him if they had not yet resolved misunderstandings. The Lex replied that he could not do everything in the morning. He thought to bring prey in the evening, but accidentally gave things not to whom he needed. The man laughed at such a mistake. The guy with tears in his eyes asked the man not to laugh at him. He apologized and reassured him, saying that he would not worry. Then the man wondered what would happen if he had everything. The protagonist was surprised by such a proposal. Ivan said that he is a well-known adventure seeker in this city, and if he charged him, the girl would surely believe. Lex believed that Ivan was a really good man. The man replied that he was also helping them, so there were no problems. Other men nodded in agreement. The protagonist was happy that he was able to clarify this misunderstanding. He said that the girl was late because it was already dark on the street. Ivan proposed to spend the night in the forest. So far, the barrier was strong, they could afford it. He asked not to worry. They will stop on the main road, on the square. It was convenient. In a few days, everything has changed. Suddenly, they called a man and asked if they talked about Lilier. Ivan confirmed that everything was right. The adventurer replied that a few days ago she said she planned to go deep into the forest. Then she went there and no longer returned. These words stunned the main character. This forest has severe restrictions on the number of things that can be taken with you. The deeper you go into the forest, the more monsters attacks, and the barrier no longer stops. Ivan said with anxiety in his voice that it is very dangerous to go deep into the woods. Lex realized that now the girl was in real danger. The man said they were a little fascinated and climbed into the thickening of the forest. It was there that they found a benzo grass. When they rejoiced in their luck, the girl suddenly approached them and asked where they found her. Ivan was surprised because they found a very rare and healing grass. The protagonist thought that this herb seems to be used to make high-quality medicines. The man also said that they could not even imagine that the next day after their return through the forest, they would lay the whole road. Everyone was very surprised. After these words, his face became gloomy. He also said that the place where they searched for healing herbs, but did not find, is in 2.5 days of the path to the northeast. Very strong monsters are found there. For their own safety, they decided to go back to areas where animals are less dangerous. They launched the camp just there and then returned. The Lex asked Ivono how far this place is. Ivan replied that this part of the forest is far from the road, and now it would not be easy to get there. He showed the right place on the map. Later, the protagonist asked them if it would be better to go in search. I replied that it was not necessary to do this because it was already dark. If she returns, they can blur and get into the mess themselves. He added that it should not be underestimated how large and dangerous the forest beast is. There is a danger around everywhere. Unlike ordinary forest, this night becomes even more scary than in the daytime. In addition, a girl with her team also have a rank of Adventure B. Men added that they would not do any fools, even if something happens to them. because such is the fate of adventurers. I also confirm their words. If they are looking for problems, they should be ready for consequences. First of all, you need to take care of your own safety and act accordingly. The hero clenched his hands into his fists, realizing that he would have to wait until dawn. Lilier was an adventurer of B. In this case, she had more experience than he, so he realized that it was better to trust her and act carefully. Ivan smiled and said they could join the search if needed, but of course, not just. Others began to tease him for stinginess, to which he calmly replied that they were professional mercenaries. Suddenly, a knock on the door. The doors opened sharply, and exhausted people appeared on the threshold. Everyone in Taverna was surprised to look in their direction. Seeing their condition, everyone was surprised to look and thought what had happened to them. Suddenly, they began to call for help, to ask someone to use medical magic. One of the men who passed by told about the event. When they installed the barricades and arranged a camp, they attacked a flock of blade wolves. People were scared because these creatures were the monsters of A rank. Such creatures are called so because they shoot sharp, like blades, bones that easily cut off the victim's flesh. Their bones are extremely strong, and even worse that these creatures usually attack flocks. The adventurers wondered where it happened. The man replied that it was about a day of ride from here. The attack occurred suddenly, as they had already placed the camp. People were stunned because it happened quite near. Previously, monsters never appeared in the area. But the man added that this is not all. One of the monsters was black. They have not seen it. The adventurer said that it was he who coordinated the actions of packs. He was told that he was most likely to be a mutant, because his behavior was very different from ordinary monsters. People whispered with each other. It turns out that this monster was mutating, and now his strength is equal to the level S. If it is true, they can give a special task to get rid of it. The Lex asked what happened. He was told that if the situation is not taken under control, the whole city may suffer. When such dangerous creatures appear, the guild immediately announces a special task. When such a task is announced, all C and below adventurers can no longer take the task in the area, and all with level B and above can only take this task. This is how important it is. We have to confidently go forward and declare loudly that the guild starts a special cleaning mission. It consists of 2 parts. The first is the destruction of a pack headed by a black wolf, and the second is the protection of the road to the forest of the demons, until the cleaning is completed. If the merchants who decide to break the camp just on the road will attack a flock of monsters, everyone decides that this path is too dangerous and will stop using it. That is why the guild should take care of the destruction of the monsters who create these problems. Ivan realized that people wanted to show this road was safe for everyone. The girl also reported, for every wolf, which will be destroyed during this cleaning, each will receive 150 gold coins. For the destruction of the leader promised a reward, as much as 600 gold coins. The people around were very surprised by such a large sum. It was 1.5 times more than they were usually paid. I even thought that there were really a lot. The protagonist did not quite understand what it was about. The man explained that there are about 50 individuals in the pack. Each of them could be compared to the B-rang monster, but there were so many that this time it became clear. The guilds decided to unite all their adventurers for a joint raid. It turns out that this pack is 10 times larger than a group of evil boars. It was because of their number that we also assigned them an rank A. How dangerous did this mutation become? Due to such changes, known information will no longer help them. Lex understood that the mutated monster, although it looks like others, has completely different abilities. In addition, it is probably much stronger than the usual, so their team was in a disadvantage. People began to shout that they needed to go to the square and wait for departure. At the same time, someone wondered if it was better to look at the forest from afar with magic. Ivan asked everyone that they were going to do next. They just finished the previous case. The main character could not understand why they were in no hurry to go. The man replied that the reward was really good, but there is no point in taking this case with greed. In addition, clearing is unlikely to be completed quickly. They will not be late, even if they go tomorrow, and now they need to relax. The guy understood what was said. This is not surprising for Ivan. He does not follow the events, but knows well what is happening to him. Today he is also tired, so he decided to leave everything in the morning, because in the morning thought is clearer. At this point, the wounded man suddenly began to help Lilier, who still remained in the forest. The guy heard it and was not frightened. He ran to the man and asked excitedly what happened to Liliera. He replied that he was injured and she was distracted by enemies to give him a chance to escape. The protagonist was stunned and began to worry whether the girls had time to escape. People around began to say that, given the time it took, we can say that it is too late. However, if there is a protective stone, there is still hope to escape. But since the pack broke through, even despite its resistance, it meant that it was defenseless. The guy clasped his teeth. He remembered the moment when they could not dispel the misunderstanding with each other. The Lex turned sharply, going to hurry to help the girl. I even asked him to wait and not rush, because it was very dangerous to go into the woods now. But there was only anxiety in the boy's eyes. He only thought of her. The man grabbed him roughly and shouted, asking who was one in such a place, although he understood how huge this forest is. Turning, Lex said he had no team friends. The man pointed to himself and replied that he was. The guy did not understand that. The man shouted loudly that the little girl covered her friends and got lost in the forest. So if you see this girl, please help her and leave it alone. People around him have fun to support this idea. They decided that they had come and their time to go. The protagonist struck such a reaction of others. The man said all the adventurers are like one company. They never throw their in trouble. Moreover, there is now a chance to make some money. And finding a child is not such a difficult task. One of the men told him that such speeches were not for him and asked to stop. All present began to prepare for the trip. They collected weapons and the necessary supplies. Seeing this, Lex almost wept. Ivan also announced that they were going on. He ordered everyone to restore mana potions. Some complained that it was tasteless, but they were told not to go. The man drank medicine and immediately noticed that they were very bitter. Everyone has already prepared for the exit. The Lex also joined them. Going to the forest, Ivan said they would go straight forward. He also reminded everyone to leave the luminous crystals, not to get lost. Everyone had to pay attention to the monsters if they did not interfere with them. Everyone agreed with this order and went forward. There was light in front of the monsters. People were surprised who it was. Hearing the loud roar, they understood in front of them a bear ogre. In addition, they were a man and a woman, both strong and hardy, like real muscle mountains. Their skin was so thick that even the battle axe was not able to break it. I even ordered the magician to hide them with magic, but there was little time. The girl executed the order, and the protagonist said that because he would do little time. After these words, he moved sharply forward. He jumped sharply forward, straight to the faces of two giant bears lifting clouds of dust. The bears looked crazy in his eyes. The main character, without stopping, attacked the monsters one by one. To do this, he used the blades in vacuum, from which the monsters, roaring, tried to evade. But all their attempts were in vain. Standing next to the defeated monsters, the hero reported that everything was finished and you can go on. Alerturists who followed him doubted whether he needed their help at all. The group moved silently forward, walking through a dark grove. They moved quickly together, destroying the monsters that happened to them. The Lex asked if the monster was so active at night. He was answered that it usually did not happen. Such a pressure happened to them for the first time. Apparently, it was a mutation. At that moment, a monster, like a great monkey, was attacked by a wild cry. But the protagonist quickly cut him into a few parts, which surprised the man. According to Ivan, the monsters that attacked them were much more than they imagined. If so, it would be most likely if he had paved the path for them, destroying the monster with fire. I even shouted to him to go forward. The guy tried to resist, but the man convinced that they were only interfering. Like, you should not wait. They will go the other way. He added that when the Lex finds a baby, he should use a powerful spell and release him into the sky, and if it can be found earlier, the magician will give a sign. The guy realized that because of a large number of monsters, it is better to split to cover a larger area for search. Then he jumped high up and agreed to go forward. After that, he applied the hellish fire and all around the bright flames. Ivan froze with surprise and confessed that the guy could really cope with everything on his own. The guy tirelessly used his magic once after, destroying monsters on his way. All in sweat, he thought anxiously where the girl went. Suddenly, howls came out of thick bushes. He immediately turned to that side, trying to figure out where the sound comes from. There are many wolves in the pack. If you follow at least one of them, it will probably be able to find a girl. Suddenly, he came to him what he really found. He realized that it was only part of the pack. It seemed as if they were all persecuted together. Feeling near the great monsters, he quickly moved in the same direction. In addition, he felt someone's presence. At this point, the girl hid between the trees. Her body was covered with wounds. After focusing, the guy realized where she was. Adventure could not understand how it happened. Broken tools were lying on the ground. One of the archers was seriously injured. The girl realized that the monster broke through the protective barrier. If not only covers the arc, but the healer should put the barrier and they are wounded, then they will not reach the city. The girl thought that, even if they managed to escape, at least someone should remain unharmed. So she began to distract the monsters, luring them with fire from her torch. She shouted to others to take the opportunity and flee. She will accurately join them later, and they must go ahead. She was answered that they did not promise to call someone for help. The girl rolled and lowered her eyes. It was to go to the city all day, even if you hurry. The road to and back would take 2 days. She was not sure if she could last for so long. The girl watched her comrades go away. But she must be responsible for bringing them here. After all, in order to achieve her goal, she involved others in this business. Seeing the monster, she screamed that she would not give her life until she finds that grass. After that, she did her best to survive. She ran hard without stopping for a moment. She had to stay intact at any cost. The monsters attacked her again and again, and her face distorted the pain. In the end, the girl fell without the strength to run. She was convinced that it was all over her, because there was no way left around for escape. The girl sat under a tree, surrounded by monsters. Her leg was wounded and she had no strength to flee. All potions have long ended, even there was nothing to restore. The girl was getting rid of, quietly wept, and began to apologize to everyone. The black wolf was wrapped up with her rage. She thought that they had already overcome almost all the way and left a little. With a gloomy face, she confessed that she wanted to end her own life. But her weapons were already unsuitable, and in the next moment this monster could break her into pieces, and so much she wanted to become a real adventurer. At that moment, a monster noticed something. A bright light, like fireworks, broke out over them. The girl looked with surprise without realizing what was happening. Is the monster really capable? At this point she heard the voice that said the spell, and in the air appeared ice spears that were aimed at flying. Literally, in a moment of each wolf struck a powerful blow. They could not avoid that. The girl opened her eyes with surprise and opened her mouth wide. The girl saw a man approaching her. It was Alex. He reached out to her and said he had come to save her. The girl's face was illuminated by joy. She looked at him with distrustful while he looked at her wounds and claimed that the injuries were heavy. Carefully taking her hands, he used ancient therapeutic magic. The girl began to breathe deeper and there was peace on her face. The wounds disappeared a little. The guy remained calm. He turned to her so that she would wait a little inside, because soon she would finish her business. After that, he created a strong protective barrier and a domestic sphere grew around the girl. She could not understand why he decided to help her, The guy hid himself into the chest and said that all adventure seekers were like one team. It was quite normal to help each other. He turned and laughed, thinking that he was talking right like John. He went out to the angry monsters and ordered them to prepare. It was evident that they did not leave their territory on their own. The real enemy was the leader, the one who gave orders. It was he who had to win. He noticed the main monster behind the backs of others. The protagonist began to carefully consider the mutated monster. It suggested terrible anticipation of trouble. He could not believe that such a monster appeared naturally. There were no such creatures in any of his past lives. Lex already believed that the monsters here are weak, and simple abilities seemed something incredible, but this mutant did not seem light-hearted. The guy didn't understand what was happening here. Suddenly, the leader howled loudly. Then the guy realized that there was no time to think. A flock of monsters was rapidly approaching him. The protagonist thought that they decided to attack the girl, hoping to put him in a disadvantage. He considered them naive, so he created a magical barrier around him. The guy really evaded every attack. They attacked him from all sides. The guy at the same time evaded the blows and stepped on the enemies. Each movement of him exactly impressed the target. Suddenly, one of the ugly came to the girl. But when faced with the barrier, the monster seemed to be twisted in the air. The girl was stunned by what she saw. She did not understand how it happened. The guy assured that this barrier is the strongest protective magic. While it is inside, every attack of such monsters will be selected effortlessly. The girl could not understand how possible. The Lex assured her that everything was under control and he would expel them. It should not worry and better stay in place. The girl asks him again until another monster tries to bite her barrier. She realized that he was really working. Lilier warned the boy to beware of Black because he is different from others. The guy calmly answered her that he knew everything. He thought she was still despising him, but now she was worried about him. Although there was a misunderstanding between them, it remained a good person. Having taken his breath, the guy focused and turned to the main monster. He noted that their forces have already decreased significantly. Is it not time for the leader to fight himself? Hearing these words, all other wolves turned their views on their leader. The leader of the flock was breaking again, and the wolves rushed to the attack. The guy realized that they would obey the will of the mutant, so he did not make sense to fight them. With this awareness, he directed all his attention to the leader and rushed to him. He wanted to hit him just in his back, but the wolf protected himself in time with a sharp thorn on his back. The witness trembled from tension, and the protagonist realized that he was a strong opponent. After that, the mutant struck a strong stroke that was very tired of the protagonist. Suddenly, he sharply attacked the guy, the girl scared, moving away. The protagonist managed to stop the sharp spear with his bare hands. The blade stopped just a few centimeters from his face and lived in their hands tense. The mutant turned in surprise. The girl also did not understand what was happening, and the mutant, meanwhile, touched her back, where one of the thorns suddenly disappeared. The wolf and Lilier were at the same time exclaiming. The guy trembled from excitement. He said he put as much forces in the manufacture of this sword as it could be broken. His face became harsh from anger. The girl was surprised that he was so angry because of it. He rushed to the monster like a dark shadow, shouting that he would make him responsive. Tears even appeared in the eyes of the wolf. The girl watched silently on the side, not knowing how to respond while the mutant was brutally beaten. The wolf, having wrapped his tail, tried to escape from the guy, but he did not give up and broke another thorn. Grabbing him, the guy prepared to strike a new blow. He smashed the enemy with 1-1. Landing a little on the side of the vanquished, the guy noted that his spear was really very sharp. The remaining wolves quickly rushed from the battlefield. The guy realized that there was no point in chasing them. He looked at the girl who was hiding behind a tree and said he could now go out. He asked her if she was fine with her, but the girl could not say a word. Then the guy said they had won their leader, so everyone else fled. He showed her the monster's head, and she was much scared. Then he reached out to her and said that it was too late, so they should turn back. But the girl looked at him with sadness in her eyes. He could not understand what had happened and why she was looking at him with that look. She screamed, asking why he saved her. The guy calmly replied that he said, "The adventure always support each other." The girl squeezed his fist and quit that she was meant. She did not stop shouting, asking why he risked so much. After all, he came to the forest alone, and even at night. The guy tried to reassure her, explaining that he was not here. However, the girl did not listen to him and continued to tell him many offensive words and accused him of false. At first the guy lowered his eyes and then quietly said that all was well and asked her to calm down. After that, he hugged her and said that, having learned about her danger, he immediately hurried to help, with everyone. Lilier wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her, saying that a real adventure seeker never leaves friends in trouble. He gently stroked her on his head. He told her that the famous sword once said a real man was obliged to save a girl from trouble. The girl tried to deny, they say, that hero, only a legend, but the guy confessed that she wanted to become as brave as this legendary traveler. That's why he came to her help to save. The girl wept and said he was a fool. He saves people because he believes in a legend since childhood. But it is the guy like him that is a real example of a traveler for her. The main character was surprised by her words. He could not understand why she suddenly burst into tears during the conversation. He looked around in confusion, not knowing how to reassure the crying girl. Suddenly, there was a voice behind. "It's your fault. Your trick made the girl cry. It was you who made her cry." The guy turned and looked impressed. I greeted him and noted that he seemed to be able to save the baby. Another guy immediately denied that nothing good seemed to happen. We looked at the girl. Her eyes were filled with tears. The guy said he did not help anything. The main character could not understand why they were here. Even explained that he noticed how he used a signal spell. It was because of this that they found it. However, the path he laid could not be noticed. The hum was standing throughout the district. It was said that he could not be lost. It was really hot in all the senses. People just smiled, wrinkled, wiping their sweat. At that moment, the guy realized what happened. Ivan replied that they have been watching them for a long time. The guy blushed, understanding that. He became so ashamed that he had grabbed his head. Then Ivan asked if he was going to leave everything as he was, and the guy asked again in surprise. At that moment, the girl was still bitterly crying. Then he addressed Shiel and asked if his comrades would share the wisdom of the elders. They may teach him some magic that can stop her tears. They quietly began to gather, assuring that they could go back. Everyone was very tired, so they thought seriously whether to stay here at night and move on to dawn. However, the conductor did not want them to go. Ivan calmly replied that the comfort of the baby was entrusted to him. The protagonist was stunned and could not understand why he was so with him. The man replied that he wanted to save the princess. Therefore, he must accompany it and bears full responsibility. The guy was silent. Only then did he realize that they were really going to go. I never asked him if this powerful barrier was safe. After that, he wished them a good night and smiled awkwardly, slightly blushing. He added that the old ones are going so as not to interfere with the young boy. The protagonist could only look at them in shock and ask not to leave him. At this time, the girl continued to cry. In the end, she rolled all night until the morning, and he, exhausted morally, drove her back to the city. She fell asleep just in his hands, tired of tears. The city continued ordinary days. People were walking slowly on the streets. In the meantime, the protagonist enjoyed lunch, and a smile shone on his face. He thought about how good that the girl was already searched. All the misunderstandings were dispelled, and even food seems tastier now. Suddenly, he was asked to join. It was Lilier. The guy told her that she, of course, could join, but now lunch, so all the places are busy. The girl replied that she did not come because of a free place. She went to the table and sat in front of him, not saying the word. The guy, noticing her anxiety, asked what had happened because all the food would soon be heated. She happily agreed with him. But when hot food got to her mouth, she put forward her tongue and complained that it was very hot. The guy immediately realized that she did not tolerate such food very well. He realized why she was waiting for it to cool. It was not necessary to adjust it. He reached away, asked her permission, and only then applied medical magic to it. He said it's okay now. The girl's discolored girl thanked him. Men at the next table blushed and added that they always want something cold in the heat. The guy returned to them and could not understand why they were saying so. In his opinion, they exaggerated. The girl's discolored girl dared to talk to him. She thanked him once again for his help and for the amazing magic of recovery when both of things were engaged. However, the girl suddenly talked again about how he saved her yesterday. The young man just waved, they say. This is a trifle, because he is the same adventure seeker as she himself. However, the girl felt that her answer did not suit her. She jumped and screamed that they were not even familiar. In addition, she was rough with him, and he still came to her help. And it happened in the night forest, where the bees' pollen is in the air, and then no one goes. It was not a trifle. She considered him a deceiver, the worst partner for the avant-gardists, who rose only because of tricks, and in herself worthy of nothing. Not even knowing what he was actually capable, she decided that she was not mistaken. The guy noticed that the girl said this word with great hatred. It seemed to him that she probably had once been injured by such people. Therefore, he decided to ask if she had problems with them. She has tears in her eyes. The young man realized that he should not touch the topic. The girl said it happened a long time ago. She said that men who gave themselves for the adventures of rank A cheated on it. Because of them, she almost died. Her face twisted in pain, but she held back tears. The protagonist was amazed that such people exist in general. Lilier said that she was born in the village near the forest of the demons. Their village was not rich, but everyone had enough food and where to live. One day she learned that adults were very afraid that demons could get out of the forest and attack the village. In the Guild of the Adventure, the forest was constantly being asked to cut down the forest. They cleared only the outskirts of the big cities, but did not reach the village which stood on the edge. Adults were constantly worried about the forest, which gradually sneaked closer. They raised a little money and sent requests to the guild, hoping to stop the offensive of the forest. The Lex realized that even a remote village could visit adventure. The girl added that to call the guild rank B, it took a lot of money, but all the villagers dropped and collected the required amount. They were convinced that they would now be able to stop the growth of the forest. Everyone rejoiced, even she, though she was very young and did not understand anything. Such were those times. There was a monster in the village that no one has ever seen. It attacked people and many were injured. All residents fled to a nearby village, and her father died from the paws of monster. The girl hardly restrained his tears when she talked about it. Sir-wide adults turned to the Adventurers Guild, asking to cut down the forest and get rid of the monster. However, no one responded to their request. The boy could not understand why it happened. The monster who attacked the village was a monster AA. In the village managed to gather the award only for Class B level, but this did not end their problems. The Lex listened to this story with sadness. The people who attacked the monsters suddenly began to get sick. The doctor explained that the cause of the disease was the poison of monsters. Because of this, many villagers could no longer work. The girl lost her father, and her mother could no longer work. Recalling her parents, she thought that life was over. However, it was then that the scoundrels appeared. People begged them for help because the village was attacked by the monster that no one had seen before, and these creatures also spread diseases. But for them, it seemed like a trifle, because they were the adventures of the rank A. The old man explained that they could not give a reward of level A. Their border is only the level of B. The man nodded and said he understood. The man asked to leave this conversation in secret. This time, they agreed to accomplish the task of rewarding level B as an exception. The old man, barely holding back tears, thanked them for his kindness. There will be no more such opportunity. They gave all the money accumulated, without even thinking, apparently hurried, because everyone sincerely believed in the best. But there was no hope. The next morning, all adventure seekers disappeared with money, without completing their work. They came to the guild and said that adventurers came to their village. The peasants asked to cope with the monster, but they took the award and just fled. People asked at least some help from the guild. But the girl replied that she sincerely sympathizes with them, but the guild is not responsible for tasks that were not a mediator. People were shocked by her words. These people may have guessed that no one undertook their request. They may not even have been real adventure seekers. Now there is no money or work in the village. The peasants were confused and did not know what to do next. At that moment, the girl heard people discussing that false adventurers were deceived. Fortunately, in the neighboring village where they escaped, the older sister of her mother lived. She took care of them. The girl is grateful to her for her mom. When she was still a baby, she decided she had to cure her mother and all the villagers. It can no longer be returned, but others can still be saved, and then they will be able to live happily. That is why she decided to become an adventure search. I want to make money, get medicine, and gain strength to restore the village and become a real adventurer that can protect everyone. Lily said this story is very long. She took the boy's hands and thanked him for being alive. From this, she was extremely happy. The protagonist, blushing, replied that it is not necessary to think about it. And he thought that her smile was so bright that his answer turned out to be awkward. One day they became aware that they were sitting and holding hands. The girl suddenly pulled her hands, quickly hid them, and hurried to apologize for her sudden behavior. It turned out that her hand was injured. He used the healing magic again. It turned out that the blood appeared because his nails were cut into his palm. The girl squeezed her hand in a fist that she didn't even notice it. She herself did not understand how that happened. She apologized again, because she apparently caught him by surprise. Remembering the past, she did not notice how she did it. The guy realized that these memories were so heavy that she has been painful. He asked her whether she really went to the grass to prepare this medicine. The girl replied that this herb can really be used for medicines that treat the disease. Esther asked about the name of the disease that befell the villagers. The girl replied that this disease is called Arza. The guy was stunned by her. He realized that this herb was really helping the disease, but it seemed to him that he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he was so strong that his eyes expanded, and the jaw was sagging from surprise. The girl asked the boy again, a little lost what was happening. The guy answered her that this disease could be cured even without herbs. Lilier did not understand how possible. The guy said they needed to go immediately. He wondered where the village is located next to them. The girl explained that it was necessary to bypass the forest of demons' beasts and move to the southeast for about 2 days. The guy said it is good that she needed to go right now. The girl did not understand why they had to go at this moment, because he was already noon. If they go now, they will only be able to reach the village in the middle. The man reached for her with confidence and reassured her, "Don't worry." He suggested going on a journey together, and they left the city together. She asked him why they left the city, because all the carts were on the other side. He replied that they did not need carts, so they would go together. The girl noted that their journey would last a week. The guy raised his finger and assured the girl that it is not necessary to worry because they would fly. From the herd, the girl was surprised even more. The protagonist carefully lifted her in his arms and prepared for Zeta. After the guy used the windwing spell, they climbed high above the city. From the height of the bird's flight, they saw all the settlements where they recently were. The girl looked fascinated in front of herself, wondering. Suddenly, a frightened girl hugs the boy firmly. He gladly feels how gentle and pleasant it smells. Then he became confused in his thoughts and decided that it is no longer necessary to think about it. He said that if they fly over the forest, they need her help to find the right way. But the girl only pressed his head and shouted that they were really flying. The guy calmly replied that it was the magic of flight, but Lilier exclaimed that she was referring to quite another. She was confused because they began to move. The protagonist once again tried to explain that it was all because of the magical power of flight, so they rose into the air. But these words only made the girl cry. He uses the magic of attack that instantly destroys monsters. In addition, it creates powerful protective barriers and heals wounds. He still knows how to fly. She was wondering who he really was. The Lex replied that he was only an adventurer of rank B, but the girl shouted that she did not believe it. The bright flash illuminated everything around, and they flew over the forest together. After a while, they landed at the entrance to the village. The girl could not believe her eyes and exclaimed enthusiastically that it was incredible. They really got here. Smiling to her, the protagonist said they need to go and help her mom. The girl asked whether she could cure her. He confidently assured that he could. Then the girl took his hand, and together they moved forward. The girl came to the wooden door, knocked, and said she was her home. When the door opened, the woman asked who came at such an hour. Seeing an unexpected guest, she was very happy and exclaimed that Lilier had not come for a long time. The girl was also happy to meet him. I replied that I didn't even expect her return. She said she would not come until she finds a way to cure this disease. All this time, she only sent money and letters. But the girl answered seriously. She found someone. The woman was stunned and asked if it was true. In response, the girl said that the guy promised to cure everyone. It was difficult for a woman to believe that the baby was capable of such. However, the girl reaffirmed it again, adding that she was greeted with her life. He is an experienced adventure seeker who has won a flock of strong monsters on his own. If he did not come to the rescue, she would have already died. But despite that, the woman still did not believe his words. She laughed and said that the appearance was deceptive. Suddenly her face became very harsh. She struck the girl on her head and said that it was just terrible. Lily grabbed her head and complained that she was very painful, but the woman said not to complain. On the contrary, it is necessary to rejoice that it hurts. After all, if she had not been, she would not even feel it. The guy decided that in such situations, it is better to remain silent and not interfere. If he was inadvertently involved, it could turn to him trouble. She turned to him and said that she probably caught a lot of trouble. The guy smiled and replied that he should not worry. She introduced herself as Alicia, and the Lex repeated her name. After that, the woman bowed low and thanked him. It was very surprised by the guy. The woman with a sadness on her face added that she was grateful to him for protecting their daughter. He gestured that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, she was his companion in the guild. Alicia asked if it was true. The guy asked if it was possible to see a girl's mother. If it was about Ariza's disease, it could be cured without medicinal herbs. The woman remembered that they had already discussed it. Did she completely forgot about it because of her? She invited them to enter the house. They entered the room where there was a small kitchen, and there were many different tools. She said she was a little tight here. Pointing to the door, she said her mom was there. She asked to call the woman and report that her daughter had returned, and also brought the boy with her. The guy and the girl blushed with embarrassment. Alicia laughed and said that he was only joking. Then she pushed them forward to enter the room. On the bed lay a woman who called Lei her daughter. Leia immediately rushed to her. Aunt asked to wait for it to light a lamp. Lilier sat next to her mother's bed, and there were various baskets, boxes, and a room for heating the room. The guy was silent and watched all around. Alicia confessed that she was feeling awkward because they were so tight. The girl also noticed that her mother had lost weight again. Masha hugged this woman. Her faces and arms were covered with black spots. After that, Masha wondered who she was. Alicia replied that she was her younger sister and Liliral's mom, Mario. The guy thought that this girl seemed to fight the disease for a long time. She was very thin and looked completely exhausted. In addition, pale purple spots throughout its body were definitely signs of arson disease. When the spots cover the whole body, the woman dies from a terrible poison. Meryl wondered if the boy was her beloved, her daughter. The protagonist was discouraged again. He quickly assured that there was nothing between them, they were just friends. The girl also replied loudly that he was only a friend for her. The man introduced himself and said that Lilier explained to him the whole situation. He came to help her and heal. The woman was surprised to hear it. She coiled, asked him with distrust, and then said that he was very good. The guy guessed that it was not like the reaction of a seriously ill person. He realized that all this is more reminiscent of the performance for the audience. From the moment of infection to the very end, patients suffer. But even in spite of the pain, she tries to hold on to her daughter, that everything is fine. The girl with tears in her eyes turned to him, begging her mother. The woman was only sad in response. The main character asked him to trust him. With their consent, he took her hands and used ancient healing. Magic broke out around them. The girl's face and her aunts were also impressed. Maria did not believe in her own eyes, considering her hands. The guy said she is quite healthy now. The healing power of the ancients is a very powerful spell that he has created in his past life. He was tired of inventing new medicines or magic every time to fight various poisons and diseases that monsters brought. Because of this, of course, such magic requires much more mana than other spells, but it is a justified fee for universal medicines. The guy exhaled with relief. He confirmed again that the treatment was successful. All the women in the room were surprised to look at him. He didn't understand what was happening. At this point, everyone around the excitement, trembling. Soon, a cry came across the district. People asked if he really did everything. Subsequently, all the villagers gathered outside. Aunt held a drink in her hands, hugged the boy, and asked if he had fun. She did not believe that the hero, which the girl brought, would be able to cure everyone so quickly. Even now, after she saw it with her own eyes, it is difficult for her to believe it. The guy said something quite insignificant. After that, at the request of Lily's and others, he undertook to help all the peasants who were ill. At first, people looked at him with surprise and distrust. But when everyone saw Mario completely recovered, they were just amazed. Immediately, everyone has trust. Happy laughter was heard around. As soon as the treatment ended, the former head of the village suddenly appeared and reported that a feast was being held on this occasion. It is for this result that everything led. The old man with joy thanked him for being able to cure their families. He suggested that everyone rejoice in a peaceful dream of youth and congratulate Lilier on what she found the bridegroom. The guy replied that it was a slight misunderstanding. People rejoiced in what great happiness. They offered to arrange a good holiday on this occasion. No one could believe that their family could recover. Joy prevailed around. People sincerely thanked the boy. One of the children was able to take steps for the first time. Grandma said she did not believe in her recovery. It seemed that everything happened like a dream, and it seemed to a man that everyone around was happy. It was so wonderful. When it was dark, Lex asked Lilier to sit next to him. It turned out that she had been looking for him for a while. When he asked how her mother felt, the girl replied that she had already returned home with her aunt. After all, my mother just recovered after illness. The guy was convinced that he completely healed her, so the rest was no longer needed. But for the body that is exhausted by the disease, it will still take time. The girl thanked him again. She laughed and said she only thanked him. He replied that she would not worry about it, but she insisted that it was not enough because she was greeted by his life, and he saved all the inhabitants of the village, so she just had to thank him. The girl said he had already made so much for her that she would not be able to thank in full. However, she still wanted to reward him somehow. She believed that it would be unfair if he would continue to give her gifts just like that. There are really many good people at this time, In his past life, he could not even imagine that people were able to be so responsive. The girl approached him and asked, "What happened?" He removed and assured that everything was not true. The girl laughed back and said that she would definitely return, though not for long. They sat near the night sky. The former headman of the village said that they were still a great honor to accept their rescuer. Before the main character, they put food. Grandma, with a smile, noted that the dishes were simple but asked him to eat more. The guy thanked her and asked how she feels. She replied that all was well and thanked him for it. It seemed to her that nothing happened to her. The old man said it was true happiness. Thanks to the mentor, the peasants gained strength. Now that they can work, they no longer have to be a burden for the locals. The Lex asked once again, and the man replied, "Locals consider them strangers because they lived in another village from the very beginning. If it were not for the disease, this would not happen. Thanks to their kindness, they were allowed to stay here, but because all men became ill, they could not live worthy. Many in this village were forced to get into debt. But thanks to him, everyone is ready to return to work again. Those who borrow money are now going to pay off their debt, and those who live in relatives want to make money for their own home." The young man asked the house. The old man replied that it is not necessary to abuse the kindness of loved ones, so usually they say. The old couple has already resigned to stay here until the end of their days. The young man understood. Although everyone was recovering for a long time, everyone still misses his home, to which there is no way back. The Lex, smiling, decided to ask them a question. The guy walked the street. The girl approached him and asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to the woods of the demons. Hearing this, the girl said that in this case, it would help him. When she ran away, she asked him to wait a little. In a few minutes, she returned and apologized to her. She dressed in her combat costume and suggested going. The guy thought that she had a lot of passion, but said that there was no help here. He added that he just wants to expand the road a little. She looked at him with confusion. The guy realized that Lil knew nothing about this road. He ran to the fence and said it was easier to show than to explain. Stopping near the forest, he looked around to make sure that no one was around. Then he used hellish flames, and a bright flash illuminated everything in the forest. Having waved the girl from afar, he said that this is how the road would be laid through the forest. The girl did not quite understand why he was doing it. He shouted to her that she did not go ahead in any way because it was dangerous. The girl was scared and did not understand how he could control the hellish fire. After a while, they walked the road, and the girl asked how far he was going to go. He replied that it would probably take a long time. Then he suggested that she return first. The girl confidently replied that he did not agree. She explained that it was a forest full of demons, so that the monsters would not be caught by surprise. She should protect him. The protagonist agreed with her and said that in this case, he rests on her. The girl was glad and cheerfully replied that she could not worry. She is all-powerful. The girl kept a broken sword in front of her and stated that she would protect his back. Both saw with surprise in what condition its weapons are now. The girl froze on the spot. Lex noted that it was broken. Lilier reacted indignantly to his words. The guy remembered that he apparently damaged it when he saved her from wolves. The girl was confused and did not know how to proceed. The guy stretched out her sword. She asked if he really did not mind her. The guy nodded in the affirmative, and the girl thanked him sincerely. The girl, all red from shame, once again assured that she could rely on her. The guy asked her again to take care of him. The protagonist reported that they got places. The girl looked around with surprise. In front of them lay her native village. The destroyed buildings stood around, and only ruins remained from familiar streets. She did not understand why they came here. The guy explained that the former headman told him about the village in which they once lived, but the girl could not understand why he decided to come here. He replied that it is quite natural to think about returning home. After all, everyone finally recovered after the illness, so of course they now want to go home. He also understood that he still had an important task: to pave the way for others. The girl's tears shouted in her eyes, and she wanted to tell him something. But suddenly, a terrible roar came, and an expression of horror appeared on her face. The guy seriously said it seems to be somewhere nearby. The girl froze with surprise. She recognized this cry because he was the same as then. The protagonist asked the girl whether the monster was indeed here. She confirmed, saying that it was this monster who attacked their village and infected her mother and other people. It was he who took away their home. He raised his head and saw a mutant in front of him. It was Vena Rex, a creature that resembled the Rex Tyrannosaurus, with short front paws and a large mouth. As you can see from the name, this monster resembles a dinosaur and has a dangerous poison. Despite the huge size, it moves lightning on 2 legs, and it is this monster that destroyed the most warriors. To neutralize this poison, you need either high priest magic or a very powerful antidote. If you delay with treatment, a person just like this village will seriously get sick. This is really an extremely dangerous monster. Anger was reflected in the girl's face when she realized that he was still nearby and rushed. The Lex tried to stop her, but she answered sharply that he did not interfere. The guy thought that she had no protection against poison, so it is very dangerous and reckless to fight now. He shouted to her to wait for him to impose a protective spell on her poison, but the girl did not pay attention to him and rushed to run straight to the roaring monster. He hit her, but the girl was able to evade him. The guy tried to stop her. The poison of the monster was not only in his claws. The monster lay down again, and the girl was very scared. He fiercely roared and again rushed at her with an attack. However, the protagonist quickly moved in their direction, calling him to stop this roar. He jumped high, landed directly on the monster, and hit him with his foot, from which one of the Rex spikes broke. The protagonist used magic to the girl and told her that he had put a poison from poison. She thanked him. But if it goes on, the girl will continue to be relevant to the battle. She needs to show how to deal with this monster properly. Although he applied the poison clearing from the poison, it was still very risky to attack directly. After that, he broke forward to the monster and showed how it could be defeated. The monster did not cease to wail in pain. The guy explained that in the needles hidden in his hands, in claws on the front paws, and in the tail, poison. Therefore, to defeat it, you must first break these parts and then go into battle. At this point, the monster fell to the ground from a strong blow. Vena Rex moves on 2 legs, so if one of them is broken, he will not be able to walk anymore. After that, the guy struck one of the monster's paws. Then you can attack from a distance. For example, a spear, or a monster with an arrow or magic. This is the general tactic of battle with this creature. Smiling, the guy finished his story. The protagonist smiled and said that it is quite easy to fight. The girl, however, was surprised to show him a finger and asked that here was simple. After all, each step was extremely difficult. The guy replied that if the monster uses poison as a weapon, it is easiest to simply neutralize it. The girl agreed that she also thought about it, but added that it was better to end with him as soon as possible. He asked her whether she tried so hard for that. The girl with a lowered look came to the hissing monster and squeezed a sword firmly in her hand. After that, she stuck the blade into him. The protagonist shouted that he was still alive. I had to repeat the blow. Lilier did not understand why the sense of revenge did not come. She did not stop beating until the roar of the monster was finally. The guy approached the girl, who was breathing hard, and said that she managed great. She thanked him once again, and he said it was not worth attention, and suggested returning to please the peasants. The elder of the village could not believe it, and the people around stood the amazed and looked at their village. Everyone realized that it was the same monster who had already appeared here. My grandfather said that there are roads in the forest now, and moreover, this monster managed to win. The protagonist said that it was Lilier who overcame the monster, who brought them so much hassle. Looking down, she whispered that it was not true. In fact, she did not win him. The man with a smile added that he will be able to restore the village to the money that we'll receive from the sale of parts of monsters. The peasants, surprised to hear, immediately asked if it was true. The girl did not know what to say, so she called the boy. He replied that it was her idea to treat people and return to the village, and the money received from the sale of monsters will go to the restoration of the village. She realized why he allowed her to get it. The guy just laughed. If he defeated the monster himself and gave up the award, it would look like a hand on the side of the arrogant stranger. But for Lilier, who dreamed of returning to her native village, it was quite familiar to the monster on his own. She started recovery for that money. The woman confessed that she didn't even know how to thank, but the guy again repeated that she did not need gratitude. She fully deserved this award. The village's elder said that even if they rebuild the village, they could not support it anymore. He sincerely thanked both, but explained, no matter how they try, the village is still surrounded by forest full of demons. Soon the forest hides them again in their arms. Who knows, perhaps, they will attack such a monster again, and they will have to leave their home again. The guy spread his hands in sides and stated that he had a plan. He suggested, why not build a town near the station here? The old man asked him in surprise. The guy replied that on the initiative of the guild is now underway to create a highway that would connect the city with the surrounding villages. However, the night in the field camps takes power not only from the body, but also from the soul. If there were permanent city stations in the forest, everyone would choose them for relaxation instead of equipping the camp. The elder once again asked how trees could appear from the forest of demonic animals. After all, they have no money to ask the guild to cut them down. The Lex replied that they would not worry. If there is a quiet place to relax in the middle of a dangerous forest, then the guild itself will help to preserve such territory. It will be cheaper for the budget if you do not build a new stop from scratch, but to equip and protect an existing place. The guy decided that the village needed to be restored first. To do this, he was going to contact the Guild of Adventure for advice. Marisha said she wanted to pave the road through the forest of demonic dawn, so she would probably agree to this proposal. He asked the opinion of the locals on this. He clenched his fist and asked, do they want to live in their native village, which would be restored together? At first, the peasants were silent. One of the men said he wanted to stay. After that, others began to join, stating that they also want to live here again and no longer want to leave their village. They sought to inform their ancestors who returned home. They shouted happily that they would live here again. Smiling, the guy told the girl that it was wonderful. Seeing her gloomy face, he thought she was angry, but suddenly the girl returned to him. He stretched his hands forward and called her to himself. The girl with the words of gratitude rushed to him in the arms. The guy could not believe that it all started again. The inhabitants of the village began to incite her not to let go of the guy, and the guy himself was frightened and wondered how they could interfere. The girl's mother thought if she would soon become her grandmother. The guy wanted everything to stop. They had to stop their daughter, and then it was possible to make a joke. In the meantime, the girl thanked him for his help. In the end, he hugged her again, and she burst into tears and then fell asleep in his arms. The locals were upset by the young man and realized that they would be very lacking. He explained that he had no right to use the hospitality of local residents endlessly. In addition, it was necessary to discuss a recent case in a town near a station with guild representatives. In addition, he was waiting for an important task: to officially inform the guidance to the leadership of the complete destruction of the dangerous mutant, whom he successfully lost during his last mission. Aunt sincerely asked Lex to stay a little, because she and her sister and all the inhabitants of the village were very grateful to him. My grandfather was especially sad because of the guy's departure, because it was now responsible for the payment of debt, which was still unpaid. The Lex turned to his new friends with sincere words, assuring them that it is not necessary to worry more about debts. He insisted that his grandfather and the whole community forgot about it forever. Although his heart warmly warmed his heart, The guy understood the simple truth. At heart, he remained a real adventure seeker. It was difficult for him to stay in one place for a long time because he dreamed of exploring the world. The young man smiled to himself, remembering his words and mentally comparing his manner to speak with the style of a great raggard swordsman. The charming girl standing next to him suddenly said that soon she would also go on a journey after her friend and leave her native land. Her decision was a surprise for everyone, and the guy was so impressed that he could not believe heard. The Lex looked gently in her eyes and carefully asked if she was really ready to go on the road again, because she just returned home. She only recently stepped on her native land, hugged her loved ones, and again felt peace in her mother's arms. Unfortunately, she was a hostage of circumstances. In addition to the suffering of suffering, she was disturbed by another problem. All her things remained in the city of Hesse. She was so hurried to return that she did not even have time to say goodbye to her friends, causing their relationship to go bad. In addition to the moral obligation to correct past mistakes, there was another important reason. The girl remembered well that she had remained in debt to her girlfriend. The young man stood in a confusion, voicing his opinion. Why not stay with her family? Because her mother's health has already improved much. As for his comrades, he suggested meeting them personally and explaining everything, to tell why his girl disappeared. Sometimes the care of the mother is forced to act decisively, and that's what happened that evening. The mother, worried about the future of her daughter, approached the young man and sincerely asked him to accompany her baby on a trip. The young man listened carefully to the woman's request and carefully asked if she was sure to take such responsibility in his willingness. The mother often worried her daughter, forcing her to worry. The woman was infinitely grateful for the fate for his returned health, because she looked at life now. Having realized her own experience, she decided to give her daughter the freedom to live independently, to choose her way, and even to make mistakes. The caring sister has promised to visit and take care of her relatives often. Thanks to this, the woman quietly released her daughter on the long road, knowing that her loved ones would always support in a difficult situation. Mom gently put her hand on her shoulder and quietly asked for one thing: to find a girl to find time to visit home. Most of all, the mother sought to ease the burden of responsibilities that he once lay on her daughter's shoulders and enable her to choose her own way. Feeling that all the doubts remained behind and her choice is final, a woman with a firm determination decided to entrust the young traveler to a reliable companion. After long hesitation, the woman finally made a decision. She approached her dear daughter Lilier and informed the important news with a serious look. The man agreed to go with her. The hero, noticing the fire in the eyes of the girl, nodded and confidently suggested to go on the road right now, with the anticipation of future trials and new opportunities. The Lex froze in a place when the alarming sounds swept through the streets of the city. The guy wondered what he could scare the residents and cause such a fuss. The young man focused and loudly urged the peasants to be careful and take care of himself. After that, he took a deep breath and straightened the wings of the wind, feeling the powerful force lifting their bodies into the air. People froze in surprise, watching the guy rapidly rising into the sky. No one has ever seen this, and everyone stood quietly without saying words. Their mouths were open, and the eyes are widely open with surprise. The woman shocked to see her arms to her chest. She frozen in place without believing her own eyes. Her daughter screamed that the usual adventure seeker was not able to repeat such a miracle of flight. Looking at the collected residents, the young man reached out, said goodbye to everyone, and sincerely wished them happiness, well-being, and easy road. After a long flight, the heroes finally landed safely in the middle of a lively city quarter. The body was still trembling with fatigue, but each cell felt the joy of victory. The Lex returned to his companion and said he was now going to the central staff of the Guild of Adventure to personally report on the completion of the reception. Lilier added that at the same time, she wants to visit her longtime friends. The girl said she left the city quickly and unnoticed, without telling her plans for a long journey. Her friends could remain alone and upset, worried about her, and did not understand why she disappeared so suddenly. The heroes have said goodbye, promising to see again soon. After a brief conversation, the youth dispersed. Everyone plunged into their affairs and worries that were waiting for them in the big city. The guild secretary reported that the guild chief advisor will soon call. At this point, someone turned to the young man. It turned out to be Sam. He asked if he was too late to appear late, and then told everyone loudly that the newcomer managed to return. The man asked Lax if he fled with the girl, or maybe she refused him. The guy did not understand why this conversation came at all. Everyone knew that the guy and the girl met only a few days ago, but many already invented romantic stories, whispering, discussing them, and watching how they disappeared along the horizon. Roman was not in place. The senior member of the guild respected the Lex and apologized for the delay. The woman assured that the young man is quite healthy. The guy stood in front of her, getting ready to tell about his recent clash with a dangerous enemy. However, she asked him to wait a little with the story and invited him to go with her to the reception room first. The young man put the mutant on the table and was already going to get a special knife to melt him and to give him a sword. The Lex asked the senior advisor to the guild to leave him a blade, and she agreed. After that, the advisor told her to follow her to the reception room. The woman was surprised why the guy came. It turned out that he came to tell about the recent destruction of a dangerous monster and discuss it. It was an extremely seductive proposal for the guild, but it had a few serious drawbacks. Guild seeks to help build a town near the station, but faces a problem. It is necessary to establish reliable protection against aggressive beast monsters. When the enemy approaches the city walls on the mobile, guards can stop the creature, giving the guild the opportunity to order to destroy the monster. The young man noticed that this method resembles a trap for demons. The woman agreed and explained that the monster will remain tied to the village, and it will be much easier to protect against it. If there is little monster, it will be easy to deal with them. But if too much, it will greatly complicate the situation and require considerable effort to destroy them. The forests that live the beasts like demons open only to adventurers not lower than the rank of B. Therefore, only experienced and highly rating adventure seekers can overcome all the difficulties of this place and survive here. However, this plan is still difficult to bring to life, so it must be significantly refined and adapted to real conditions. The senior advisor to the guild added that the feature of adventurers is their mobility and lack of attachment to a certain place. They just can't stay in one city for a long time. The guy mentioned that the heroes' adventures of ancient legends have always been known for their continuous travel. He proposed to install a protective barrier over the city. The protective barrier can be created with magic, and this will allow you to securely protect the city from monster attacks. There should be no particular difficulty with this. The woman said that this option was impossible. Lex wanted to find out why this could not happen. They do not have enough mana to create a barrier. The young man explained that the senior advisor misunderstood him. In fact, it was enough to simply draw a magical circle of unbreakable barrier. Then we no longer have to attract monsters for protection. She wondered that she was an insurmountable obstacle she had not even heard of. The guy explained that the indestructible barrier is a special spell that acts endlessly, feeding on a mana that draws from the environment. This spell was often used to protect large cities, and everyone considered it quite common. However, the advisor, hearing it, exclaimed that it was not true. Once there was a long-forgotten magic that allowed to create protection that continued forever, feeding on the energy of the outside world. Lexes were very interested in the idea of lost magic. When he wondered what it was, the woman was clearly angry. She said that once in ancient civilizations, this lost magic was a common matter, but now she was almost forgotten. In terms of rarity and prestige, it is equal to the magic of flight, which the guy has without any effort. The guy asked if the lost object they found earlier was associated with missing magic, because the master from the city Togai said something like this. The woman confirmed that the lost things were indeed created in ancient times, and asked if the young man had such an artifact. The Lex decided not to go into detail, remained silent, and left the question unanswered. One way or another, the spell of an indomitable barrier is now officially considered lost. The woman asked if he could activate the spell of the impermeable barrier. Hearing the affirmative answer, it was deeply struck. She wondered in surprise where he knew this spell, because even the best masters from the royal laboratory could not restore him. The guy asked if it matters. He immediately added that they will be able to build a city station in the forest of demonic animals together, using an indomitable barrier. She also wondered what resources were needed to create an impermeable barrier. The young man replied that special materials would be needed for this. After that, the woman asked him to list all the necessary components. To draw a magical circle, you will need special paints, a set of precious stones, and the nucleus of the monster. The monster nucleus is a special crystalline stone that is formed inside the body of very strong monsters. It accumulates a large amount of magical energy and becomes a powerful source of force for different magical rituals and will be covered. The woman noted that it is very difficult to obtain such a nucleus, and it is impossible to create it artificially without the help of a powerful magical creature. If the guy had previously addressed, the guild could buy the desired core at the capital's auction, although the budget would hardly withstand such a purchase. Only weak monsters were found on the surrounding lands, which could not form the desired nucleus. The young man reassured the interlocutor, promising that there was a corresponding body inside the imported mutant. Then the man came in and reported that a magical crystal fell from the body of the dead mutant. As the guy predicted, the cannon kernel was in his place. The woman was surprised where he could know so accurately about it in advance. The guy asked if it was not obvious, because strong monsters have nuclei. She replied that it was not true for her. The senior advisor to guild asked the guy what monsters he usually faces. The young man replied modestly that it was all thanks to his special adventure. He continued the conversation, asking if they could use the mutant's core to successfully create a protective barrier around the town at the station. The woman realized that she needed to contact the guild management immediately to reconcile further steps. A few days later, thanks to the joint work of the state and the Guild of Adventurers, it was decided to turn the village of Lilier into a real town. The woman was named Narisha, and she held the post of senior advisor to the Guild of Adventures in Hexus. The assistants called the senior advisor to Guild, and she met with Lexon again. She had already invited him, but now a new reason has appeared to talk. However, the woman immediately decided that what happened was really unusual and special. It was quite impressed by the fact that the town was decided to build the station just in the middle of the forest where the demon is found. The woman thought that again something was quite unusual, incredible, and not like a normal life. This option was quite possible, and the Guild of Adventures has long worked on a similar project. The woman remembered as she said that their guild has long been working on a similar project, but they were constantly lacking in mana. Misha decided that the guy was just inventing, and there is hardly a serious conversation between them. He needed magical stone, but such things are extremely expensive and very appreciated. The woman was very surprised when she received a message from his subordinate. He confirmed that there was a magic stone in the killed mount. She very much wanted to find out who this mysterious guy was, who was able to solve the mystery of the magic stone inside the monster and knew something about the forgotten magic arts. Marisha was only sure of one thing. It is better not to quarrel with such guys. Earlier, people only watched the wild land of demonic beasts growing increasingly, doing nothing. But thanks to the decisive actions of the young man, this spread was almost stopped. Moreover, he really did a feat. He laid a wide road through a thick forest. If the guild is incorrectly treated with or does not value his services, he can leave their city and settle in another settlement. In the worst case, even to go to another country. With such power, he will easily succeed where he would not go. When they appreciated his abilities and potential, it became obvious. The best for the guild is to support the plan of the young hero, not to try to use it for their own benefits. Marisha firmly decided to make every effort to bring the idea of the boys to life and make it accessible to everyone. The young man gladly accepted the support of the woman, and she emphasized that if he made every effort and fulfilled the necessary conditions, she has no reason to give up his plan. If everything is successful, she will have a real chance to become a new head of the guild, and it will be a fair reward for her initiative and skill. The Lex expressed hope for successful cooperation and politely said goodbye. The woman asked the boy if he had a girl. She just considered it funny and quite natural to ask it because the guy is really attractive and seems to have great prospects. This question did not make much sense, but the measure very much wanted to interest this promising boyfriend with her business. She approached him and was quietly wondered if he had any important business or urgent duties. The woman suggested that the boy dinner together, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Lilier, who approached them with interested glitter in her eyes. The girl asked if the negotiations were already over. The young man smiled and said goodbye to Marisha. It was the same girl he rescued a few days ago. They had lunch together. The conversation was easy, and the warm, casual atmosphere prevailed around. The woman watched the couple with interest and suddenly realized that she completely forgot her career. She wondered if these young people could marry, and sadly noted that she had already lost her chance to feel such true happiness. The next day, the boys came to the Adventurers Guild. The secretary returned to the young man and solemnly announced that his application for the creation of the group was accepted. The girl looked gently at the young man and added that now they needed to come up with a good name for her team. The guy thought that the name offered by Jiro-kun, Dragon Slayer, sounds just cool. But because of his shyness, he did not dare to say it aloud and decided not to call their team officially. He asked the secretaries whether it was necessary to come up with a name for the group. She calmly replied that it is not necessary to formally, but a beautiful and remembered name will help to become famous for the team faster. Most teams chose their names because they realized that others would learn about them sooner. But the Lex did not like attention. He believed that glory was not suitable for everyone, and he wanted to stay in the shade. The guy confidently looked into the secretary in his eyes and asked to leave their team without a name. The girl nodded obediently, making it clear that she has no more questions. The guys have successfully received approval to create their own team. Now they have been opened for tasks that were only available for teams of 2 or more people, while individuals could not participate in such quests. The young man wondered whether the ban was concerned with temporary associations. The secretary explained that most often temporary teams are allowed to take such work, but indeed important tasks are entrusted only to proven permanent groups. Now the guys have become available much more tasks. They sincerely thanked the girl for her explanation and help. The secretary hoped that the guy would cope well with the task, because all their team consisted only of the experienced adventurers of Class B. But the guy himself recently received rank B, so it seemed a little strange to call the whole team an experienced team. With the growth of expectations on Lexus, there was a great responsibility. However, they were now officially recognized as a real team. A group of adventurers are a unite of people who are always ready to help and protect each other. They share knowledge and skills, and most importantly, trust their comrades and support a strong friendship. According to legends, even the legendary Rails swordsman realized that he would not overcome all the difficulties of this world. He found faithful friends, and with them, he did many feats. Lilier confessed that this is her first experience in a rather serious team, so she is a little worried. The guy asked how much her confession was. Ivan Sound shouted loudly that the lady finally met her decent man. The man added that he is surprised how much they seek to act in his own way. In his opinion, their desire to change is not accidental. She was very close to the same new one who was rumored, and perhaps it was thanks to him. The girl objected to indignantly, saying loudly that she did not fall in love and nothing like this happened. The Lex saved her life and saved her inhabitants of her village. She felt eternal gratitude to him. Lilier joined the team to thank for help, and asked to honestly express her opinion about her. Men joke with the girl, they say. She joined the team not to pay off the debt, but because she really wanted to be near the hero. One of the men said that their words were just guessing. She continued to restrain her indignation. Travelers approached the newcomer and asked to tell what actually prompted him to join their team. Of course, the young hero was happy, because this girl was his girlfriend in the battles, with which he experienced many dangerous adventures. This answer was a real surprise for all the gathered adventurers. The measure with a smile wondered whether the young man likes those girls who were constantly holding on him and trying to attract his attention. Despite all the obstacles, he really dreamed of becoming a real adventure seeker. The guy asked Lilier to do everything possible on their common way, and it was very comforted by the girl. She smiled widely, showing that she is also looking forward to new adventures. The young man, feeling her joy, reached out and pulled the girl gently, holding her hand firmly. They were inspired by each other's views and hurriedly moved forward, full of desire to plunge into the world of new adventures and trials. The young man called Liliel to himself. The girl quit the spear instantly, and he kissed the target. From a strong blow, the wolf fell to the ground. The girl felt free, full of pride and pleasure. Lilier was surprised when she had an unusually sharp blade. The guy warned that they were attacked again, but was able to defeat the wolf quickly. Suddenly, they were among the flocks of wolves. Hungry gray shadows appeared around the air, which every moment came closer. A little earlier, on one of the streets of Hestia, a cheerful company of young travelers walked lively forward and communicated sincerely. The guy wondered if they would not be against the comrades, but the girl was so fond of searching for medicines from Alza that she could not find a permanent team of friends. And this time she parted with her comrades again, going on to herself. Its sole purpose was to save Alts. The Lex replied that everything is fine now. The young man decided not to travel himself, but to gather his own team and find friends with level 5. Then the girl will no longer have to worry about debt repayment. Today, the whole team has got the task to overcome the wolf blade on the highway. The guy only recently won the mutants, but the danger still worried people. The young man decided that since the wolves are no longer obeying mutants, now they are looking for a new place. Now the girl will not leave herself, and everything will happen quite differently. She forgot to check if she had a weapon. Liliera immediately lost its weapon during the first wave of mutants. She has no other way out other than finding a new weapon. The girl went to the store and asked if there was someone inside. All the samples that showed were not high enough for real fighting. Gordov's weapons from Togai were far superior to reliability and efficiency. The man was not going to compromise because for him the quality of the weapon was crucial, and therefore he preferred to make her alone. He went to the blacksmith who worked in this forge. Lex stated that he wanted to start making his own weapons and renting a workshop. The man who worked there was very surprised. You thanked them for their help and offered a wolf blade as a gift with 100 gold coins. The blacksmith froze with surprise without believing his eyes when he saw such a generous gift. The man allowed the young man to use the workshop as much as he wanted. The young man sincerely thanked the owner, and the girl wondered why the Lexoffs stay in the forge for so long. As the Lexi received permission from the master, he immediately took up the creation of a new weapon, which was very surprised by his friend. At first he wondered if the girl was always a sword, because she noticed that she was using a broken sword. She was forced to beat a broken sword just because she had no money for another, but it did not make her a skilled sword at all. Lilier constantly sent money to her aunt, so she bought swords only at the lowest price. In addition, the sword is a simple and easy-to-use weapon that is suitable for many. The young man doubted whether to use cheap weapons, but he understood that it would help him improve his combat skills and develop the intuition that needed to move to a higher rank. Since it was impossible to solve the situation quickly, and the use of inappropriate weapons could be dangerous, Lex suggested that the girl choose the best weapon. They decided to try a big sword that should be kept with both hands, but he turned out to be so heavy that the girl just couldn't carry it with her. The next was tested onions, and he did not justify his hope. The desired result could not be achieved. Then they tried a heavy mace. but it turned out to be ineffective and did not fit the girls. The girl lowered her hands, losing the hope of finding at least one weapon that suits her. Then the young man suggested checking the spear in action. She easily and confidently lifted the spear, feeling that she needed it now. Lilier realized that the spear is much more convenient and easier to use than she thought. When you use the spear, you can make stronger strokes thanks to a long handle than a sword. The spear allows you to keep the enemy at a distance and to aim more precisely. He agreed with the blacksmith that they would immediately take a special spear for this lady. The girl realized that she should not go into the little things so much, because what she had already purchased was enough. She had to choose a weapon that would meet her skills and strength. The young man added that talking that a skilled warrior can do any weapon is just a fiction. If you use poor quality equipment, the strength of the fighter is significantly reduced. Having decided on the decision, they immediately began to craft the appropriate weapons. To make the edge of the spear, you first need a small but strong blade. The girl asked not to spend valuable materials on her weapon and wait a little. But the young man was determined and disagreed with it. The base of the product was skillfully cut out of a tree of a predatory plant. To strengthen the structure, it used a special fastening substance obtained from the scales of an ancient dragon. It gave the product exceptional strength and resistance to damage. The guy said Lilier something very confusing and incomprehensible, and then smiling, reassuring her, explaining that he did not really say anything complicated. In addition, it covered the metal parts with a special substance that contained a poison of a rare viper. The girl exclaimed, claiming that she was an incredibly valuable material she didn't even hear. But the young man calmly replied that it was a common thing for him. In this spear, special details that made it stronger were added, not allowed to bend, protected from rust, and stored the blade sharp. She did not understand what she was talking about, but felt inside that these weapons would have something special. Meanwhile, the young man finished forging. When the spear for Lilier was ready, the guy smiled and suggested that the girl use a new weapon, be sure to try it in action and enjoy it. She was afraid to touch new weapons, because her appearance was at the same time beautiful and frightening, causing true admiration. This impression was not due to magic, but thanks to excellent materials and skillful work. Having collected knowledge and rare ingredients, the guy learned how to create charming weapons on his own, giving her special properties that could change the battle. The girl was amazed at his skills and wondered who he really was. He told that he is a common peasant, and rather even an adventurer. It was very unusual for her. She shouted that the ordinary adventurer would not be able to become a homemade manor in just a month, and would definitely not have such extraordinary abilities. The girl felt anger in her, which gradually covered her whole nature. She tried to restrain her feelings, but in vain. Irritation was erupted outwards by short, sharp breaths. The guy was really stunned by her words. He froze on the spot, looking at the student widely open eyes. In his village, everyone had similar skills. It was an unusual place full of secrets and amazing. He believed that there are many people in the world who have the same talents and opportunities as him. The Lex asked if the girl really was telling the truth. The young man realized that Lilier really became a master on his own because she never had a teacher. He was explained that in order to become a truly independent person, you need to be able to cope with any tasks. She had no one who could teach her. The team often gathered with experienced adventurers to train and share their knowledge together. The guy finally realized why Lilier was so hard. It turned out that she never had a real teacher who would teach her basic skills and convey important knowledge. She only had to count on her own strength and intuition. Independent learning often leads to the fact that a person loses understanding of the basics, and it is really a shame. The student has valuable abilities and great potential, but because of a lack of basic knowledge, she cannot fully reveal her talent and achieve true success. The guy unexpectedly decided to become a teacher for a girl. He wanted to convey to her all the knowledge and skills. The girl was surprised by his decision and realized that it was in the conversation with him that a real awareness came to her. For her, This news was a complete surprise. He explained why Lilela could not simultaneously use the magic of recovery and strengthening. He suggested that the reason lies in her past specialization, before it was a sword. To become a first-class adventurer, she had to learn how to own magic well, he explained. In addition, among his acquaintances was the one who could use two magic at the same time. The guy asked her to believe in him, assuring that it would definitely help to overcome all the difficulties. The girl looked at the boy closely, took a deep breath, and, silent slightly, slowly nodded, agreeing to accept help. The girl realized that if she follows an example from a boy, it would definitely become stronger and more confident. Understanding this, she decided to join him, hoping to reach new peaks and reveal her potential. Liliola looked closely at the young man and confidently said that she was accepting his proposal to become her mentor. This decision marked the beginning of a new stage in her life, where she was waiting for trials and new opportunities, as well as the path to true skill and development of her own abilities. She asked him to teach her to fight. He eagerly agreed to her request, and a special relationship quickly got between them. They not only became a reliable combat team, but also took on the roles of the teacher and the student. Their communication has become a source of mutual development, giving their lives new meanings and goals. Seeing the success of his student, the master inspired and decided to evoke his own unique weapon. He took the rare remnants of materials and created an unusual sword, which was distinguished by its exquisite appearance and excellent properties. With a new powerful sword in the hands of Liliella, she confidently went towards adventures. These weapons added to her courage and belief in her own strength. Together with the mentor, she undertook to explore unknown lands, to overcome trials, and to defeat enemies. During this campaign, she gradually learned to use her new weapons wisely, although at first she felt fear and uncertainty. At first, it was difficult for her to cope with the force of weapons, but over time, the girl mastered it and was able to use effectively in battle. Under the care of an experienced master Venice, the art of fencing on the spears was so skillfully and sophisticated that it seemed as if fate had chosen her to possess this ancient craft. In fact, the guy simply conveyed the girl's knowledge and skills that he himself got from his friend. In fact, as a teacher, he turned out to be mediocre. He did not offer anything truly new or original. This technique was called a Ru of Arukis. It was still known as the reception of the heavenly emperor of the dragons. The girl smiled and noted that this name sounds too difficult and arrogant, as if the technology was considered more important than she really is. When they both mastered the art of the spear, they decided to return home. Their trip was successful. They gained new skills and unforgettable impressions. Although the forest and the magic barrier protected, you should not stay here for a long time. The barrier can only protect from the outside, but the dangers inside have not disappeared. It is better not to try the fate and get out of here in time. The guy happily announced that they succeeded, and now they would return. Their purpose was the mysterious heart of the forest of demonic animals. The girl faded when she heard it, and once again asked whether she realized correctly. Their journey leads just to the very heart of the forest of demonic beasts. The teacher seriously confirmed that their purpose is the heart of the forest of demonic animals. The master explained in detail that it is much more profitable and convenient to leave the center of forest of demonic animals. From here, it is easy to get to different cities and villages around. So the group will reach the right place faster, save time and resources. Lex said that the desire to get to the center appeared after the stories of Pan Ivan. He was inspired by the romance of these stories and the sense of the real adventure they brought. The girl was nervously swallowed with saliva and, trying to hide her excitement, barely nodded, agreeing that they were heading to a truly dangerous place. Her face became pale, and this look immediately issued how much she is experiencing and afraid of what awaits her. Liliel screamed that he completely forgot to ask her opinion. The girl grabbed the boy firmly and asked loudly why flying in the sky at all. if you could just stay on the ground. The master calmly explained that there is no point in walking, because new weapons have already been tested. In addition, flights are much faster, so you can save a lot of time and effort. The forest center was considered a secret zone where almost everyone was forbidden. However, many desperate adventure seekers tried to get inside. They asked permission to penetrate there, promising incredible discoveries and glory. The magical forest Magvari gradually grew, absorbing the surrounding land. The inhabitants of neighboring settlements were constantly worried and curious, trying to find out what was happening in the depths of this forest. Even San said that adventure seekers were trying to find out the truth about the forest, suspecting that treasures were hidden there. Many people thought that there was something extremely valuable in the heart of the forest, whether it was charming energy or countless wealth, capable of changing the fate of many. The girl worried how much time she would have to spend in the air. The flight was exhausted by both the body and the mind. She sincerely wanted to get the destination as soon as possible and finally relax. He suggested to stop and relax because the long flight took almost all the strength and endurance. A short break will help restore energy and prepare for a further trip. The Lex focused and extended his palm forward, proclaiming the poem. In a moment, a thin pillar of a bright flame broke out of his hand, gently illuminating the surrounding space. The fire moved into the beat of his breathing, filling everything around with pleasant warmth and enveloping the atmosphere with comfort and peace. Lily was relieved when she stepped on the ground, feeling her reliable firmness under her feet. She smiled, enjoying the well-deserved rest after a long flight. Fatigue gradually retreated, giving way to rest and comfort. The girl was genuinely rejoiced that she was standing on a solid land that she always loved and appreciated. The guy took care of the safety of the camp. He installed a protective barrier so that in the event of danger, everyone feels safe. Although there was no time of lunch, the guy suggested taking a short break to rest and gain strength before the further road, so they would be able to recover after a grueling flight and keep a good mood for the journey. The young man spread a soft blanket on the grass and gently spread various foods on it. The makeshift table looked very beautiful and appetizing, fresh fruits and other delicacies prepared specifically for a nice picnic. The student sat next to him and stared at the flavors. They noticed that a lot of food appeared from a small purse. Her eyes caught up with joy because a delicious and hearty snack was waiting ahead. The guy laughed well and explained that this charming bag has a special ability. It can store much more things than it seems from the outside. The guy suggested that the girl warm a cup of hot tea and taste a delicious lunch, inviting her to sit down and relax. The man added that hot tea and delicious lunch are the best way to restore strength after a long trip and fatigue. Warm drink and delicious food help to drive fatigue and fill themselves with energy for new achievements. They settled comfortably and began to enjoy dinner. Lilia thanked the young man for his care and attention, noting that such a pleasant rest helps her to feel like a renovated and ready to continue the road. She confessed that during long travels, it is a pleasure to drink a warm drink. The young man smiled and noted that it was not difficult. A small enough spell to heat the water or insert food. Such simple little things really make the journey easier and make it cozy. The man stressed that spark magic is one of the most common techniques among young magicians. Almost everyone can create a small spark that is enough to light a fire. The girl explained that magicians try to keep their magical energy, so rarely use it for simple household chores, such as cooking or heating. Usually they choose the usual ways and keep magic for truly important things. The teacher struck this approach. He noted that the expenses of mana for such simple spells are quite small, but how the magicians are cautious even about the smallest resources testifies to their extraordinary discipline and thrift that this profession is famous. Seeing how experienced magicians save Manu, the mentor decided to imitate their example and also start to protect the strength. The student only smiled in response and said that he was too early to think about it. He was still enough energy. Liliella asked how much time it was left before arrival. The Lex replied that they had about 2 hours to their destination. He also noted that the closer they approach the center of the forest, the higher the trees become, so it is not difficult to recognize the right area. Both participants of the expedition were equally interested in what was hidden in the heart of the forest. The girl was concerned about unquenchable curiosity, and the teacher was fascinated by the thought to finally solve the ancient secret. The anticipation of the quick solution added special excitement and hope in the air. After rest and delicious lunch, the heroes went on the road again. The student reluctantly agreed to continue the journey in the air, although the very idea of a new flight caused her annoyance and dissatisfaction. Feeling weakness in the legs and depressed by a sense of inferiority, the girl daringly appealed to the young man to listen to her. Lilier, having blushed and blushed, asked him in a trembling voice whether he was aware that she was holding a real princess in his hands. The guy noticed her excitement and suggested another way of moving, but she confidently refused and insisted as he was. The young man understood the sense of the princess and decided not to change nothing. Moreover, he was pleased to simply watch her near her. It gave joy, reassured his soul, and gave hope for a better future. They soon noticed that they almost reached the heart of the forest. Just before them, a huge tree was grown, which was noticeable from afar because of their incredible size. Everything around suggested that this tree is the center they were looking for. Finally, they got to their destination, to the depth of the forest. A giant tree grew up in front of them, whose branches diverged hundreds of meters, as if a natural giant and an ancient monument. A special silence prevailed around, and the greatness, filled with ancient secrets and riddles, felt. A huge tree of about 40 meters tall caused all surprise and respect. Deciding to look at the surrounding terrain better, the heroes went down carefully and landed near this tree. The master focused and began to speak a spell that activated one of his most stupid magic, Pramen Inferno. Powerful magical energy escaped from his hands, illuminated everything around a bright glow, and created a huge circle of protective symbols around the group. The spell of Pramen's Fernut was created in order to destroy vegetation in large territories. The girl explained that this magic was created for mass destruction of trees, not monsters. She stressed that it is strictly forbidden to use it against living things, otherwise the consequences can be unpredictable and very devastating. In his native village, this magic was usually used to quickly remove unwanted thickets. Thanks to this spell, the thickets were destroyed, and fields and pastures appeared in their place. My father said that once the local people did without any magic, they cultivated the earth with their own hands or attracted animals. Only later, when magical science appeared, did special spells arose that greatly facilitated the clearing of the fields. The young man plunged into reflections, thinking whether the frequent use of a strong spell could influence his body and abilities. It may be because of this magic that he has amazing endurance and strength. The teacher always believed that each village understands magic and its use in its own way. Perhaps the real essence of magic was much deeper and more complicated than he thought before. The center of the forest opened in front of the heroes, where a huge, unprecedented height, a tree, stood. Feeling the importance of this moment, they gathered with the spirit and moved on, delving into the mysterious space. They had to explore the central part. Suddenly something was moved nearby. It was a killer plant, which was said that it was almost moving, and its bark is stronger than metal. The peculiarity of this killer plant was sharp leaves at the ends of the branches. There was something to swing or touch something, and she immediately dropped them like a sharp blade flying directly to the enemy. The characters realized that they need to be very careful here and act quietly in order not to cause trouble. The girl doubted the success of the confrontation because it was almost unrealistic to evade sharp leaves. She believed that it was better to move away from a dangerous place to maintain strength and health for the next trials on the way. The young man smiled cheerfully and confidently said that with her special spear, the victory over the monster was guaranteed. Thanks to the properties of these weapons, any danger disappeared quickly, so the team had an advantage and could safely pass through the most dangerous places. Although the leaves of the tree was strong, like metal, everything changed in an instant. The students paid attention to another tree, and she felt a strong shock. Without hesitation, she rushed to the side to evade the possible danger, saving herself and a friend on a pure instinct. The girl strained all the muscles, putting all his strength in her blow. The spear with a frantic speed crashed into the trunk of a huge tree and cut it in half. A giant tree fell to the ground with a roar, lifting a cloud of dust and showing the incredible power of these weapons. The master put a powerful magical shield on Lilier, which gave her full protection. He assured that even the strongest dragon would not be able to harm her, and she would remain intact. Due to this, the risks have decreased, and the chances of successfully accomplishing the task have increased significantly. The young man encouraged the girl, noting that thanks to hard workout and skills, she is ready to cope with any threat. In response, the girl strongly stated that she will never allow herself to lose, because the defeat for her is something impossible and unacceptable. The mentor always supported the successes of Lily, encouraged it, and noticed all the achievements. Each victory brought him true joy and pleasure, because it was the development of the girl that became proof that he is a good teacher and mentor. The girl realized that at first her movements could look awkward and uncomfortable. However, she believed that if you train carefully, flexibility and accuracy will gradually appear, and over time. The young man noticed that when a student quickly learned something, the teacher also sought to test himself in action. To support the girl's passion, he joined her, and together they began to fight side by side. Co-work helped them both develop their skills and learn from each other. Rarely assessing the situation, he spent an accurate and severe blow. A giant tree branch cuts for one attempt. Heavy branches fell down, raising the clouds of dust, which clearly showed the strength and agility of the warrior. The girl decided that the young man used special magic to strengthen his weapon. This, in her opinion, helped him to strike such a strong blow. It seemed that without additional support, such would be impossible. Having thought about the methods and mysteries of the master, she did not notice how the disaster was creeping to her. Suddenly, the earth under her feet trembled, making alarming sounds. The student immediately grabbed the handle of the spear, ready to defend against the possible danger. Seeing the fear on Lilier's face, the guy hastened to explain that everything that happens is not a regular earthquake. It turned out that the giant trees of the ancient plant felt intense stress and panic due to the appearance of strangers. Feeling a threat, they came to life and began to move, causing the noise and vibrations of the earth that resembled an earthquake. Judging by the situation, the characters came across something much more dangerous and aggressive than expected at first. Their appearance violated the peace of the forest, and the whole ecosystem reacted to it. Now it was necessary to urgently invent the defense plan and find out where this threat comes from. Seeing how suddenly everything changed, the young man did not get lost. He immediately picked up the girl in his arms and flew up rapidly. Below, the earth trembled, the trees were protected, and the roots were torn out, as if trying to absorb them forever. The ground under their feet suddenly cracks, and huge pieces of soil with noise flew towards the heroes like shells. A powerful air flux picked up the fragments, which made it even harder and dangerous to move. They needed to act quickly and decisively not to hit. Fear threw his will, but the young man kept calm and paid attention to the most important thing. The forest owner made it clear that I was not happy to uninvited guests. The moment has come to meet face to face with the main guard of forest lands. The owner of the forest, the majestic spirit of plants, confidently stepped forward, showing his power and advantage. He was high, with green bark, and radiated ancient wisdom and power. Around its roots, fog, adding even more mysteriousness and emphasizing its connection with nature. The girl could not believe that this ancient plant actually existed. She doubted and considered it no more than a legend. But one day, she saw a wonderful tree that suddenly appeared right in front of her. It was a legendary monster S-class, which was bearded by even the most experienced hunters. It was called a living forest because of the ability to absorb all living things within a few kilometers, leaving only wasteland and silence. She looked carefully at the boy and calmly asked why this question was so worried. What exactly made him think about it, and whether he wants to share his thoughts? The Lex confessed that she had never heard about the monsters of such a high rank before. Lilier exclaimed that she was not talking about it at all. She wondered why the forest became so huge if the owner of forests and animals had such high power. The master believed that everything happened exactly as it should be. This ancient monster plant, known as the Forest King, is a demon that creates many monsters from the fruits of its magic tree. The young man knew about it because in his past life he fought with this ancient plant as a hero. However, he never heard such a giant forest. Or more precisely, he has never seen such an ancient plant before. It was a real problem because the monster began to get out of control, and the guild should be reported immediately. At the same time, he did not want to lose such a unique opportunity and decided to take advantage of it. The ancient plant could move its roots as if legs, and when someone tried to escape, it slowly but stubbornly followed it to the city. However, her legs moved extremely slowly. The plant moved slowly, but its roots were so long that it moved 10 times faster than a horse. They decided to stop it on the way. It was easy for the boy to say so, but in fact the tree was extremely giant. The guy could burn it the magic of fire, but he did not need things. So he decided that it was not necessary to waste time. It is better to act yourself and use your sword. The girl shouted that it was simply impossible. She asked to lower her to the ground. The teacher asked the student to stay again and again, but she did not stop screaming loudly. He confidently replied that he would quickly deal with the tree. The Lex started a physical attack. He then successfully activated hydrogency, hydraulic protection, special exchange, and ability to strengthen weapons. One of the roots struck him just in his face, and Lilier screamed so that he was running away from there. He did not need to evade such an attack at all. His sword was expelled from the fang of the mutant, so this special weapon could successfully compete with medium-power enemies. Having such an advantage, the owner without hesitation rushed to the attack on the tree. The sword's material was so strong and flexible that it allowed to effectively fight the monster. For a moment he wondered what the word soft means. The girl wondered what happened. The guy suddenly faded, realizing that he had damaged the material and actually spoiled it. Now they will be very careful about what is left. The monster seems to have finally perceived the boys as enemies. But now it was too late. The monsters themselves turned into easy prey for this couple. The girl asked that she was not involved in all this, but the mentor explained that they had both one goal. The young guy rushed into the attack and activated the skill called the Braid of the Ray. He quickly cut the roots of the tree, and it greatly struck his student. The master struck the tree again and again, leaving him for a moment. The Lex reached forward and exhaled when the attack was over. It was the easiest way to get rid of large samples. At this time, Liliel shouted loudly, begging not to retract her into all this, because she has not yet encountered. In the end, the owner was a sword master, and she rarely had the opportunity to see his magical abilities. He was convinced that over time, she would repeatedly witness his charming skills. There are very few sorcerers in the world, and in general, she spoke about another. The guy proposed to decide the case immediately. There may be no strength in the monster to attack the guys, so now they are likely to try to tear the bark from the tree and throw it up. This behavior is very unusual. Monks only resort to this when they find themselves in hopelessness. The owner seems to have forgotten this important thing. It would be much easier if the monster thought it was just a convenient way to cut a bark from a tree. However, if they really tried to do so, the guy would certainly die. Nothing wrong will happen if no one touches it. He asked Liliel not to move away from him, because even a small part of the trunk, if suddenly moved and accelerated, can cause serious harm to her. The girl exclaimed that she would not go anywhere. Now he was no longer worried about what was happening behind, so he boldly rushed into battle against the monster. The master cleverly evaded the attacks and did not stop hitting the root. He struck one after the other, without giving a monster and a moment of rest. From the continuous blows of the sword, the wind formed in the air of a vacuum. Now the guy was about to cut the tree with one powerful wave of his blade. The master hit the root, putting all his skills in this blow. A huge monster with a loud roar fell to the ground. For the boy, this battle has become his simplest victory in recent times. The student could not believe that he managed to overcome the monster of level S. For him, it was like a regular felling of firewood, only real firewood does not attack people. He hid the monster's parts in a magical purse. Liliola guessed that this charming bag probably hides a lot of interesting things. How many things can accommodate a magic bag depends on how accurately the original magical formula was created. This particular bag is able to store so many objects that they can be compared to a whole mountain. If the master had the best materials, he could make the bag even more. The girl also dreamed of such a thing and said openly about it. He promised that he would make the same bag for her next time, because it is a few minutes for him. Both came to the conclusion that the plant would easily survive this adventure. Now the boys only had to clean the area, and after that they could safely go home. The girl has experienced many adventures today, so she was looking forward to when she returned home. It seemed to her that in the last few days she had had more amazing than in her previous time. It was even more amazing that such a huge monster calmly settled right in the middle of this forest. The student suggested that if such a great monster lives in the heart of the forest, then it is unlikely that some valuable treasures can be found here. The boys were going to put up this area. First, they wanted to remove all the debris, and then fill the large pit that was formed. The young man pressed his palm to the ground and asked the girl to wait a little. Lex used the magic of the earthquake. Liliella was again on the ground, frightened by a new impetus. It turned out that the guy created an artificial earthquake, leveling the surface of the earth. The roots of the ancient plant penetrated deep into the ground, forming cavities. When the soil filled these voids, it caused a strong earthquake. The girl realized that if the earth trembles so much, then it is a real earthquake. One day, an egg suddenly appeared on the earth's surface. The teacher hurried to find out what the find was. There he came across strange white lumps, the origin of which was unknown. The Lex looked around in search of white lumps, but they have already managed to hide underground. Somehow, an egg suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth. The boys on the instinct grabbed an egg, though they did not understand what it was. Because it is a forest of charming creatures, it is possible that the egg is an unusual creature. If it is really a monster egg, it should be broken immediately until there is such an opportunity. The egg suddenly began to spin, and this immediately attracted the attention of the children. The girl looked at the egg confusedly without realizing what was happening. It seemed that the egg was about to crack. If there is really a baby, then there is nothing to worry about. Dragons can usually attack immediately after they have hatched from the egg, but their eggs are much larger. The guy was convinced that this egg belonged to another kind of demon. This demon seems to have incredible abilities. The egg has a strong shell that protects the baby well inside. It usually takes some time while it is cracking, and the baby will be able to get out. The master says that when this monster grows, it will become incredibly powerful. The young man carefully asked Liliel to move away. A small fluffy ball came out of the egg, which looked very cute with the girl. The monster looked surprisingly sweet and attractive. The small creature resembled a soft toy sheep made of wool. But the boy knew exactly. It is not just a toy, but a real living creature. The boys were confused and did not understand what to do next. The baby was born near the heart of the forest, and therefore it was very likely that he would turn into a dangerous monster over time. The young man understood that he should act immediately until the baby became stronger. The boy did not look dangerous at all. On the contrary, he was calm and casual. The guy has never seen such rest. The little monster clumsily broke out and fell to the ground. When the monster was approaching, the boys realized that everything was in perfect order. The baby may have confused them with his parents. There are demons such as chicks who consider their father to see the first. There are even experts who grow and watch such creatures. The child was playing with the boy's foot, and he thought it was not necessarily a dangerous demon, so he decided to look at her more closely. In the end, the boys decided to take a monster. If he is accustomed not to attack others from childhood, it will not be a problem in the future. The boy became much more aggressive than before. The Lex lifted him in his arms and asked where it could happen and what caused such a change. Suddenly, he bit the guy by his finger, and the girl thought. It seems that the child decided that this guy would fit her for a snack. No, the reason was completely different. His bites were too weak and had no significance. If it is a real attack, then this infant cannot survive in the harsh forest where the monster lives. It is possible that everything was simple. He was hungry and just tried to quench his famine. The guy suddenly remembered that he did not know what to feed a little demon. Looking around, he noticed 2 chunky cannibals and offered to arrange a small treat. He reported that he would start cooking dinner now, and he politely asked to wait a little, just 1 or 2 minutes. The teacher sharply rushed into the attack, leaving the monster by surprise, and really impressed him. He rushed to the giant bears. The baby was very scared of what was happening around. The young man stretched a little food, but the girl was indignantly exclaimed that in fact they were going to eat bears. He sincerely apologized to the monster for the unprecedented fright and offered to try the bear meat. The cracks woke up his consciousness, reminding him that he was special, born on this earth to become the ruler of the world one day. The king of all animals, a real hunter and a powerful predator, felt from birth that he was waiting for a great fate. He came into this world to become a real ruler and prove his advantage. The monster heard someone's voices, but did not recognize their relatives. These were the voices of possible victims. He was lucky to be born and immediately get food. This has become a direct confirmation that this creature is a real ruler. He was ready to sacrifice everyone, even heaven, to prove that his appearance was not accidental. The smell was a little burned, but a light breeze brought with it a pleasant aroma. The newly awakened creature had already understood that she was a predator, and her whole body trembled from the original hunting instinct. He felt a strong tremor in the body and moved hard, but perceived it as something ordinary and did not worry. No object could withstand the power of his powerful fangs, and nothing was rescued from sharp claws. The first victim was the one who had the honor to fill his flesh and blood. He tried to bite the guy by his foot, but to his surprise, he realized that even the fabric could not bite. The creature was completely confused and could not believe what was happening. The monster did not understand what was happening to his body, but felt incredibly powerful prey. When the boys met at once with so many strong rivals, it could be a big problem for them. The child did not understand what the young man wanted and was completely lost. The master with a frantic force destroyed the devastating blows on the bears, destroying them with one powerful movement. The monster has frozen at the surprise, watching what is happening. The monster did not believe his eyes. All the other monsters around disappeared instantly. They were destroyed by a powerful blow of a guy who then treated the baby with delicious food. The child realized that she had got into some mess, and from a lot of excitement almost burst into tears. When the guy came to the guild, he decided to hand over the demonic material for evaluation. The employee proposed to put it on a special table, but the material was too large and did not fit. Then, the secretary advised to take the trophy to a special disassembly platform. Lex noted that this monster is too large even for the construction site. The woman asked if the boys really managed to defeat such a huge demon. They could not simply transfer the ancient plant to the guild, so they decided to call the assistant to the head of the organization. The secretary told the situation in detail, and the interlocutor was struck by the scope of the event. It turned out that this man was a very important person who was well known by Mr. Lex, known as a road builder in a demonic forest. For the guy, it was really creepy. The measure apologized to an important guest for not having time to prepare. In fact, the guy's haul was just huge. The woman was well aware that they wanted to sell demonic materials, so she quickly organized the procedure for evaluation and sale for them. The young man said that he managed to cope with the nag monster of Class A simply in the thick of the forest. The woman listened to him, fascinated by surprised. The guild's main advisor to first thought that she had heard, but the guy confidently confirmed his words. Marisha was truly stunned. The woman was heard from heard. She could not believe her own ears and only surprised the boy's words. Other adventure seekers, having heard this conversation, began to tell his words impressed with the history heard. The woman asked the young man if he was sure of his words. Lilier supported him, saying that he was near him during the battle. She witnessed this as an official participant in the group. The chief advisor of the guild became interested in how they managed to reach the center of the forest. It turned out that the boys made their way there. The woman tried not to think about how difficult this path was, and asked her to show her a defeated monster. The guy said the monster is too big, so they would have to leave the city. Marisha promised to call specialists in dismantling. All present could not believe their eyes, seeing the incredible size of the fallen giant, which was once a huge tree. It has been known since ancient times a plant called a living forest. Mauritian and Liliella Sons completely shared this opinion. Once upon a time in his past life, the hero acted as a demon, which everywhere bred giant weeds. Now he approached the manager and asked to evaluate his find. Having received the approval of the senior advisor of the guild, the specialist went to disassemble everything to the little things. Workers froze in surprise. They could not believe that they were a true giant tree. The blades of the working tools broke and struck, barely cutting the surface of the tree. The young man explained that the bark of this giant is stronger than any steel, and it is not possible to overcome it with ordinary weapons. The hard struck Marish to the depths of the soul. At first, she considered stories about the incredible strength of ordinary tree bark only with a beautiful fairy tale. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that ordinary steel is powerless against this bark. The woman questioned Lex how he managed to cope with the tree. He confessed that he used a special weapon and magic of strengthening. She still couldn't believe it and demanded explanations. But the guy calmly and patiently repeated his story. The young man regretted that he did not guess in advance to put a spell on the weapon to make it stronger. It could save him a lot of time and effort. The worker was surprised how easily the tool cut the bark, as if he had cut the mucus itself, although it was very solid. Now the worker could calmly spray a huge trunk of the tree. It no longer requires much effort. However, the chief advisor of the guild noted that there is still too much material. The advisor suggested to leave some of the materials under the city and to let the rest from the hammer at the auction. The young man asked if she was at the auction where he defeated the green dragon. The guy again impressed the woman in his own words. In addition, he said that the rank of green dragon is low. Richa did not go into details and decided that only the best products would be at the auction. When the young man agreed, the chief advisor of the guild promised to send a messenger to the capital immediately. This proposal fully arranged the guy. Lily Ellis spoke uncertainly, asking if she was really suitable for the team, because others doubted it. The guy could not believe his ears, because they have long been partners, and the girl was almost grown up to win such monsters. But she decided that he was just trying to support her. Lex promised that it would surely be stronger, and the girl perceived his words very seriously. They went to see what happened. The worker has never seen such a large stone before, and was very interested in what cost such rare material can have. Lilia and Marisha confessed that in the history of the guild, they have never had stones of such magnitude and value. The young man was surprised, because in his native world, such stones met every step. The stone became a true proof that the giant tree was a real monster. Meanwhile, Deputy Gilder officially told the residents of Hexus that the adventure of rank B Lexon won the monster of the rank S, an ancient plant. The locals met the hero with great enthusiasm, shouting praise to his address. He was genuinely surprised by such a warm reception. The girl explained to him that their joy was quite clear, because to defeat such a strong monster is usually under the power of experienced teams of elite travelers or the whole armed army. The student was so amazed at what happened that she even forgot to rejoice in her mentor. After all, the victory of the teacher over such a strong rival deserved true admiration. The Lex was convinced that his victory was made quite easy, but the girl insisted he was wrong about what was really going on. She believed that the essence of the problem was not in the simplicity of their duel. Maresha said that after such achievements, it would definitely increase, and there is no point in calling the meeting because of it. But Lilier asked her to wait a little. Lilier asks why he was raised only to the rank of A. After all, he won the monster of the rank S. Wouldn't he have to rise to this highest rank immediately? People began to discuss it with each other. They agreed with the girl. One of the boys noted that it is very strange to raise it by only one rank. The deputy guilder heard what adventurers were talking about. Mecca replied that such rules of adventurers' guilds, you can only increase the rank by one step at a time. Although exceptions to the rules exist, there are no exceptions to raise to rank. The girl wondered why there were no exceptions. The woman replied that it was done to prevent too many adventurers from S-rank S. The rank S is the highest distinction in the guild, which is given only to those who gained true glory and made heroic actions. Raising the hero to S-rank is unreasonable, because the significance of this title decreases. The hall began in the hall. One of the men wondered what was meant by reducing the grandeur. They answered this: adventure seekers do not need greatness. Mesh tells that in order to increase their rank, the adventurers need to have high success in tasks, good abilities, and appropriate character. She is sure that everyone already knows about it. For the first time, adventure seekers also learned about it. The main character also knew nothing. These requirements are not too complicated if a person behaves decently, but it will be difficult for those who lack conscience. For example, even if she knows that a certain adventurer will cope well with accompaniment, she will not send him if there is a risk that he can rob the client. First, most important customers are noble people or rich merchants. They do not want to recommend these clients of random adventurers at all so that they do not lose their trust. That is why they so carefully select who to promote higher ranks among adventurers, all for the safety of the customers themselves. She was convinced that Lexon would need a little time to climb S. The young man confirmed the correctness of her words. She confirmed it and added that his increase is delayed precisely because he reached too much in a short time. The Lex smiled and said that he had only defeated the ancient plant. In his opinion, other experienced adventure seekers would also be able to do it. And the best, those who have a rank S, may be able to cope with this task even one touch. The woman asked the guy who these are the adventurers of the rank S. She sighed hard. The protagonist remained silent. The measure asked him to wait a little while the ancient plant was cut and prepared for auction. They are then charged with victory over wolves and mutated monster, so he should come to the rack later. 604 gold coins and another 50 on top. Lilier could not believe that the amount was so great and was genuinely surprised. The girl after the counter reported that for the destruction of mutated monster gives 600 gold coins, and for 27 wolves, another 450 gold. The main character looked at the boy. Lex said that only 10 of them won. The employee replied that some of the award came from the team of Ivan Son. This share was assigned to the Alex of Sun. He also noted that this amount was already taken into account for the victory over the cannibal bears. Ivan noted that the heroes were occupied by the fact that they flirted with Lilier, so he sent them to him. The next time, the guy should definitely treat him with something. In the meantime, Lex thought that he did not actually flirt with the girl. Yet, he was grateful to Ivanson and others for increasing the reward. The staff began to discuss how much the purchase of materials from a mutated monster would cost. Then the Lex asked, "Did he not say that the reward was 600 gold coins?" She replied that it was just a reward for victory. Materials obtained from a mutated monster are very valuable because they are used for research. Lilier was wondered if it was possible to get an even better reward. They buy the following parts: 1 skin, 1 large blade, 4 small blades, 1 skeleton, and 1 magic stone. The purchase also includes internal organs and meat, as they will also be studied. All this turns out 1,500 gold coins, and the total sum is 6,150 gold coins. They also give a reward for stopping the growth of the forest of demonic animals, and yet, for laying roads in this forest, for which 420 coins are added. There were 6,570 gold coins in total. The worker carried a huge bag filled with gold. Lilier was stunned by what he saw. The guy thanked the employee. His friend was delighted with so many gold coins that he frozen in place. Everyone is happy to eat meat. The Lex asks him if he liked it. The small animal joyfully serves a praise. The protagonist notices how much this creature has changed. It has changed dramatically. Lilier sat sadly at the table and did not even look at her food. The old man noticed it and asked Lilier if she was fine with her. She took a deep breath. She suddenly asked if he considered her a burden. It surprised the boy, and he wondered why she suddenly decided so. The girl says she is only a burden for him. She considers herself weak and incapable, and that he protects her only from her own sense of duty. The Lex tries to convince her in the opposite, but the girl replies that she knows best what she really is. She also understands that he is not suitable for journey with him. If she remains nearby, he will only cause him a hassle. The young man did not understand what he should do. He never looked at her from that point of view, but how to explain it? Lilier said she had already promised to repay his debts. He saved her mother and all the villagers. Moreover, he even restored their hometown. She does not want to break the promise, even if it seems that nothing can change. She rose sharply from her place and asked the boy to teach her. She wanted to become stronger, not to be a burden for him. She is ready to go through any workout, even the hardest, to achieve her goal. The Lex thought about her workout. The girl assured that she was ready for anything. The guy asked if she really meant anything. Lilier has confirmed her words. The Lex understood everything. The girl began to tremble and did not realize what was happening. The young man thought that the girl made the decision herself. Therefore, he agreed to help her with training. The monster could not understand what was happening. He decided to train her to full strength to answer her determination. He decided to teach her and make a real first-class adventure search. The main character is determined. It reminded him of his past, when he became a master of the master to overcome the demonic bishop. Then the training was so harsh that he even regretted his decision. And today, Lilier said she was ready for everything. He began to worry more. Lilier asked him to be a little more gentle with her. She felt something dangerous. The Lex laughed back, calling it a funny joke. He reassured her, saying that he understands everything. He assured that he would train her very persistently. The main character is convinced that it is ready for it morally. Until now, she has been looking for a way to help people from their hometown, but after a casual meeting with a dung Lex, her problem was finally solved. He not only saved her life, he helped her family and restored the whole city. For her, he became a real savior. Feeling gratitude to him, she decided to join him to thank for help. Lexon accepted her into his friends because he is a good person, extremely strong, and at the same time, very noble. She wanted to help, so she agreed to go with him, but already during their first adventure, he won the monster of the highest level on his own. She felt inside that he was much stronger than her. He effortlessly defeated the mutated monster of A class and a tree in the forest of demonic animals. But even then, she believed that she could help him. However, she failed. The characters were heading somewhere, and the girl walked next to his head. Lilier donated her pride and honor to become his student and not be a burden for others. The Lex explained to her that the dragon needed to win. The girl was stunned by this news. She tried to deny what was happening and asked why he immediately did everything so difficult. The guy reassured her and said not to worry, it's just a wild green dragon flew nearby. The girl did not understand anything. Lex explains to her that this dragon is not so strong. The woman asks in surprise, should he not be strong if his name is a dragon? The guy calls her not to worry and calm down. He assures that winning the dragon is not difficult at all, you just need to cut off his neck. But she disagrees and says it is not so easy. Lex does not know what to do with it. Lilier shouts that she has all the problems. But no matter how it is, the hero decides to teach her how easy it is to defeat the dragon. And in the next moment, he applies treatment for him. The green dragon came to life and whined loudly. The guy jumped out of him and explained that the dragons usually fly high in the sky, so to make him fall, the girl should use magic or metal weapons. The girl was stunned by such words. The Lex prepared to apply an explosive hammer and threw something into the dragon. He continued to explain that when he begins to fall, the girl should take advantage of this moment and attack him. After that, the guy immediately rushed forward. She started to beat the dragon. The girl was stunned by the fact that someone dared to hit the dragon. The Lex landed side by side and said that when the dragon fell, it was only necessary to cut his neck. He wondered if it was simple, which the girl answered. Not at all, it was very difficult. Lilier thought that nothing would work with this guy. His workouts were too complicated. It could no longer even be called ordinary exercises. At such a pace, she will not withstand and will die during one of his training. Lex told her that it would be a simple escape path. The girl began to be upset because the guy did not use the word easy. She did not want him to teach her a simple way to win someone. She needed him to show a way that even a weak person. Lex said he understands the girl. The method he showed is very similar. Lilier replied that this is the true essence of all humanity. It does not have such magic to overthrow the dragon and is not capable of attacking it. Among the adventures of rank B, it is quite weak. The guy did not believe her in the words. He noted that she had a well-developed fighting. The girl replied that thanks to him she got a rise to 5th rank. It happened partly because of the skill of possession of the sword, but the main reason is the high percentage of tasks and the valuable materials it brought for the guild. Its main purpose was to find a medicinal herb that could cure Elsa. Therefore, most of the harvested plants she sold to the guild. It was for this that she was awarded the title of B-class Seekers. She sold the guilds all herbs that she did not need, even expensive, and eventually increased her. Therefore, although she officially has the title of B-class Adventure, her strength is less than this rank. Lilier was immediately bored as soon as she spoke these words. After all, the rank of Adventure Seeker depends not only on strength. In addition, the person who stood in front of her is not at all like a regular Seeker with rank B. The Lex understood everything. He decided to help her get a real combat experience that she was used to fighting. The girl could not understand how she came to such a conclusion. The young man put his hand on his shoulder and calmly said that she would not worry. This time, he promised to teach her how to fight the way he can. Once she captures it, he wants her to fight the monsters to improve her skills. There is no better way of training than a real battle. Lilier realized what it means. He is going to teach it now. At first, they decided to take advantage of everything they have now to learn to reinforce the body with magic without spells. The girl exclaimed that she has a sword class. It lays the staff sideways. The Lex tells her that to master it, you need to feel magical energy. He advises to imagine how this energy fills her whole body. The guy applied the strengthening. It was the magic of body strengthening. The girl seems to be clear. Can she really use magic by just making it? Doesn't more serious workouts take to master it? The guy replied that it all depends on the features of magic. To use complex magic, she needs a lot to learn. For example, it may be the magic of body strengthening or healing. Such spells that do not need to be said aloud are especially suitable for swords, because they can be used intuitively. This was previously mentioned because the adventurers familiar to him have learned this type of magic because of this method of learning. So she will be able to learn. The girl promised she would try, and the boy liked it. As they say, it is better to do and regret not to do and regret the lost opportunity. After a few hours, the girl tries to exercise. Lex noticed that she was trying to spread magical power throughout the body, but nothing works. He suggested that she try to use the magic of recovery again. The girl agreed. However, she did not work. Suddenly, the creature jumped on the guy, and the hero from the surprise was asleep. He asked him if he really wanted him to apply the magic of healing to him. Having exclaimed, the guy used the magic of healing. The creature suddenly came to life and began to rush from side to side. Liliola wondered what had just happened. Then the Lex realized that he used magic to strengthen the body. Incredible. This monster can change its shape and use magic. Undoubtedly, it has enchantments that strengthen his body. The guy clapped his palm enthusiastically and exclaimed that he was incredible. Meanwhile, a terrible monster with a threatening face flew directly to the main character. And then he bit himself by his finger. The Lex said he was keeping his power under control and easily bit his finger. He is truly capable. The monster stood in front of him, shaking. The monster lay on the ground. The guy asked him if he had tired of pretending to be a fool. Then he began to tickle him. Liliella was surprised, because even such a fluffy tangle of fur was able to learn how. The monster approached the girl and put her paw on her leg. He smiled calmly, and the girl was angry. She promised herself that she would be able to handle. Today, she will study this exactly and prove to everyone that can use the magic of body reinforcement. The Lex does not understand what happened, but I am glad to see Liliella Sauna became more confident and purposeful. The girl asked the boy to apply the magic of recovery again. The guy replied that 1 serving of magic recovery on the approach. Magic was applied to the girl once after. After a while, the girl succeeded. She was finally able to do it. She knew this feeling well, when the magical power fills the whole body. The guy praised her for it. It is not yet able to completely distribute the magical power, and sometimes it comes out of control, but when it gets used to it, it can control it properly. Lex congratulated Liliel with success. She thanked him, because all this was made possible by his help. She rushed to him, hugged and thanked. The girl happily said she liked to be able to spell. The Lex replied that he understood her admiration and politely asked to move away a little, because she stood too close. The girl lifted her gaze and realized what the guy was talking about. At the same moment, she jumped sharply from him. She apologized. The hero replied that everything is fine. After all, she first managed to use magic. It was visible that she was extremely happy. The monster was also satisfied with himself. The Lex proposed to move to the next stage. The girl agreed and decided to train further in the same rhythm. They became backs to each other and breathed deeply. The hero said that the next workout for Liliella was to fight this dragon using the magic of body strengthening. Liliella exclaimed that it was impossible, but the guy explained, it is necessary not to win, but just to fight. At the very border of the forest of demonic animals, Liliel is breathing hard. In the next moment, she applies her eye shot technique. The tree nearby was covered with ice. The Lex praised the student and cheered her not to stop. The girl remembered how the Lex-san burned the forest, learning her to use magic without hissing. It turned out to be really effective. But she is terribly tired. The hero told her that he could return the usual power by passing her a little mana. She replied that even if he does so, her state of mind would not improve it. The young guy suggested to finish the workout and go to the tavern to eat something delicious. After his words, the girl felt relieved. They stood at the registration rack when they were informed that they would only receive 2 silver coins for destroying 29 traps. The girl was indignant and said it was too little. The employee replied that there are many such materials, so the award is high. Liliella understands that. Getting so much money for the work done, it is clear why ordinary adventurers do not want to stop the expansion of the forest. Then the employee turned to Lex. She wondered if it was true that he stopped the growth of the forest and continued the road into its depth. The guy confirmed it, and added that today he burned part of the forest and expanded the road. The employee reported that they had already calculated the value of the ancient plant and the elders, which he had recently destroyed, and promised to pay the entire amount. The guy thanked the girls because he completely forgot about it. He destroyed 20 old plants and received 1,800 gold coins for it. Little Annette was amazed at that large sum. The guy confessed that it was much more than he expected. Someone explained that this is all because of these plants comes out beautiful wood. It was a measure of sand. The Lex wondered if they really used these plants as wood. The woman confirmed his guess. Vegetable monsters can be used as wood, but the material from weak creatures is no different from ordinary trees. But older plants have a different value. It is a high-rank creation, so they give truly quality material. Muretu noted that they were good that they took a lot of it. After all, it is wood, and a small amount would not be useful. When building a house or ship, it is better to use the same material. The young man agreed and noted that then the strength would be the same. In addition, older plants are rare monsters that live in the thick of the forest. They are very durable and strong, so it is extremely difficult to defeat them. Unlike ordinary monsters, their entire parts are made up of wood, so it is almost impossible to get useful materials from them. The Lex immediately realized why it was so expensive. Marisha confirmed his guesses, and because he brought many things, he was given an additional reward. In addition, the price of wood from rare monsters has increased recently. The man needs the highest quality wood. It will definitely buy the ancient plant that is now auctioned. It will be of great value. The guy wondered why. Knowing all this, she still advised him to auction. The woman put the index finger on her lips, making it clear that the guy should remain silent. And then she added that he was eventually a helper of Gilder. The Guild of Adventure receives a share of money from goods sold at auction. That is, they also have a benefit. Lilier sits in tavern, eats and drinks something delicious. She notes that the food here is incredibly delicious. It helps her get rid of fatigue. The guy noted that the girl learns very quickly. She may have a good tendency to magic water. Lilier did not even know that people have magic compatibility. In fact, the guy decided to train her until she has mastered all 4 basic elements. Lilier noted that it would take a long time, and the Lex, meanwhile, wanted to resolve the issue with the reward they had already handed over. He got a bag with coins and handed it to the girl, saying that it was her share. The woman was surprised. At this point, a monster chewed a piece of bread. She said there were many of them. Lex noted that at least she helped him defeat older plants before he met with the ancient. In addition, most of these older plants were killed at the hands of the ancients, not from them. The Lex only collected their remains. In addition, it was she who suggested that they take them with her. If he were himself, he would probably not have weighed this idea. Lilier noted that thanks to his charming bag, they were able to bring these plants. The guy suggested to divide the reward, but the girl would feel awkward. Without it, she would not be able to reach the middle of the forest. They began to ask. In a few minutes, Lilier received a complete reward for 1 older plant, and for ancient times they divided 8 into 2. The hero wondered if that is enough. The girl replied that for her, this is a great reward. After the dinner, the girl went out on the terrace, looked in the halt, and wondered what they would do next. The Lex did not understand what she asks. She replied that they were talking about their further plans. They have already reached the heart of the forest of demonic beasts and won the monster S-Rang. Thanks to him, she achieved everything she wanted, so they no longer made sense to stay in this city. Lex said he understood the girl. She really was right. In the forest, they have already done almost everything they need. Shasan asked her to stop the forest grows and create aisles inside, but only if it is not difficult for him. He could stop at any time. The young man thought that the woman had taken care of him, so he decided to at least complete his work on the road. Lex suggested that when the auction for the sale of an ancient plant would end and they will receive money, it would be wise to go to the next city. The girl was surprised when she heard about the next city, and then her face illuminated joy. Now everything became clear. In this case, she needs to buy new things for a future trip. The hero was surprised when the girl said she wanted to buy equipment. She explained that she still used the cheapest armor and old things to survive somehow. The guy did not even guess that she had at least some armor. He does not remember her armor when they first met. Lilier said she had only one. When they met, she just watched the task and therefore did not wear it. However, at the party, she also did not wear these things. The hero recalled that he saw her in such an outfit once, when they fought with Venom Rex together. At this point, Lilier looked at the boy. She asked him if he understood that even used armor was not cheap. In addition, the armor would come to her, I would have to pay extra, and she was going to return home as soon as she tested a new sword. Who would have thought that she would have to go to the expedition to the forest and fight the monster of the rank S? The Lex scratched his head and confessed that he did not even know that. Lilier replied that she did not know this, because for the usual adventure seeker to fight the monster of the S-class is not at all scared. The boy became very unfortunate. He did not think about what he feels the Lilier. Her annoyance was quite justified. Then he suggested giving her a new set of armor. She asked in surprise if he was really serious. He confidently confirmed his words. Lilier smiled and said that in this case he agreed to the proposal, which made the boy much easier. The Lex said there was a good store nearby and suggested going to tomorrow. The girl agreed because she believed that the shop he advised should be wonderful. Lilier confessed that she did not even imagine that she would only have to fly aircraft to go shopping. She sat around the huge gates. The girl wondered where they got. This place was not at all like that. The hero replied that they are in the city of Togai. The girl explained that both boys were in 5 cities from Hexi. The Lex confirmed it. However, they appeared almost instantly. Lilier noted that he did not promise such speed, because usually this road took half a day. The monster sat on the girl's palm and began to tremble. She noticed it and joked that the guy even scared him, although he always behaved brazenly. The Lex was awakened by the nape of the back and said they just had not happened to the other. Lilier is surprised that he calls the attack by Wyverna a simple accident. The monster himself is also angry. The Lex said it was only a flock of vivivert. They could not compare with its flight speed. The girl thought that the boy would not hurt to explain the elementary things. The monster agreed with that. The guy whispered softly that the girl says as if he had no. She heard him and answered calmly that she was talking about it from the very beginning. Ordinary people do not know how to fly, and this is what makes them special. It seems that no one was able to fly in this era, so the residents of the city of Togai were surprised to see him rose into the air. Lex realized that people in this world could not fly. The girl is amazed at his conclusion. She told them that 10 years ago it was impossible. Therefore, people who live in the cities of this country cannot fly. The hero decided to remember it. Lilier felt that he did not understand something again. They went to the city and slowly made their way through a crowded crowd. On the way, the girl asked where they were going. The Lex replied that he knew one forge here. He is known in this city. The girl wondered if he was really so famous. She seems to have heard about him somewhere. The young man thought that Grodfson's glory came even to Lilier, who was indifferent to the equipment. And the Lex, meanwhile, reported that they finally came. He said it was the weapon shop they were looking for. The girl recognized this place. This weapon store always helped him with equipment. A young guy entered the store and greeted the owner. He then turned and asked about the person who had to come. The man spoke as if they were familiar. Suddenly, he recognized the main character, and they also greeted warmly. Gordov said he heard, the guy plans to move to another city. He wondered what could help this time. The New Moon said that he had received new materials, so he asks for permission to work in his workshop. The man was glad that he had the opportunity to show the guy new techniques. He closed the store and allowed the guy to use it as he desires. Lex explained that he did not need to close the store. Gordova emphasized that such an opportunity happened infrequently, so he could not miss it. So that no one distracts him from the business, Gordova did not want to have nearby buyers. At this point, Lilier intervened. She said she thought they had come to buy equipment. She then asked why the gnome was calling his master. Then the young man realized that he had not yet introduced them to each other. He introduces everyone to a man named Gordov. It is a blacksmith that controls your own workshop. He then shows the girl. This is Lilier Sagan. She is in his team, and she can also be called a little furry, like a pet. The man repeated once again that he was the girlfriend of the owner. He thought that she was probably very strong. Her appearance was young, and this was something unusual. The hero confidently said that in the future, she will definitely achieve great accomplishments. Lilier asked if it was really the same Gordova from Togay, the famous Horolov. The Lex confirmed this, and the blacksmith himself replied that he was only a simple newcomer next to his master. Gordov noticed this guy's weapon and wondered if the master's work really was. The Lex confirmed this. Then the blacksmith asked for permission to consider it closer. The hero replied that he was indifferent to him, and then asked Lily, or not against her. She also had nothing. Both heroes pulled out their weapons. Gordov looked carefully at the weapon and could not believe his eyes. Is such equipment really existed? And even more surprised the technique that was made. The man smiled, thanked the master, and confessed that he was glad to see these real masterpieces. The man allowed the guy to use the workshop as much as he desires. The Lex thanked him for that. Lilier asked the hero why Gordo calls him a master. She remembered how he said they would go to a good shop. Why does he suddenly want them to leave the workshop? The guy replied that Gaurav Sanda's workshop is better than in the city of Hex. The girl immediately realized what a good workshop is just a good shop. The blacksmith blushed, confused, and said that the master was just flattering. Lex reported that everything is fine, and he was going to start immediately. He got all the necessary accessories from his backpack. Gordov asked if it was really made of wood. The man nodded and explained that it was material from an ancient plant. The man was surprised that it was really the same legendary ancient plant. The young man suggested proudly hit this material with a hammer. The blacksmith looked in surprise, but decided to try. He took a hammer in his hands and swung. When he hit the tree, nothing happened. The blacksmith could not understand what was the matter. This wood does not break at all, and it is as strong as iron, but much easier. Lex noted that this material is stronger than iron. It would come out of a great armor, light, and very strong. Gordov could not even imagine what it exists. He was overwhelmed with admiration, and he could not contain trembling.